The vision of his future self preparing gave Jeju the necessary confidence to face the initial threat, but that fleeting reassurance shattered as a monstrous, crystalline structure loomed, revealing a terrifyingly familiar form. The monstrous form resolved into several small, fuzzy white creatures, leaving the protagonist completely baffled by this sudden, unexpected encounter. The true horror of the Popoi was revealed as it lunged forward with a monstrous, cavernous maw. The overwhelming power of the creature erupted, striking the stone floor with explosive force. The shockwave from the crystallized impact slams into the man, forcing a wide-eyed, panicked reaction. Witnessing the horrifying assimilation, he recoils in pure disgust and dread. Does surviving the tower demand such grotesque transformation? But the knowledge he gained mandates this. He must consume the very monsters he fears. Driven by desperation and his future self's knowledge, Jeju unleashes a raw, primal scream, determined to conquer the tower. He had made it. Sitting atop the tower's structure, he finally experienced the wealth and power he craved. The memory of that interview, where the awakened praised their success, now felt like a distant, mocking echo of his own situation. A familiar, warm smile surfaced as the memory of the director's kindness returned to him. That brief moment of remembered kindness quickly faded against the desperate necessity of his current situation. The familiar setting offered no comfort as the woman, perhaps the director, sighed wearily into her cup. The woman's resignation hung heavy in the air, but Jeju's own mounting panic was far more immediate. The crushing weight of his own decisions snapped him awake from his desperate state. The memory of his past employment flashed past, highlighting the small triumphs he once celebrated. Those days of honest effort felt distant now compared to the impossible debt. His mind churned with bitter certainty. Even relentless effort simply wouldn't accumulate the fortune he needed. The weight of the 3-year countdown crushed him as he collapsed onto his bed, desperate for an answer. The desperation for immediate wealth led him back to searching for impossible shortcuts online. He scrolled past hopeful titles promising quick riches. He was about to dismiss the strange messages when the screen violently seized control, displaying a shocking system update. The interrupted interview immediately transitioned, emphasizing the astronomical earnings of the awakened with raining cash. The interviewer turned back to the seated survivors, eager to press the topic of their immense wealth. The man smirked, realizing he could acquire all the money he desired, even at the cost of his pride. The terrifying word from the interview immediately yanked him from his sudden euphoria. The memory of the required ascent, the perilous tower, loomed large against the bright sky. The agonizing wait was over. The terrifying portal had finally opened before him. His outstretched hand failed to grasp the terrified woman being consumed by the swirling blue energy. The reporter pressed forward, desperate for words from the shaken survivor of the initial influx. A flash of memory surfaced, echoing the bitterness of his past name. A skill shouldn't be his only worth. The awakened boasted of their spoils, representing everything Jeju desperately craved to save the orphanage. The endless desire for money finally gave way to overwhelming exhaustion, making him slump over his device. Slumping over, he was jarred awake by a sudden, shocking intrusion on his screen. What did the future version of himself just achieve? The violent cascade of notifications drowned out his confusion, suggesting an unbelievable, unprecedented torrent of activity. The man stared at the screen, his previous panic morphing into sheer, wide-eyed bewilderment. The system notifications confirming his impossible success were still registering, but panic instantly seized him as his fingers slipped. His frantic need to check his job status warred with the unbelievable digital reality unfolding before him. His attempt to dismiss the anomaly as a hack abruptly failed when the system revealed it was broadcasting his actions live. The mocking confirmation shattered his last defense. This incredible sequence of events was somehow his own doing. The very features and mannerisms he recognized belonged to someone else. No, they belonged to him. The vision of his future self, bloody and wielding the weapon, jolted him with stark, unsettling recognition. He could not recall this reality, this violent progression. The terrifying sight of the Popoi instantly mirrored the monster he just witnessed being assimilated. This was the horror the awakened never spoke of. The creature lunged, its monstrous maw echoing the rock like assimilation he feared. The phantom reality of his future self's victory materialized, presenting the hard-earned rewards of the first 10 floors. The knowledge of the tower's secrets was now his, a terrifying yet exhilarating burden eclipsing his smartphone. Despite the desperate urge to study, he remembered his commitment to his mundane life just last month. A familiar encouragement was offered, a contrast to the path he was now fiercely committed to. The horrifying visual of a defeated monster confirmed his worst fears, solidifying his resolve to study every detail. The crushing weight of the orphanage's fate still pushed him, even through the motions of his dead-end job. He finished the transaction, an automated politeness masking his turmoil. His colleague offered a casual question, momentarily pulling Jeju from his desperate plans for the tower. His immediate panic subsided, replaced by fervent, desperate prayer for the portal to open now. The phantom echoes of quitting his old life clashed with the crushing reality of his dire need for wealth. The frantic study session halted as a new thought spurred him to action, gripping his phone tightly. The past suddenly intruded as the director's kind, encouraging face surfaced in his mind. The memory faded as an explosive realization washed over him. He was ready to move now. His sudden burst of energy met immediate, stiff resistance as he gripped his own shoulder tightly. The moment his resolve hardened, a faint blue energy began to emanate from him. That latent energy coalesced, now manifesting as a swirling, unstable orb of power. The immense energy roared into existence, pulling his body violently toward the dazzling, purple vortex of activation. He stood frozen, facing the overwhelming, crackling energy as the portal ripped reality open before him. The surging power erupted around him, forcing a stunned expression as the gateway to his future materialized. The vortex crackled, bathing the space in ominous, electric purple light, signaling the critical moment he desperately awaited. He burst forward in a sudden, urgent lunge, fueled by the realization that he must act now. His desperate urgency manifested as a system prompt confirming a low starting hurdle. Driven by the need to save the orphanage, his trembling hand hovered over the critical choice. The agonizing weight of his decision made his hand slam down, selecting the difficulty setting. The surge of desperate resolve erupts as he screams, ready to face the terrifying unknown of the tower. The moment of truth arrived with a sharp, echoing crunch as the mineral broke. The shock of consuming the mana stone, something so fundamentally alien, hit him with sickening force. Despite the bizarre energy surging through him, the immediate physical reality forced a pain reaction. The shock of the mineral melting like chocolate washed over him, completely upending the viewer's expectations of a gruesome failure. The stunned silence from the chat reflected his unbelievable victory over the creature's expectations. The countdown to the trial officially began, showing 0 viewers and 0 coins earned just moments before the stream started. Dismissing the worry over the slow start, the system interface finally materialized before him. That strange, satisfying crunch confirmed his daring gamble. The rock was not stone, but sustenance. The disbelief in the chat room was deafening as the promised reward materialized in a dazzling cascade of gold. The viewers, stunned by the unbelievable feat, watched as the coins showered over the defeated monster. That incredible display of survival instantly drew the viewers back, flooding the neglected stream once more. The precious coins cascaded down, instantly validating his desperate, bizarre performance for the returning audience. The chat exploded in disbelief, but Jeju ignored their frantic warnings, tasting the strange, sweet energy. Holding the glittering mineral, he realized the truth of its power, not stone, but pure energy. The unexpected surge of energy caused a violent, disorienting reaction as his body struggled with the sudden influx. The initial shock gave way to a look of pure, knowing satisfaction as the energy coursed through him. The strange, melting sweetness flooded his senses, confirming his wild theory about the mana stone. The sheer absurdity of his survival tactic finally registered, manifesting as a sudden, anxious realization. The overwhelming disbelief from the chat confirmed his incredible, bizarre success in appeasing the hostile creatures. The viewer's reaction confirmed his incredible, bizarre success. This was truly a great start. The audience exploded in a chaotic stream of disbelief and frantic warnings about the danger he was truly in. Despite the uproar, he stretched to prepare, acknowledging the dwindling time before the trial commenced. As the chat exploded with warnings, the protagonist internally processed their urgent messages to feign ignorance. The constant disbelief from the viewers only served to validate his unconventional strategy. The viewer's shock cemented the absurdity of his actions, yet the silhouette of the tower loomed, judging them all. As the impossible act finished, the silent observers felt the immense, unblinking gaze of the tower's overseer. The countdown flickered, reminding him the crucial time for pre-trial strategy was almost spent. The viewer's warnings about imminent danger crashed against his rising realization of the rock's true nature. Completely assured of his symbiotic connection, he raised his arm in triumph. The preparation hour vanished as the system declared the start, the glowing directive appearing above the pulsating mana stone. The horrifying potential of the moment settled in his mind. What would happen next? The viewer's disbelief was palpable as the Popoi reacted violently to the unconventional taste of the mana stone. The creature's shock was immediately overwritten by pure, unrestrained joy at the unexpected treat. Wait, why aren't the Popoi reacting to me? The shock of the newly arrived viewer was met with the student's sudden, intense confusion. The creature, revealed to be the adorable but lethal Popoi, displayed an unexpected, delighted expression, having found its favorite meal. As the creature's shocking display of feasting continued, the neighboring Popoi now revealed their own terrifying, razor-sharp maws. As the other viewers fled the horrifying sight, the reality of the Popoi's intent slammed into the protagonist. The audience watched in stunned silence as the narrator proved the unthinkable. This mineral was edible. The initial shock from the chat broke as one creature demonstrated the terrifying reality of its power. Having successfully appeased them with a stone, the protagonist cautiously closed the distance to join the strange feast. My successful impersonation of an ally had earned an invitation to their bizarre, communal meal. Maintaining his low crouch, he tried to emulate the wary posture of the Popoi near the glowing mana stone. As the viewer's concern peaked, the small Popoi shifted, its wary gaze fixed on the perceived threat beside the glittering prize. He looked down, realizing the small creatures were not attacking, but hesitating, trapped by the discovery. He made his choice, deciding imitation was the safest path to secure an alliance with the Popoi. His desperate imitation was a calculated risk, yet a wave of anxiety still washed over him as he waited for their reaction. He mimicked the Popoi's approach to the mana stone, an act of profound mimicry to gain their trust. Suddenly, the viewer's stream shifts, revealing another challenger brutally dispatching a foe, drawing immediate shocked reactions from the chat. The sudden switch to another broadcast confirms the worst fears of the watching audience. The realization slams into the chat, interrupting their focus on the other streamer. The newbie is still alive against the Popoi. The ominous creatures materialize, one immediately announcing its presence with a startling cry. The chat exploded with recognition as 3 deceptively adorable Popoi appeared before him. The overwhelming shock of seeing the Popoi was immediately compounded by the sight of the massive mana stone beside them. The viewers, clearly entertained by his bizarre actions, bombarded the system with another sponsor message. The enormous, glowing mana stone captivated the little Popoi, drawing out the strange, ceremonial behavior he had predicted. This mana stone, clearly linked to his armor or system, shone brightly as the energy swirled around the gathered creatures. The Popoi, momentarily placated by the glowing stone, now fixed their menacing stares directly upon the protagonist. The audience watched, horrified, as he committed to the unbelievable performance, a strained, knowing smirk barely concealing his terror. The desperate imitation worked. The terrifying Popoi now seemed utterly delighted by the strange human. As the creature began its ritualistic consumption, the mana stone dissolved, the energy instantly absorbed by the ground. The terrifying Papoi paused their terrifying meal, their focus shifting unnervingly as they registered his presence. The terrifying maw snapped open wide, displaying the razor-sharp teeth that defied its cute exterior. The viewer's disgust at the horrifying sight was suddenly cut short by the reality of his bizarre meal. The shocking sound effect emphasized the impact as the incredible energy burst forward across the cave floor. The viewers watched in horrified silence as he defied every expectation by consuming the radiant mineral. The immediate, insane realization struck him. He was expected to consume the strange, glittering stone like the creatures. The action of pressing his hand against the mana stone confirmed its unusual texture. It was not hard. It was yielding. Mimicking the creature's bizarre feeding habit, the man desperately gnawed at the mana stone, finding the impossible melted like chocolate. As the energy surged, he tasted something refreshing and told the horrified audience it was delicious. Reaching out slowly, he mirrored the creature's movements, carefully touching the coveted, glowing mana stone. He gingerly touched the precious stone, a fragile truce hanging in the air as he mimicked the Popoi's careful reverence. The mana stone melted effortlessly, flooding his body with unexpected, intense energy. The sudden rush of energy made him instinctively mimic the creature's curious, watchful postures. He wondered if this unusual calm was merely the prelude to a brutal assault. The viewers, witnessing the impossible, immediately foresaw the terrifying consequence of this bizarre interaction. Having successfully convinced the Papoi, he beamed, momentarily forgetting the danger surrounding their joyful feast. As the expected system notification chimed, a small, smiling Papoi confirmed his successful, insane gamble. A disbelieving relief washed over him as he savored the mineral, finally accepted by his bizarre companions. The overwhelming shock of survival washed over him, juxtaposed against the creature's unsettlingly eager faces. The violent appearance of the creatures was immediately confirmed by the viewer's recognition of the threat. Papoi. The viewer's horrified realization was mirrored by the young man's strained expression as the monsters gathered close. Papoi seemed utterly bewildered by Jeju's decision to turn back towards the portal. The little creatures reacted with frantic surprise as the man was forcefully thrown against the rough stone passage. He paused, surprised that the sharp rocks were not wounding him at all. The Papoi chirped happily, clearly thrilled that Jeju was following them into the darkness. His feigned confusion vanished as he looked down at his strangely eager, fluffy companions. The Papoi squealed with ecstatic delight, their excitement palpable as they called out to him. The Papoi chirped happily around him, eager for him to follow them deeper into the darkness. The obedient creatures reveled in the affection, their joy evident as they nudged closer to Jeju. The lingering query about the nickname voucher faded as his focus snapped to the glowing interface before him. His feigned innocence was working. Now he just needed to locate what the chat insisted he open. The viewer comments exploded, urging him to check his interface for the supposed rewards. He was momentarily stunned by the sheer number of eyes watching his every move. With the audience's attention momentarily diverted by a large donation, Jeju quickly tucked the vital talisman's necklace under his shirt for safekeeping. Feigning innocence, he subtly concealed the miraculous find, his smile a carefully constructed mask for his overwhelming fortune. The Papoi chirped happily, their excitement clearly indicating they had found something valuable for their companion. The chat, still clamoring for answers, was momentarily silenced by the overwhelming desire to hear his side of the story. The audience demanded explanations, but Jeju feigned ignorance, struggling to connect their questions to his secret knowledge. He revealed the prize with a dramatic flair, presenting the newly acquired, toothy Papoi to his anxious viewers. A subtle, confident smirk played on his lips as he presented the newly acquired treasure to the unseen audience. "I'm going," he announced, stepping toward the glowing portal, deciding to bring his strange, stone-eating allies along. Suddenly, a notification chimed, alerting him to the system rewards he almost forgot. His finger touched the glowing surface, activating the interface and pulling up the promised rewards. The sudden appearance of a highly decorative gift box made him pause, feigning complete ignorance of what it meant. Rewards? He asked innocently, finally turning toward the expected interface window. The viewer's hints guide him as the box opens, revealing the actual contents of his first reward. The Popboys suddenly reacted, their expressions twisting from happy to menacing, perhaps protesting the lack of a reward. He still held the glowing rock high, utterly determined to protect this newly acquired prize. He held the mana stone aloft, but his expression shifted as he considered the Popboy. The glowing mana stone pulsed with energy, the very object these strange creatures craved. He tentatively reached out, gently touching one of the delighted, fluffy Popboy. The moment he inquired about the rewards, the Chad demanded he open the cute, ribbon-wrapped box immediately. He held up the prize, feigning innocence about the gift's importance as the audience urged him on. Information? He concentrated, and a window popped up. He swiftly slipped the valuable talisman's necklace under his shirt before the viewers noticed. He commented on the cute wrapping, momentarily masking the true treasure he had just acquired. The Popboy chirped happily, completely oblivious to the epic loot he had just secured for his human companion. The Popboy chirped happily, completely oblivious to the epic loot he had just secured for his human companion. The cheerful noise abruptly ceased as the Popboy's expression morphed into startled alarm. "Guys, it's not that way," Jeju cried out, holding up a hand against the sudden frantic retreat of his new allies. The Popboy, however, were not listening to his protests. Drawn instead toward the dark opening, the Popboy shrieked, revealing a terrifying maw of razor-sharp teeth as they beckoned him into the darkness. The Popboy shrieked, revealing a terrifying maw of razor-sharp teeth as they beckoned him into the darkness. The narrow passage was rough, yet as Jeju pushed through, the sharp edges oddly felt like a welcome massage. He questioned this strange physical reassurance, a feeling aligning with the energy he sensed within. He couldn't believe how surprisingly pleasant the painful scraping against the rock truly felt. "I'm fine, and it doesn't hurt at all." He paused, surprised. "It actually feels like the rocks sticking out are giving me a massage instead." He paused, completely bewildered by the unexpected physical sensation within the dark passage. This strange, internal glow was exactly like the power awakening within him. Responding to the chat's urgings, he pushed through the abrasive passage, promising haste. The scraping rock surprisingly felt less like pain and more like a full-body massage as he pushed deeper into the darkness. The strange internal glow intensified as he realized this sensation matched the knight's power. The aura surrounding him mirrored the stone's glow, confirming this surge of strength. This newfound internal glow felt exactly like the power of a knight awakening within him. The surge of the knight's power caused Jeju to let out a quiet, self-aware laugh in the darkness. This sudden internal strength, the knight's aura, was exactly what he needed to power through the narrow passage. The strengthening power surged through him, illuminating his hand as he touched the source of the strange energy. The Popboy chirped excitedly around the glimmering artifact, clearly indicating this was the reward they had been seeking. Despite the tight squeeze, the harsh rock felt surprisingly gentle against his straining body. The strange massage feeling vanished as the excited Popboy guided him towards something on the cavern floor. The shimmering artifact revealed itself to be a necklace, far too powerful for this early stage. He confirmed what his eyes saw. This shimmering artifact was undoubtedly a powerful item. The Popboy shrieked in protest as he instinctively pulled back the mana stone reward, unwilling to part with it. The blinding light of the talisman's necklace confirmed this was no mere trinket, stunning him with its immense power. The audience instantly seized on the artifact's power, demanding a full accounting of how he obtained it. The sheer power of the talisman's necklace stunned him. This was far beyond what he expected on the first floor. The talisman's unexpected power pulsed beneath his shirt, shocking him with its early appearance. The only problem, he admitted to his viewers, was that he acquired this immense power far too soon. He quickly slipped the incredibly rare talisman's necklace beneath his shirt, hiding his secret advantage from the viewers' scrutiny. Concealing the legendary artifact, Jeju flashed a confident smile, knowing his newfound power was an absolute game changer. Stepping through the portal, his foot landed firmly, ready to take the next great leap. The portal flared, its brilliant light momentarily obscuring the way forward as he stepped into the next domain. He looked back at the pop boy, who chirped happily, confirming they would follow him through the glowing gate. The friendly creatures crowded Jeju, clearly eager to accompany him toward the unknown second floor. The pop boy pressed close, expressing their delighted expectation for the journey ahead. "I'm going," Jeju shouted, stepping back toward the glowing portal, now accompanied by his strange, stone-eating allies. Stepping back toward the light, the sound of his determined footfall echoed in the confined space. The knight's aura ignited around him, granting impossible resilience against the sharp confines of the passage. The glowing portal back to the main path pulsed with cosmic energy, signaling the next stage. With a final shout, Jeju stepped into the light, his shoe vanishing into the roaring portal energy. As he stepped forward, the pop boy swarmed him, excitedly clinging to him as he braced for the unknown. His surprise faded as he realized the pop boy weren't attacking, but clinging to him with intense, unfamiliar excitement. He stood ready to return to the portal, but his strange, fluffy allies refused to leave his side. The trial timer had begun, and the colossal tower structure loomed over the arena. The colossal beast recoiled slightly, blood seeping from a superficial cut, shocking the observing crowd. The massive turtle dragon shifted, clearly calculating its next move while its small wound began to seal itself shut. While the beast paused to heal, the protagonist seized the opening, pointing toward the glowing status screen. The screen flashed a chilling message, confirming the nightmare he was fighting. "Remember the blood spilled by those who are called heroes." The devastating impact of the axe blow landed, and the chat instantly demanded answers to the massive sound. As the immediate dust settled, the cold system displayed a chilling philosophy on effort itself. He absorbed that grim philosophy, remembering the harsh reality of inherited disadvantage. But even a futile effort was still effort. The final, desperate blow landed, and the viewer's clamor for resolution hung heavy in the air. He waited, his gaze hard and utterly focused. The system confirmed entry, bringing new, confused voices into his deadly focus, but he barely registered them. Ignoring the sudden influx of frantic chat spectators, he focused on securing his advantage, claiming the immediate objective. The system's warning flashed, showcasing the one nightmare foe he had truly hoped to avoid. The fire-breathing red bear. The monstrous head loomed, its crimson eyes burning with ancient malice, eclipsing the lone challenger. The crowd's frantic shouts faded as the immediate threat solidified, leaving a strange, unsettling quiet. Even his temporary companion seemed stunned by the impossible foe. The sheer absurdity of the moment, being swarmed by tiny, fluffy allies right after landing the finishing blow, brought a genuine, albeit tired, smile. Just as the massive turtle dragon finally collapsed, a strange blue electric entity materialized, a completely unexpected residual effect. The viewers demanded answers about the sudden impact, but the hero simply stared, his expression unreadable. The air shimmered, and a dark, swirling portal began to manifest, demanding his immediate reaction. The air violently discharged the energy of the impact, rattling the hero as the axe connected with its mark. The shockwave settled, but a new horror emerged as small, white creatures closed in, trapping him completely. The air warped violently as the dark, swirling portal manifested, already dwarfing the scale of any expected threat. The colossal, shelled back of the turtle dragon loomed, absorbing the impact of the axe blow. The massive foot slammed down, kicking up dust and debris from the floor after the crushing impact. The monster roared in pain and fury, its massive jaws snapping wide as the blow landed home. The viewers could only stare in shock as the beast materialized, its very existence defying expectations. The brutal reality sank in. This monstrous challenge was far beyond what he was prepared for alone. Against the overwhelming odds, he ignored defense, grasping the Raita's one-handed axe to commit fully to offense. Channeling all his gathered energy, he braced himself for the final, desperate strike. The crushing weight of the beast loomed, momentarily forgotten as the blow finally landed with a sickening crunch. The colossal beast recoiled, its massive eye reflecting sheer agony and disbelief at the deep, unexpected wound. The beast recoiled, but before the protagonist could celebrate, the white entities swarmed him, attempting to pin him down. The massive claw descended like a falling mountain, momentarily shadowing the man as he desperately tried to evade the crushing weight. The colossal impact sent debris flying as the beast's strike shook the very ground beneath him. The shell held, absorbing the force, its massive body shrouded in the dust of the failed attack. The immense force of the blow shattered the air, even as the viewers questioned if the strike had even landed. The impact reverberated, yet a faint, unsettling dread lingered in the man's wide, uncertain gaze, mirrored by his small companion. The beast recoiled slightly, blood seeping from a superficial cut. The beast inhaled sharply, channeling its energy for the inevitable counter-attack against the tiny challenger. The heavy axe struck the shell with explosive force, sending a blinding crackle of energy outward. Despite absorbing the blow, the body endured, fueled by the realization that this was a specialized dance. The final, desperate blow connected, leaving him breathless but certain of his success. Now, a chilling resolve hardened his expression. He could secure the hidden reward. The impact reverberated, and the behemoth's face twisted in furious shock, clearly realizing the depth of its sudden injury. The massive impact drove the beast onto its heels, momentarily staggering the colossal turtle dragon. The powerful swing connected, the sound of impact reverberating as the character tightened their grip on the weapon. The final, desperate blow landed true, the massive impact causing the surrounding air to shudder violently around him. Fueled by hidden knowledge, the axe cleaved deep, channeling explosive force into the beast's vulnerable spot. The crushing sound of impact faded as the massive beast thrashed, its monstrous form reeling from the focused strike. The force of the blow drove the small creature on his back forward, but the protagonist braced, still maintaining his desperate lunge. The cheers of the audience were noise, his focus narrowed only on the hidden vulnerability beneath the monster's crest. The colossal beast recoiled, stunned by the impossible blow that struck its secret spot. The beast recoiled slightly, blood seeping from a superficial cut. It hurts me more just from watching. The massive limb shuddered violently as the axe connected, channeling furious power into the armored scale. The deep, sickening impact resonated as the axe finally struck the turtle dragon's supposedly invincible armor. The monstrous shell convulsed, the blow having found its mark, yet the beast instinctively began to retreat. Even as the monster recoiled to heal, the viewers could only watch in horror as its shell radiated a sickening green glow. Despite the overwhelming odds, he braced himself against the colossal, armored beast looming before him. The axe slammed down with absolute finality, driving all remaining power into that crucial weak spot. The terrible sound of crushing shell met the eyes of the stunned audience. The axe bit deep, connecting with the spot only he could see, the force shimmering around the impacting hand. The crushing blow landed, and he quickly pulled his foot free from the massive, spiked armor plating. The sound of impact faded as blinding white energy erupted from the point of contact. The decisive strike landed, and a burst of inner realization propelled the hero upward toward his objective. The system instantly announced an unsolicited tip, jarring the fighter just as his fatal blow connected. Ignoring the shouted warnings, he sprinted across the razor-sharp spikes toward his target. With every ounce of strength, he brought the axe down, fully committed to shattering the beast's only weakness. The axe finally connected, tearing through the shell with a violent, jarring impact that signaled a successful strike. The final surge of strength channeled into the weapon, demanding one last, ultimate burst of force. The axe connected with the pinpoint weak spot, severing the beast's last chance at escape. The viewers, witnessing the shocking impact, could only wonder what defiant strategy the protagonist was employing now. He ignored their panic, pressing forward onto the razor-sharp spikes of the massive shell, searching for the weak spot. The axe connected with a sickening crunch, and the beast recoiled in pure, shocked agony. The viewers, shocked by the impact, could only wonder if this ultimate blow was enough to end the behemoth. This final, desperate strike was his single, necessary action. All his hope rested on this single, downward crushing blow, a silent plea for success echoing in the chamber. The axe slammed down with furious intent, the viewers screaming for action as the sound of impact cracked the air. The beast roared in agony, its massive jaws gaping wide from the force of the critical strike. The sound of solid impact echoed violently as the axe met its true mark, exploding in brilliant, destructive energy. The immense shell shuddered violently, sparks of impact scattering outwards from the successful strike. The shockwave had been massive, still shaking the cavern as stunned voices broke the momentary silence. The lingering shockwave from the detonation shook the very ground beneath the fleeing dragon's remnants. The soothing warmth of the transfer point instantly washed away the grime and pain of the last fight. The chaotic noise of the chat was instantly overridden by cheers as he emerged, slightly shaken but victorious from the aftermath. The transfer provided immediate restoration, leaving him outwardly calm while his familiars eagerly devoured their spoils beneath a sky raining down unexpected rewards. The massive turtle dragon carcass lay still, its thick green hide glistening as the Popol feasted greedily on the residual energy. He stepped onto the transfer point, feeling the instant, familiar warmth wash over his body. The agonizing desperation of the turtle dragon slamming itself against the cavern wall was the last thing he saw before detonation. The transfer granted instant relief, washing away the brutal damage from the previous floor. The comforting transfer light pulsed, tracing lines of potent blue energy across his revitalized arm. The familiar light vanished as the world reformed around him, now bathed in an eerie, forgotten glow. The heavy transfer ended abruptly, replaced by the crushing weight of the new environment. The shockwave finally subsided, leaving the protagonist battered but alive, the turtle dragon carcass smoking nearby. I barely avoided the resulting blast radius, flinching as the immense shockwave shuddered through the air around me. The shockwave passed, leaving him clutching the vacuum cleaner with a look of stunned realization. The near-death experience faded as a rush of elation hit him. The rewards were finally coming. I gestured toward the massive carcass, allowing Popol its well-earned feast of residual mana. The familiar excitedly approached the gargantuan, shimmering corpse of the defeated turtle dragon. The Popol, ecstatic over the prospect of a feast, gleefully rejoiced at the massive source of power. The viewers, still reeling from the monster's demise, questioned if they truly grasped the protagonist's actions. While the chat still debated the impossibility of his feat, the men merely observed the results of his desperate gamble. The lingering adrenaline vanished, replaced by a sudden, chilling comprehension of the new rules. The accusations from the chat immediately turned sharp and suspicious, demanding an explanation for the impossible feat he just performed. The realization of an unseen condition shattered his prior confidence, freezing his reaction mid-thought. The challenger scoffed, momentarily dismissing the entire terrifying ordeal he had just witnessed. He acknowledged the continued support, trying to maintain his casual facade despite the intense pressure. He brushed off the concern, showing off the newly acquired reward with a confident, almost smug smile. The final reward screen flashed, displaying something unexpectedly potent, causing his practiced nonchalance to crack into genuine surprise. The shock of the upgrade rune was quickly masked by a confident, knowing smile as he checked the next set of prizes. The flash of light confirmed the next selection. A highly coveted, potent prize was revealed. The shimmer of immediate rewards materialized as I determined which prize to claim first. The standard floor clear rewards flashed first, 500 coins and the subspace backpack. The instant transition to the third floor brought a chilling sense of dread as the system announced the new, perilous environment, concealing the volatile mana stone. The protagonist had to quickly pivot the stream's focus away from his secret. Despite the rising suspicion, a practiced, casual smile masked his true exhaustion as he shifted his backpack. Acknowledging the donation, he smoothly displayed the transfer confirmation on the holographic interface. But then, the hidden item description snagged his attention. pulling him from the chat's noise. The system unveiled the hidden reward, glowing intensely. An upgrade rune of heroic grade. The powerful rune, the hidden reward, was now in hand, prompting urgent encouragement from the chat. That revelation struck him cold. The mere thought of a co-op trial made him pause in utter confusion. The confusion over the trial parameters was immediately overshadowed by the draining effect of the transfer. A moment of unsettling clarity struck as he reread the cryptic rules for the third floor. The flood of viewer opinions on the blessings faded as the system presented the final choice panel. But as the options for his 100-follower blessing choice appeared, the system flashed a critical confirmation. Was this truly the final decision? The system presented a final chance, and he confidently chose the path he believed was best for his future progression. The instant transfer back to the system's hub brought immediate, soothing relief, washing away the lingering exhaustion of the battle. The nagging thought about the difficulty scaling suddenly crashed into a wall of confusion, symbolized by floating mechanical parts. The haunting imagery of the newly arrived spectral wolves immediately challenged his assumption about an easy start. The system announced the new environment, pulling him from his thoughts about past failures. The transfer point washed over him, a sudden, intense burst of light instantly sealing every wound. The healing warmth subsided, leaving him energized yet still giddy from the prior success. He couldn't help but share his simple, earnest excitement with the viewers. Waving his beloved familiar closer, he made a simple gesture for the little things to gather up the spoils. The grotesque familiar squirmed excitedly, delighted by the massive feast the fallen beast offered. The popal creatures swarmed their new master, ecstatic over the massive feast ahead. The overwhelming shockwave from the detonation settled, leaving the massive turtle dragon carcass utterly still. The supposed ease of the third floor trial dissolved instantly upon reading the fine print. The transition felt instantly soothing after the brutal exhaustion, a brief moment of recovery. Stepping through the shimmering portal, I arrived in the next, unknown challenge. The sudden, bright shift into the new environment was marked by silent, majestic sentinels guarding an ancient, sunlit temple. The familiar's eager, almost manic expression mirrored my own relief as the healing warmth washed over my body. The familiar happily clung to me, oblivious to the system update flashing over my sight. His celebratory mood evaporated instantly as a chilling realization dawned upon him. The familiar warmth of the transfer faded, replaced by the shocking message of the next trial. The fresh wave of relief after the healing wash was instantly shattered by the stranger's boisterous arrival. The sudden realization of a co-op trial caused the man's casual demeanor to freeze into stark shock. The guards around him registered the same sudden, unsettling presence, echoing his shock at the newcomer. The relief of succeeding the trial was instantly overshadowed by the strange creatures clinging to him, a visible mark of his previous failure. The nervous newcomer fixated on the bizarre, plush accessories adorning the streamer's shoulders. The newbie, visibly flustered, could only manage a stunned expression after witnessing Jeju's decisive, overwhelming attack. The awe in Yan Sik's face deepened as he registered the streamer, flanked by his peculiar companions. Yan Siak, completely flustered, could only stare as Jeju's strange companions crowded close. The sheer power and cold efficiency of the streamer's move left Yan Siak utterly stunned, triggering a rush of disbelief and emotion. Overwhelmed by the display, Yan Siak could only stare, momentarily forgetting the danger surrounding them. Yan Sik's gaze drifted to the bizarre companions clinging to the streamer, momentarily distracted from the serious confrontation. The stranger, Yan Siak, finally voiced his curiosity about the strange plushies surrounding Jeju. Jeju flashed a rare, genuine smile, his cheerful demeanor instantly confirming the creature's identity. That sudden shift in his expression left Yan Siak speechless, wiping sweat from his own disbelief. The swift strike landed, a brutal impact that stunned the struggling comrade as Jeju executed his calculated move. The shattering impact against the stone statue echoed, halting the impending revival sequence entirely. Jeju snapped them back to reality, demanding focus before the trial could truly begin. The sudden shift clearly startled the nervous newcomer. The decisive blow landed with earth-shattering force against the stone ankle, just as Jeju had commanded. The timer freezes at 0, marking the instant the desperate, simultaneous attack succeeded. The horrifying reality of the synchronized defeat struck Ha Yan-seok, freezing him in place. The looming guardians stood silent, embodying the stark threshold they were about to cross. If high difficulty is also 2 statues, the challenge escalates immediately. The rule was clear: defeat both statues simultaneously or face immediate revival. A sudden, sharp impact struck the stone figure's leg, momentarily stunning the enraged guardian. The resulting impact splintered the stone like glass as Jeju's precise strike met its mark. The deafening crack of shattering stone emphasized the sheer force Jeju had applied. The shockwave from the impact sent the statue reeling backward, striking Ha Yan-seok down instantly. Struck down by the falling statue, the newcomer could only react with absolute shock at Jeju's brutal intervention. The audience watched in disbelief as Jeju targeted his comrade's struggling statue, utterly ignoring the immediate threat. The stone buckled under the focused impact, the sound of the shatter echoing violently in the enclosed space. The stone figure buckled inward, the force of the blow sending tremors through the chamber floor. The spear statue, finally defeated by Jeju's decisive strike, shrieked as its solid form crumbled into dust. The massive stone guardian disintegrated violently, its final collapse echoing the sudden end of the threat. With his own target neutralized, the streamer rushed across the space, weapon raised high for a decisive strike. The focused strike landed with a sickening crunch, echoing the immediate threat averted. With a powerful surge of energy, the streamer launched himself downward, his weapon primed for destruction. The forceful, crackling impact slammed directly into the statue's stone ankle, shattering the rigid foundation. The spear-wielding statue recoiled violently from the targeted blow, staggering backward in disbelief. The second, precise strike found its mark, shattering the already compromised foundation of the stone giant. He saw his partner struggling and knew hesitation meant failure. There was no time to waste on his own target. Driven by necessity, he committed fully, refusing to let the required simultaneous takedown fail. He drove his weapon into the exact same spot, shattering the statue's support structure. The stone shatters violently under the focused assault, silencing the threat of revival. The force of the impact caused the ancient stone to violently shatter into shards against the overwhelming strike. The trial's conclusion hits with an explosive finality, momentarily freezing the stunned onlooker. The thunderous impact shattered the statue's ankle, proving Jeju's strategic strike was devastatingly effective. That single, focused blow cracked the stone structure, delivering the needed shock to halt the immediate threat of revival. The statue's stone ankle shattered completely under the focused impact, sending the massive figure crashing down. The crumbled stone statue instantly ceased its deadly revival sequence upon impact. The violent, echoing crack signals the shattering of the massive guardian's leg, a sound of absolute defeat. Yan-seok was left utterly stunned, staring at the streamer who had effortlessly ended the threat beside him. A sudden, violent impact shatters the stone ankle, sending shockwaves through the colossal statue. The awestruck comrade could only stare, witnessing the calculated destruction wrought by the streamer. The crushing impact sent a blinding shockwave across the stone guardian's face. The overwhelming force of the blow left Ha Yan-seok utterly stunned, mirroring the bewildered faces of his Papoy companions. A sudden, sharp intake of breath expressed his utter shock as he absorbed the impossible display of power. The stunned newcomer could only manage a baffled question, struggling to process the streamer's ruthless efficiency. My brief moment of contemplation was instantly shattered by a sudden, terrified shout from the Papua. The strange warning vanished, but the audience's final comments still echoed in his mind, suddenly jarring him back to reality. The momentary shock of the cryptic message dissolved as the cheering masses demanded his attention, returning him to the chaos of the tower. Just as the protagonist began to process the strange warning, an object suddenly materialized before him. A sudden, Sharp impact sound accompanied the appearance of this strange, grasping hand. The momentum of that incoming strike was overwhelming, forcing out an involuntary, sharp cry of shock. The world erupted in blinding, violent flame as the raw power of the attack made impact. The collapsing statues loomed, their immense weight threatening to crush the figures huddled beneath the massive shield. A moment of strange calm settled on the protagonist, while the stunned bystander below registered pure shock. The shock quickly morphed into grim determination as he prepared for the final assault. The shattered remnants of the Guardians dissolved into dust, the clear confirmation of his overwhelming success. The sudden, sharp impact signaled the end of the immediate threat, confirming the victory. The shockwave of his landing settled as he secured his stance, just one worried Popoi visible. The hulking Guardian loomed directly overhead, its crimson eyes burning with residual power. A violent kinetic wave exploded outwards, violently slamming the man against the structure. The shocking impact of the blow resonated, freezing the onlookers mid-thought. The giant Guardian's imposing form loomed over him, an immediate, inescapable threat despite the prior success. A sudden, ethereal figure launched toward the massive statue, staff raised high above their head. The sudden, violent impact of the attack echoed in the charged atmosphere, stark against the overwhelming red. The sudden tremor suggested something massive had struck the ground with alarming force. As the smoke cleared from the defeated statue, he surveyed the impressive, ruined temple, his posture betraying momentary relief. The sudden, sharp sound of a grab cut through his calm, jolting him back to awareness. The unexpected grab from above forced an immediate, reflexive upward swing of his weapon. Trapped beneath the looming Guardian, he realized a simple dodge was impossible now. The moment stretched thin, forcing an immediate, desperate decision. There was no time for hesitation. Just as confusion settled regarding the missing Popoi, the defeated Guardian began to stir again. Despite the apparent victory, his determination was fierce, resolving to finish whatever threat remained immediately. He surged forward, eyes locked on the Guardian's weak point, swinging his weapon with blinding, neon energy. The force of his empowered strike slammed down, shattering the massive obstruction below him. The stone Guardian groaned as deep fissures spread across its imposing body, signaling the inevitable collapse. The powerful impact resonated through the arena as the cracked statue finally gave way. The dust settled from the shattering statues, but the immediate danger forced a desperate, explosive dash forward. As the protagonist paused, a chilling sound echoed, signaling something was about to happen. The Guardian, struck down, tumbled violently across the dusty ground, its red eyes now dulled by impact. Even as the dust settled from the Guardian's fall, the digital pings of support notifications began to rain down around him. He finally registered the concerned chat questioning the silence of the creatures riding on his shoulders. Startled by the sudden query about his companions, he paused, visibly searching for a response. The sudden, sharp mention of the Popol struck him, jolting his expression into sudden, wide-eyed confusion. The sudden halt from an outstretched hand breaks through his racing thoughts, demanding he pause his departure. The question about the quiet Popoi snapped him out of his planning, bringing a sharp reaction to the interruption. He firmly declares his intention to rush onward, frustrated by the time already spent. The young man, caught off guard by the strange question, beams confidently despite the internal confusion brewing. Suddenly alone in the desolate terrain, he registered the viewer's concerned inquiry with dawning panic. The fight was over, yet the expected gateway remained stubbornly absent from the ruins. He focused intently on the strange scroll, the unsettling silence replacing the expected portal's appearance. The cryptic message faded, replaced by the final, fiery destruction of the Guardian's shield. The battle was over, yet a somber quiet settled over the devastation of the plaza. The cheers faded as a chilling shadow loomed, revealing the stark reason behind the sudden cessation of sound. The oppressive silence focused entirely on the figure seated upon the throne, radiating dark authority. Those glowing red eyes fixed directly ahead, watching the proceedings with cold, silent judgment. The concern in the chat about the Papua cut through his strategic thinking, leaving him momentarily baffled. The chat's sudden focus on the missing Papua snapped his attention back to the unsettling, swirling energy before him. He jolted, looking at the strange, flashing console while the viewers abruptly questioned the silence of his companions. He snatched the reward box, his initial surprise melting into an expression of slight confusion at the anticlimactic prize. The expected garbage reward slammed onto the surface, heavy with unexpected value. The shocking weight of the reward pouch seemed to confirm the viewer's disbelief regarding the massive coin haul. The meager offering of a single pouch belied the massive influx of wealth suddenly appearing before him. Ignoring the strange questions, he flashed an excited, eager grin, signaling his satisfaction with the successful haul. The immediate rush of coins confirmed his surprising success, momentarily eclipsing the earlier chaos. The unexpected query about the Papua instantly shattered his focus, drawing a blank stare. The moment his thoughts drifted to his creatures, they materialized, trembling faintly at the abrupt mention. Having secured his prize and dismissed the chat, he quickly contained the sick little ones for the journey ahead. The very creatures he rushed to save now seemed utterly spent, their distress palpable as they lay huddled together. Despite the visible panic from the huddled creatures, he desperately sought a concrete reason for their sudden malaise. His worried gaze fell upon the weakest among them, whispering their name in deep concern. Despite his initial worry, he tried to rationalize the Popoy's sudden weakness by questioning if a simple lack of food was the cause. The confirmation of the turtle's demise struck him with sudden, stark horror. The realization of the prize brought a slight, momentary relief, even as the sick Popoy watched with anxious eyes. The rush of victory faded as exhaustion set in, a small, defeated sigh escaping him. That short exhalation of relief was immediately overtaken by a sharp, dawning realization. He gathered the whimpering creatures close, securing his commitment to their care as he prepared to move on. Just as he resolved to ascend, a desperate plea echoed from behind him. The sudden, sharp gasp betrayed his momentary lapse, the urgent call still echoing in his mind. Yet, even with the promise of help, the anxious feeling remained as he clutched the ailing creatures. The relief of the past success immediately gave way to gratitude as the other user bowed deeply. Despite dismissing the title, a genuine smile broke through as he acknowledged the overwhelming support. He gathered his companions and placed them gently inside his coat. "I'll get going to the 5th floor now." A rush of relief washed over him, the agreement secured, and the puzzle solved swiftly. With the reward secured, he carefully tucked the sick Papoy into his coat before stepping toward the waiting portal. The successful clearing brought relief, yet the immediate goal remained the ailing Papoy he carefully secured. The transfer was successful, the sound swallowed by the swirling energy as he clutched the sick little ones tighter. With the ill Papoy secured, the man faced the ominous projection announcing the 4th floor's trial. The immediate relief of victory evaporated as the daunting reality of the 4th floor's challenge set in. He stared up at the daunting wall of shimmering crystals, murmuring the location of the required solution. The required items immediately materialized before him, demanding his immediate focus. The 4th floor's shop entries immediately assaulted his focus with tempting arrays of food. The sheer volume of tempting food options on the shop screen nearly broke his resolve against wasting time. The tiny companions whimpered, their distress a stark visual confirmation of Jeju's growing urgency. He finally reached the test zone, cautiously touching the first crystal. Now facing the simple sequences he had mastered before, a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. Even with the massive donation, the streamer seemed genuinely bewildered by the audience's casual questions. Ignoring the distraction, he focused on the system he'd devised to break down the bizarre puzzle. His practiced hand made swift contact, finally engaging the sequence that held the key to the next floor. The activated crystal glows a vibrant blue, confirming the successful input in the rapid sequence. However, the path forward remains dangerous, even after securing his reward. Ignoring the doubting chat, the man's fingers flew across the crystals, trusting the memorized sequence. The man blurred into action, tapping the crystals with lightning speed, driven by the pattern etched in his mind. His focused intensity breaks into a knowing smirk as the final piece clicks into place. The time constraint faded as the final crystal clicked, proving his memorized sequence was flawless. The rapid, rhythmic sequence of touches continued as he flew through the pattern, nearly touching them all simultaneously. His hand slammed the final crystal, a physical exclamation point punctuating the mental marathon. The final crystal reacted immediately, signaling the successful completion of the sequence. The final crystal reacted immediately, signaling the successful completion of the sequence, and the crystal reacted with a burst of intense, otherworldly energy. The chat erupted in shock, but the man casually dismissed the praise given his incredible feat. His smirk broadened as the system confirmed his victory, and the massive reward materialized before him. The system delivered the prize immediately, a shimmering bag of coins, confirming his exceptional speed. The reward was earned, and he showed off the heavy pouch, feeling a temporary surge of relief. The glowing bag of coins solidified, representing his successful, rapid trial completion. His reward secured, the man's anxiety immediately returned to the shivering creatures he held close. Despite securing his reward, a sudden, anxious thought broke through his relief. Shielding the ailing Papoi close, he stepped onto the portal, intent on reaching the 5th floor immediately. The system revealed the trial's core objective as he braced for the unknown horrors of the 5th floor. The path forward was brutally clear: secure the desired outcome, or eliminate the competition. The blazing midday sun shone down upon the imposing stone structure, highlighting the grand, blue-tiled spires of the imperial palace. A sharp, sudden intake of breath escapes the young prince as he grapples with the dangerous reality of the role he now inhabits. The tension in the room remained thick as the young prince turned his attention to the desk, assessing the familiar surroundings. He quickly thumbed through the pages, desperate to absorb the context of this new, dangerous life. The oppressive weight of the emperor's past settled heavily as he hunched, hiding his face in despair. He turned toward the hidden stairway leading deeper into the palace's shadows. The prince gasped softly, the harsh reality of his situation sinking in as he prepared to move. The portrait framed the terrifying identity assigned to me: the notoriously cruel second emperor, Kali Du Toprox. Having dismissed the concerns about my Papoi, I grasped the heavy volume containing the emperor's forgotten history. My grip tightened on the book as the system overlay shimmered before my eyes. The daunting text detailed the brutal challenges ahead. The overwhelming details of the new reality solidified as I reached for the journal, the very words of my predecessor urging action. The shocked expression of the prince betrayed the effort it took to maintain his composure while demanding the location of the competition. The allure of skill books was tempting, yet I needed to focus on securing the advantage against my competitor. My heart pounded, realizing the urgency of monitoring the other streamer's movements right now. The sudden chime indicated a new objective or notification had just appeared before my eyes. The system immediately presented the profile of the likely path my competitor chose: the silhouette of a chief wizard. The glowing book illuminated the reality of my choice, displaying gears and bolts instead of arcane symbols. The system now presented the physical strength option: a glowing shield and sword radiating potent blue energy. The path I must walk is now illuminated by this deadly, wanted silhouette, confirming the challenge's grim nature. The weight of the assignment settled, yet his conviction remained firm regarding his intended path. A sudden, sharp focus centered on his resolute eyes, confirming his next, necessary action. Deciding against the less impactful paths, he commits to acquiring something essential for this stage. The system's final confirmation blared, sealing his fate with an unwelcome decree about his new magical assignment. Ignoring the viewer consensus, the protagonist violently rejects his unexpected path, forcefully asserting his original, intended role. The immediate weight of the decision crushes the young prince, driving his head down in silent agony. A desperate sigh escaped him as the true implication of his goal finally registered. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of copying the notorious emperor. If the required goal is simpler, like the engineer's invention, the path is clear, But for an emperor, eliminating threats feels like the only sure path. My words echoed, sealing the fate of the trusting Papoy as I gently guided them into hiding. Even the loyal Fordrick could only accept the command given by his desperate young prince. The diary entry confirmed my fears. The Papoy were safe here, away from the approaching turmoil. Fordrick bowed low, his shock palpable as he braced himself for my command. My expression held a mask of composure, forcing the words out as I processed the severity of the situation. The attendant swiftly presented the covered tray, an abrupt action contrasting my inner turmoil. Fordrick's callous words about how easy it was contrasted sharply with the pathetic moans of the Papoy in the cage. The horrifying realization struck him. He had completely neglected the fate of the Papoy. The attendant looked on with a mixture of concern and confusion as the prince gazed upon the distressed creatures. Fordrick's utter shock at the sudden mana radiation left the prince momentarily bewildered by the genuine concern. The prince forcefully denied the danger, trying to regain control from his frantic attendant's alarm. Putting the Papoy away left an awkward silence as the young prince tried to maintain his facade. The young prince's composed facade shattered as Fordrick reacted to the dangerous mana radiation within him. The raw power of the revelation struck the copy, leaving behind a chilling sense of inevitable doom. The magnitude of the realization stole every word, leaving only a heavy, stunned silence. Despite the immense danger, I reassured the loyal Fordrick that I had heard his warning about the unstable mana. His relief was palpable as I gently pushed him away, a final, firm command echoing the urgency of my situation. Fordrick stared up, utterly bewildered by the sudden, intense shift in the young prince's demeanor. I feigned a gentle smile, admiring the miserable state of the caged Papoy before moving them to safety. Fordrick, ever the devoted protector, gazes down at the infant, representing the past life I must now inhabit. The memory of the Papoy's current state slams back into the prince. Their weakness stems directly from consuming too many magic stones. The memory of the Papoy's current state slams back into the prince. Their weakness stems directly from consuming too many magic stones. The heavy metal latch clicks shut, securing the terrified Papoy inside their confinement. A sudden, decisive movement confirms the Papoy are now locked away, out of immediate danger. With the difficult choice made, the hand finally settles upon the heavy, official-looking tome. Okay, this is it. The heavy book slams shut, echoing the finality of my bold decision. My hidden treasures were secured, but now the true confrontation looms. As the secret space was sealed, an unexpected, resounding impact shook the hidden entrance. Something new had just registered within the system. The moment of commitment arrived. I gently placed the sleeping Papoy into their temporary sanctuary. Fordrick reappeared, his expression shifting instantly to one of dutiful servitude, carrying the little creatures in a restrictive cage. As the cage was presented, a sudden, jarring notification system flashed across my vision. Even though the diary noted the Papoy were happy, I couldn't risk their safety by leaving them outside the secret sanctuary. The latch slammed shut, locking the confused and frightened Papoy inside the dark cage once more. The innocent Papoy wailed in despair as their owner, weeping uncontrollably, sealed them away for their own safety. The Papoy cried out, their sadness mirroring the guilt I felt for abandoning them in the hidden space. If I focus on the main objective, perhaps investing in the competitor's path is the true strategic move. Even as I contemplated sabotaging my rival, a new notification flashed. A skill had spontaneously manifested. The young prince, now focused on his objective, calmly turned, his rival's potential sabotage already mapped out. He knew exactly where to find the prince's hidden library of information. The potential reward solidified the internal conflict. Defeating the competitor might be easier than risking the full stage. The Grandmaster drew his training blade, the steel singing as it left the sheath in readiness for the fight. The Grandmaster met the clumsy lunge, deflecting the blow with a precise, practiced ease. The deflecting blow sent the panicked prince reeling back, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming force. The man portraying the prince, clearly shaken by the confrontation, could only force a strained, mocking grin. The facade of the Grandmaster shattered as he channeled pure, unadulterated fury into his menacing expression. That venomous snarl, finally revealing the true player underneath the pious mask. The Grandmaster's righteous fury ignited, his true, terrifying intent now fully exposed in the crimson haze. The Grandmaster's performance was over. Now, the real player, Kim Jae-ju, resurfaced with a predatory grin. The realization hit the Grandmaster hard, his composure instantly shattering under the prince's chilling recognition. The sheer panic of being exposed hit the man like a physical blow, his confident facade instantly vaporizing. The Grandmaster, shaken by the prince's direct question, instinctively drops to one knee, sword held low. The Black Lion Grandmaster's imposing shadows seemed to merge with the prince's sudden, terrifying presence. The Grandmaster's righteous fury ignited as he drew his sword, ready to strike down the fraudulent prince. After asserting dominance, the Grandmaster quickly reverted to his arrogant persona, dismissing the stunned prince. The prince, visibly shaken by the sheer audacity of the threat, could only manage a weak, forced smile. What is he talking about? Chat, give me a hint. The sudden, jarring sound cut through the tense silence as the Grandmaster knelt, momentarily breaking character. The prince's feigned deference dissolved, replaced by a sly, knowing smirk directed at the Grandmaster. The sheer terror of discovery instantly vanished, replaced by the raw, manic relief of the other competitor. The perceived threat faded, allowing the prince's unsettling smile to return, offering a misleading gesture of cordiality. With the immediate danger past, the overwhelming influx of power and coins felt almost absurdly deserved. The adrenaline still pumping, the other competitor's mocking smirk confirmed his true identity. The supposed prince's expression twisted into raw shock as the Grandmaster finally demanded the truth. The supposed prince's expression twisted into raw shock as the Grandmaster finally demanded the truth. That confident smirk instantly shattered when the Grandmaster revealed he knew everything. The man, now revealed as Kaylee, desperately lunged forward, attempting a clumsy attack with a training blade. While the prince's true identity was revealed, he still scribbled notes about the Grandmaster, trying to maintain his cover. Even as the other participant tried to confirm details, the immediate shock of the confrontation left the attendant utterly speechless. The revealed prince, Kaylee, shrieked in absolute fury, his supposed talent being mocked as he lunged at the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster spat out his contempt, declaring the prince a vulgar fraud worthy of death. The Grandmaster sheds the mask, his true, venomous delight erupting as he brandishes his sword. The immediate reaction of the approaching retainer shatters the tense standoff between the two players. The retainer lunges forward, attempting to physically restrain the agitated Prince Kaylee from confronting the Grandmaster further. The retainer's desperate grasp only fueled the prince's rage as he tried to push through. The prince's cruel grin returned as he pressed his advantage, demanding compliance from the petrified Grandmaster. The head knight hurried forward, wary. Since the prince has spoken, I will not press any further. The head knight, sensing the shift in power, cautiously intervened to halt the confrontation. The knight's sudden intervention failed to mask the absolute terror now written across Cowley's face. The knight's attempt to intervene was instantly overridden by the prince's shattering composure. Turning from the now broken prince, the Grandmaster rushed away from the scene. Returning to his Grandmaster facade, he dismissed the terrified opponent with disdainful ease. The head knight hurried forward, wary of the abrupt shift in the prince's demeanor. The prince suddenly leaned in close, his previous composure cracking with a hidden, malicious intention. The moment of shared realization curdled into a venomous sneer, confirming the deadly game they played. The former prince, now utterly terrified, quickly submitted to the Grandmaster's renewed intimidation. Despite the successful threat, the competitor within felt the agonizing realization that precious time had slipped away. The sudden shift in the prince's demeanor left the Grandmaster frozen, his composure shattered by Cowley's question. The reality of his threat sinking in, he desperately clings to the hope of an alternative path forward. The attendant, clearly flustered, presented the requested documents regarding Archduke Fordrick. Just having secured the diary's secrets, the man grinned with audacious self-satisfaction at his seemingly flawless strategy. The euphoria vanished as urgent new commands flooded his vision, leaving the player utterly panicked. The flood of information overwhelmed the player, whose realization of imminent danger fractured his composure into raw terror. The threat of Kaylee having him killed was instantly replaced by the promise of help. The incoming mission details flashed, providing an immediate directive to investigate the other competitor first. The system delivers the next crucial step: information about the Archduke and the strange, sickly creatures known as Popoi. The sudden deluge of information nearly suffocated the real threat: the grotesque Popoi creatures attacking him now. The attendant's sudden arrival shattered the thread of his chaotic thoughts. Presenting urgent documents, the attendant presented the papers, but the streamer's mind was elsewhere, fixated on the terrifying encounter just past. Ignoring the documents on Fordrick, he followed the new mission objective toward the chapel on the outskirts. The method was laid out clearly. Discovering the opponent's identity unlocked the path forward. The moment of revelation was explosive. The seemingly innocent prince was unmasked as the rival participant, Kim Jae-ju. The realization dawns. The sound they heard signals that the crucial day has arrived. The tense anticipation from the viewers suddenly focuses as the challenger, Kim Jae-ju, too, strides confidently into the ornate hall. The masked hostility between the two men was palpable, their confrontation finally reaching a critical stage. A tense realization dawned on the observer as the other streamers pointed toward the source of the disruptive noise. That shocking noise immediately drew the attention of everyone present. He turns, a smug and overly confident smirk plastered across his face. The challenger's triumphant advance met with immediate, desperate resistance as the intended victim recoiled in terror. The perceived victory was instantly shattered as the other participant lunged forward with manic glee. The sudden aggression left him momentarily exposed, hunched beneath the looming, damp canopy. The noise broke his concentration, snapping him alert with sudden, startled awareness. The sound echoing in the night air demanded immediate attention, drawing his gaze toward the looming chapel. The massive, glowing basin on the dais awaited the moment he would step forward to confront the challenge. As the supposed trial began, a glowing key materialized into his waiting, cupped hands. The glowing fragment felt impossibly light, a stark contrast to the weight of the imminent trial before him. The anticipated chime confirmed the transition. The trial of wisdom had begun, demanding he reveal the hidden piece. The system paused, directly querying the participant as the trial of wisdom demanded a final confirmation. With the distraction fading, the crucial choice now looms before the participant: confirm and proceed. The ominous, powerful presence of the statue suddenly manifested, causing a physical shockwave that stole the breath from his lungs. The ominous system alert flashed across the screen, confirming the gravity of this impending moment. The sudden, shocking announcement caused the streamer's composure to shatter entirely. The devastating realization struck, turning curiosity into pure, disbelieving shock. The loud noise and shocking visual confirmed the arrival of the dreaded trial, snapping them out of their chatter. The impending trial breaks through the noise, ushering in the sixth day and a new, chaotic display of power. The moment of reckoning arrives as one participant prepares a decisive, sudden strike against Jeju. The challenger lets out a sharp breath, his focus narrowing just before the inevitable confrontation. That sudden sound, signaling the start, only fueled the sly confidence blooming across his face. The heavy, deliberate footfalls announced a decisive arrival, confirming the tension that had been building. The sound of the latch being decisively thrown echoed, signaling an immediate confrontation. The sudden realization dawns on him. He believes he has figured out Jeju's true intentions. The object of their distraction is suddenly snatched away, ripped violently in a sharp, immediate motion. The intense noise ceases as the system immediately demands a new identity after the disruption. The sudden, disruptive sound made the man freeze, his face tightening in confusion and mild annoyance. The strange noise has shattered the quiet, causing the man to reveal an unsettling, knowing smirk. That sudden realization, spurred by the noise, solidifies his resolve against that known idiot. The shocking revelation of the hastily chosen, almost ridiculous alias left him reeling in disbelief. A strange silence follows the reveal, as the man stands frozen, utterly defeated by the situation. The sudden, forceful entrance shatters the tense quiet, immediately demanding attention. The unwelcome guest is instantly overpowered, his struggling grip failing against the armored guards. The masked figure's chilling smile signals a sinister triumph as the trial finally begins. The unexpected guest's arrival visibly rattles the guards, who immediately affirm the order with alarming fervor. The imposing man storms forward, his face etched with predatory rage, while the other remains still, bracing for confrontation. The tension breaks as the red-haired man reveals a predatory, knowing smirk, fully confident in his next move. The moment of revelation is punctuated by a sharp, decisive action as something is quickly put into place. The sudden, furious shout signals the immediate, violent execution of whatever was being positioned moments before. The sound of impact echoes as a nearby chair is violently overturned by his sheer rage. The sudden noise of the chair breaking gave way to a tense, drawn-out reveal of his drawn weapon. The ambush was immediate, as the attacker lunged forward with a vicious intent to strike. The sudden approach from the side was met only with a tense, cautious glare. The tension breaks instantly as the heavy object is brought down, followed by a desperate grab to halt the attack. The distraction proved useless as the imposing figure above delivered a decisive, crushing blow. The sudden, shocking contact of the weapon grip against the struggling hand elicited a sharp cry of agony. The unexpected disturbance ripped the focus away from their hard-won training session. The intimidating question pressed close, ensuring the target understood the severity of the approaching trial. The sound of something hitting the ground abruptly broke the tension as the trial officially commenced. The sound of the Grandmaster's declaration rings out, immediately hardening his posture and tone toward the panicked man below. The sudden, jarring noise confirms the ominous reality. The trial of the sixth day has violently begun. The unexpected confrontation leaves him visibly weary and cornered, the weight of the situation settling heavily upon him. The urgency of the moment forces him to desperately clutch the axe he was just complaining about. The sudden exhaustion of continuous effort finally overwhelmed him, pulling him into a deep, silent rest. But in doing so, the opportunity to raise his skill level was slipping away. Yet, seeing the commotion, he reluctantly abandoned his practice to investigate the sudden clamor. He wiped the sweat from his brow, the reality of the day's trial suddenly pressing down on him. Shaking off his weariness, he suddenly vowed commitment to his arduous training ahead. The sudden commotion interrupted the focused training, causing the man to look up, clearly confused by the disturbance. The distraction of the sudden noise made him pause his practice, questioning what the observers were reacting to. The tension of the previous moment dissolved as he looked up, forced to confront the bright light of the coming trial. The immediate verdict left him utterly stunned, his fate sealed before any true defense. The horrified reaction of the friend, Fordrick, mirrored Jeju's own disbelief at the swift, unjust condemnation. The shared information sparks an outburst of delighted relief from the informer, who thrives on this drama. The man in the crowd, having delivered his final, spiteful jab, now points toward the unexpected arrival. The sudden shift in attention from the onlookers reveals an intense, shared scrutiny focused on the arriving figures. The crowds hushed over the arriving nobility transitions into open mockery directed at the commoner representative. Their snide comments about the commoner momentarily cease as Marquis Krautz takes his place. The noble representative steps forward, his gaze hardening with disdain for the proceedings. The jury confirms their compliance, but their casual affirmation contrasts sharply with the gravity of the trial. Now restrained and guided, the defendant is positioned for the proceedings to begin. The official demands a confirmation, pressing the defendant under the weight of the quick judgment. The secretary, clipboard in hand, demands a direct answer, his confident gesture emphasizing the urgency of the confirmation. His rigid demand for an answer is met with a powerful, Immediate refusal from the unseen defendant. The courtroom fell silent as the beast-like figure stared forward, his intent clearly hostile despite the immediate command. The armed guards moved with menacing speed, their imposing forms blocking the path to the defendant. The scene shifts to the grim discovery, a prone body staining the carpet, confirming the devastating reality of the emperor's death. The absurdity of the proceedings has stunned Kim Jae-ju and his companions into silence. The final, damning verdict shattered their last hope, freezing the blood in his veins. The shocking ease with which the prosecutor concluded their presentation stole the breath from everyone present. The prosecutor's hand clenched, revealing the sheer injustice building within him. Despite the rising tension, the opposing counsel calmly affirmed the gravity of the situation. Despite the clear injustice, the prosecuting man offered a single, dismissive word. As the verdict settled like a death sentence, the defendant was violently seized by the winged guards. The guard's brutal finality snaps Jeju from his daze, forcing him to react to the outrage. The crowd mocks his hesitation, questioning what power the powerless friend possesses now. He snaps awake, jolted from his thoughts by the sheer, shocking injustice unfolding before him. He was pulled violently from his waking state, suddenly realizing this nightmare was a memory he had already seen play out. That self-satisfied smirk seemed to confirm the horrifying inevitability of the dream's unfolding events. He slams the diary shut, the sudden noise revealing his shock at the horrifying revelation. The explosive declaration hangs in the air as the emperor turns back to the damning evidence held in his hand. The emperor's cold, hard denial crumbles as the prince slams down the final piece of damning evidence. The emperor's harsh judgment was immediately met with the prince's shocked affirmation, solidifying his victory. His unexpected confession had clearly broken through the emperor's icy facade, revealing the hidden triumph beneath. The emperor, momentarily disarmed by the audacious demand, finally granted his son the opening he sought. The prince recalled the painful memory of his desperate childhood plea, finally voicing the true reason for his youthful tears. The gravity of the situation suddenly hit the bewildered retainer as the prince laid out his shocking accusation. The prince, standing his ground, delivered his ultimate demand with breathless intensity. The tension broke as the emperor unexpectedly erupted into booming laughter, recognizing the prince's hidden move. So, with the truth revealed, the prince stepped forward, ready to state his ultimate desire. The emperor's facade shattered, revealing the raw agony of his loss as he clutched the fallen empress. The sudden intensity of the emperor's sorrow reveals the depth of his love for the lost empress. The emperor pauses, his momentary shock giving way to the heavy passage of time. The emperor paused, his momentary shock giving way to the heavy passage of time as the younger prince revealed his true desire. Behind the bars, a terrible, inhuman gaze confirmed the monstrous threat he now faced. The emperor's decree was absolute, sealing the room with his silent, intimidating guards. Even with the immediate threat contained, the intense pressure of the moment made the prince pause to gather his thoughts. The unexpected laughter and shared understanding created a moment of pure, albeit brief, triumph. Now, shedding the distractions, he steadies himself with a deep breath and a renewed resolve. He resolves to be a completely transformed Kelly, stunning even the emperor. Rejecting all prior pleas, the determined prince finally confronts the guard directly to force an audience. The armored guards, imposing and expressionless, barred the way, their spears crossed in silent, formidable refusal. The prince finally confronts the mystery surrounding the beastmen, drawing a sharp, unsettling realization. The emperor's chilling rebuttal causes the prince's carefully constructed composure to shatter completely. The emperor's guards immediately react, their pikes ready to strike down the bold challenger. The massive guard complies, his imposing figure momentarily stunned by the prince's unexpected demand. The emperor's face remains a mask of cold amusement as the guards retreat on command. Taking a shaky breath, the prince steels himself for the final declaration. He reaffirms his identity, ready to step out of the shadows. The door swings open violently, marked by a sudden, shocking sound announcing the climax of his bold confrontation. The emperor, composed yet clearly calculating, regarded the brazen demand with barely concealed intensity. The first prince, Sloane, recoiled slightly, his calm facade momentarily cracking under the immense pressure of the confrontation. The emperor, hearing the calculated threat, finally let down his guard, a genuine, unsettling laugh escaping it. The emperor's amusement breaks the tension. He clearly didn't expect this turn of events. The emperor, finally breaking his cold facade, could only question Cowley's unexpected challenge. The prince pressed his advantage, confirming the successful theft that secured his bold demand. The emperor absorbed the shocking revelation, his casual posture cracking under the weight of the hidden truth. The emperor's supposed amusement abruptly shattered as Cayley laid bare the full scope of his knowledge. The emperor's smug expression falters as he nervously toys with the ring on his finger. The emperor's shock swiftly melts into an unsettling, almost mocking amusement. He openly admits the game has been exposed. The emperor's mocking smile hardens as the prince's statement hangs in the tense air between them. His casual gesture, displaying the ring, seemed to mock the gravity of the prince's implied accusation. That brazen, knowing smirk confirms the emperor understood every piece of the accusation. The emperor absorbed the final, damning detail, a sharp intake of breath betraying his facade of composure. The emperor's tightly controlled mask finally cracks, replaced by a chilling, genuine amusement. The emperor, utterly surprised, laughs, realizing his son held a secret card all along. The emperor's explosive laughter momentarily masked his shocked realization of the prince's knowledge. The shock swiftly transforms into visceral action as the emperor instinctively recoils, dropping his glass. He needed the emperor to see the proof, holding up the glowing, tiny ring as the final, undeniable piece of evidence. The first prince then switched the real ring with a fake, hiding it in the treasury vault near the guard captain's residence. He appeared utterly shocked by the implication of the missing ring, his composure finally breaking as his bluff was called. He fought hard to maintain his composure, desperately urging himself to remain calm as the emperor's true knowledge dawned on him. The tension shattered as the emperor erupted into unrestrained, booming laughter, finally broken by the revelation. The emperor's relief was palpable, the weight of the charade finally lifting as he laughed heartily. The emperor, genuinely amused by this revelation, began to state his position. The emperor's unexpected laughter silenced the room, but the declaration of intent still hung in the air. The emperor's roaring laughter momentarily masked his true shock at the audacious demand. The emperor's booming laughter faded, replaced by a chilling, calculating smirk directed at his son. The final, chilling threat about the emperor's coronation landed like a punch. That absolute villain broadcasts his victory, completely unfazed by his pending demise. Even as Jeju finished his arrogant threat, a confident, chilling smile spread across his face. That bold declaration, however, seemed to earn him a sudden, stunned silence in return. A moment of hesitation passes before the finger presses the glowing confirmation button, sealing the unexpected transaction. The immediate, jarring strike silenced the conversation, cementing Jeju's forceful decision. The onlookers gasped, witnessing the shockwave of Jeju's sudden, decisive action, and the raining coins that followed, ignoring the stunned onlookers. The men merely smirked as coins rained down from unseen donations. The challenger, seemingly unfazed by the earlier threats, simply registered the strange shift in atmosphere with a quiet, intense gaze. That arrogant smile returned, clearly enjoying the sudden, intense tension he had managed to create. That arrogant smile returned, clearly enjoying the sudden, intense tension he had managed to create. The confrontation ended, leaving him to finally arrive at the place he'd been aiming for all along. The sudden appearance of the imposing figure startled the young man upon arrival. The young man's threatening rant about the coronation was abruptly cut short by the imposing newcomer's mere presence. The furious tyrant froze, momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of the man standing before him. The man's smug smile betrayed his growing confidence as he held the talking noble's attention. That arrogance, fueled by his earlier conversation, must have driven him straight to this confrontation. He pauses, processing the meeting that just occurred at dawn, his mind clearly calculating the implications of the Emperor's movements. The thought of Kali's secret meeting with Father finally registers, provoking a visceral reaction of shock and suspicion. The sudden, suffocating dread of his words caused the man's grip to tighten against the dark void. The arrogant foe recoiled instantly, his surprised reaction suggesting a blow he never expected to land. The victor, Brand, calmly surveyed the scene. The weight of his reputation settled upon him. The skilled Meister paused, letting out a deliberate puff of smoke, a sign of calculated calm amidst the recent turmoil. The Meister, momentarily stunned by the casual dismissal, needed immediate clarification regarding the location. The confrontation stalls as the blond man's simmering frustration finally boils over. The tension snapped, the other man recoiling slightly as his words cut through the air. The confrontation ended abruptly, the supposed threat now merely basking in the aftermath of his own declaration. The retreating threat's venomous thoughts turned immediately to spite and burning humiliation. Even as the arrogant noble retreated, the master craftsman simply paused, savoring his victory with a slow, satisfied inhale. The master, having won the confrontation, now theatrically presents his grand, cynical masterpiece to the world. That moment of triumph was immediately shattered as a massive, imposing fist slammed down, signaling a new, more dangerous interruption. The man's confident smirk dissolved instantly into pure, furious disbelief. His threat silenced, the enraged nobleman unexpectedly turned and bolted, desperate to flee the workshop's presence. The master craftsman took a moment to exhale, his usual gruffness momentarily softened by the recent confrontation. The Meister, stepping back from his brief calm, suddenly shifts his posture to address the red-haired man. His firm denial shattered the quiet, leaving the other man visibly stunned by the intensity. The sudden impact rocked the workshop as the shocked man questioned the outburst. The surprised man's attempt to stop him was immediately drowned out by Jeju's determined declaration. The noise of his departure shook the workshop, leaving behind a chaotic mess of tools and ambition. The unexpected chime signals the immediate confirmation of the newly acquired skills he sought. That familiar chime confirms the skill acquisition, leaving him momentarily stunned by the system's efficiency. The immediate online backlash against his decision was relentless, yet Jeju merely absorbed the digital fury with a stony expression. With utter resolve, he swiftly moves to sever the connection, silencing the dissenting voices forever. The system confirms the creation of the new skills, bathing him in an ethereal glow. The sheer magnitude of his threat finally registers, leaving the nobleman utterly speechless and horrified. The awful weight of the Emperor's true ambition settled heavily upon him. The sheer audacity of the Emperor's declaration left the noble stunned and utterly drained. A chilling quiet descended upon the room, broken only by the lingering shock settling in the man's posture. The ominous threat of impending regicide hung heavy in the air, now directed toward the locked, imposing door. The Meister stiffened, his casual demeanor instantly shattered by the sheer audacity of the statement. The shocking revelation hangs in the air as the red-haired man stares, utterly taken aback by the sudden request. The young man steps out, his confident stride contrasting with the seasoned artisan bracing himself. The conflict was quickly over, leaving only the shadow of hurried departure echoing in the grand hall. That intense, lingering malice suggested the fallout of the recent clash was far from settled. The looming shadow of his victory dissolved as the man suddenly seized something with a swift, determined motion. The young man, having proven his unexpected aptitude, now stood before the grizzled master of the workshop. The sudden revelation of the fabricated evidence hung heavily in the air, stealing the accused prince's composure. The man in goggles watched impassively as the young prince visibly recoiled from the harsh reality of his predicament. The accuser leaned in, his gaze sharp, demanding a final declaration from the desperate, cornered prince. The examiner's demand hung heavy, now met with the sharp scratching of a quill finalizing the accusation. The initial assessment was complete, but the verdict remained suspended, causing palpable tension as the diagram was scrutinized. The bailiff, reading the damning summary, presented the official decree of guilt with cold finality. The The master engineer, having assessed the prince's desperate plea, finally made his decision. The master leaned in, pointing directly at the complex diagram the young prince held with such focused intensity. His explanation confirmed a foundational truth of the empire's engineering, showing his genuine knowledge. With the mystery solved, the young prince quickly began documenting his findings, driven by his newfound access. The heavy drama of the court vanished as he embraced his true reward, the exhilarating joy of unexpected success. The intense scrutiny faded as the young prince's initial task was completed, his concentration absolute. The elder master thoughtfully reviewed the paper, confirming his judgment as the prince waited, fully exposed. The expert, having made his assessment, now seemed satisfied with the dramatic turn of events. A triumphant, almost manic grin split the face of the accused prince. The accuser, seizing his final chance, makes a dramatic, dismissive gesture with his hand. The antagonist, thinking victory was assured, erupted in a triumphant, mocking laugh. The master engineer departs, leaving the victorious prince with his newly won access to the workshop. The former gatekeeper, now excluded, dismisses the situation with a casual shrug and a slight, self-satisfied smile. The sudden declaration that he was only half right left the young man reeling in disbelief and shock. The harsh demand for a witness shattered the brief hope of acquittal, signaled by a heavy, fateful step forward. The heavy silence was instantly broken by a frantic cry, interrupting the accused prince's tense composure. The momentum of the trial shatters as an unseen person violently blurts out a shocking secret concerning the deceased emperor. The chilling revelation settles over the courtroom like a shroud, confirming the darkest prophecies. The accuser, having laid out his damning case, now presses the silent prince for his final denial. With a furious roar, the official slammed the scroll down, demanding a response to the damning evidence presented. The official's desperate gesture stopped the proceedings, even as the young man stood firm behind his reach. The bailiff halted the proceedings, his authority momentarily asserted over the armed guards. The weight of the accusation settled heavily as the iron restraints clamped firmly around his wrists. The grim reality crashed down. They were already branding him a criminal before any defense. Despite the overwhelming accusation, the prince held his composure, refusing to show any visible fear. But the prosecutor's rigid presentation of the case finally broke the prince's controlled demeanor. He threw up his hand, screaming for the essential component missing from this mockery of justice. The grand hall of judgment, flooded with stark sunlight, offers no sanctuary as the trial commences with chilling formality. The prosecutor dramatically slams the bell down, signaling the immediate start of the damning testimony. The prosecutor's evidence, now presented, locks the gaze of the accused prince. The moment of truth arrives as the relentless questioning settles directly upon the accused Prince Kaylee. The accuser demanded confirmation, forcing Kaylee to face the damning details of the constructed narrative head-on. The weight of the accusation pressed down, causing a sharp intake of breath as the man was cornered. Trapped on the high platform, the prince could only stand silently, awaiting the inevitable next move from his accusers. The accusation hangs heavy, forcing his clenched jaw to tremble as the word takes shape on his lips. The tension snaps as a furious fist slams down, echoing the desperate cry for their framed prince. When asked if there was anything further to present, the accused prince firmly confirmed his last request. The bailiff, reading from the prepared script, maintained his cold demeanor, ready to conclude this staged affair. The solemnity of the moment was broken only by the defiant, chilling pronouncement of the final witness. The accused prince stood utterly composed, absorbing the weight of the final, damning testimony. The evidence was concrete. The poisoned tea the emperor enjoyed, now starkly framed by the guilty man's clutching hand. Pressed by the damning accusations, he desperately sought a final chance to speak. The accuser slammed his hand down, convinced of the prince's guilt, waiting for his final words. The crowd hushed, anticipating the final, desperate plea from the accused prince. A sudden, violent impact shatters the tense silence of the courtroom. The prosecutor's face contorts in a sneer of absolute certainty, delivering his final, crushing declaration. The weight of the accusation crushes him, causing the young man to gasp in sheer, trapped disbelief. The prosecutor slams his fist down, demanding the immediate introduction of the crucial witness. A dramatic sound echoes through the high, vaulted space as the command is finally given. With the final call issued, the accused prince was violently propelled forward, his fate sealed by the rigid judgment. The weight of the moment crushed him, leaving the prince speechless, trembling under the intense scrutiny. The malicious onlookers erupted in savage delight, reveling in the apparent collapse of the disgraced prince. As the accusations reached their peak, the murmuring crowd reacted with shock and disbelief to the rapid unfolding of the trial. The prosecutor stood tall, his authoritative presence freezing the desperate defense into stunned silence. The memory of the elaborate setup finally receded as the emperor returned, the sound of his decree echoing in the hall. The emperor's command was absolute, his powerful leg lashing out to signal the immediate arrest of the traitor. The powerful movement of the guards, now visibly seizing the Grand Duke, underscored the emperor's swift, devastating decree. As the guards dragged the screaming Grand Duke away, the assembled nobles could only stare in stunned silence. With the traitor removed, the emperor stood poised, his gaze sweeping over the stunned witnesses to his swift, brutal justice. The emperor paused, a dangerous smile curving his lips, confirming he was well aware of the scheme. The emperor's confession shattered the court's fragile reality, leaving one official reeling in pure, horrified shock. The shock of the preceding revelation paralyzed the court, even as the emperor commanded attention. The crowd, witnessing the impossible return, could only stare in paralyzed disbelief at the figure before them. The emperor's sharp, knowing gaze swept over the chamber, dismissing the shock with a slight, arrogant smirk. The emperor's final decree hung in the air, instantly shattering Grand Duke Magnus's composure. The order was absolute, sending the guards lunging forward to seize the disgraced Grand Duke. Even as he was violently dragged away, the Grand Duke pleaded desperately for the emperor's mercy. Suddenly, the panicked reaction of the crowd confirmed the gravity of the emperor's decree. While some nobles remained terrified, the emperor seemed to revel in the sudden, unsettling atmosphere he commanded. The emperor advanced, his royal scarlet cloak a stark contrast to the cowering figures beneath his gaze. The emperor confirmed the validity of the alleged conspiracy, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. The emperor's declaration hung in the air, instantly causing the assembled court to bow in terror. The guards violently dragged the protesting Grand Duke away, his last desperate plea ignored. The sudden silence after the removal of the traitor left only the vacant seat of judgment, echoing the finality of the emperor's sentence. The emperor surveyed the court, his expression shifting from cool judgment to something almost pleased. The emperor now dismisses the mock proceedings, signaling the final shift in his grand performance. With the trial concluded, the emperor's seat of power sat empty, awaiting his next command. The emperor settled back, a chilling confidence in his posture as the crowd watched his every move. Their nervous murmurs died as the terrifying reality of the emperor's power settled over the onlookers. The emperor's final verdict hung in the air, forcing gasps of realization from the shocked nobles. The weight of the emperor's gaze crushed the Grand Duke, leaving him shuddering and utterly defeated. The memory flashed, revealing the prince's desperate strategy unfolding in secret. The emperor smiled knowingly, now presenting the hidden proof of his prior arrangement to the stunned court. The Grand Duke's greedy eyes finally confirmed the treasure, oblivious to the trap closing around him. Even the court official who trusted Magnus realized his fatal mistake as the trap sprung shut. Dismissing the terrified official, the emperor made it clear he needed no further testimony in this staged farce. The others remained kneeling, terrified to move as the Grand Duke stood utterly exposed before the throne. The emperor raised a commanding hand, silencing the hall with a gesture more powerful than any shout. The emperor's final decree hung heavy, and guards instantly moved to seize the terrified Grand Duke. The emperor's dramatic command shattered the remaining pretense of order as his hand struck the railing. The emperor slammed his fist onto the stone railing, the final, resounding declaration of his authority. The emperor's direct command crushed any remaining defiance from the terrified official below. The emperor declared his intent to handle the judgment without any personal bias, demanding detachment. The emperor's terrifying gaze suddenly focuses, making the accused realize the trial was a brutal setup all along. The emperor's open palm sweeps in, a gesture of absolute finality against the panicking Grand Duke. The emperor's final judgment strikes, forcing the terrified Grand Duke and his allies into immediate, abject submission. The emperor clapped his hands once, a sound that sealed the fate of the traitorous duke. The duke's frantic denials were swallowed by absolute despair as the guards moved in. The emperor's chilling question hung in the air, exposing the final threat of the Grand Duke's scheme. With the emperor's ultimate judgment delivered, his loyal guards immediately stepped forward to carry out the sentence. As the guards seized him, the Grand Duke's bravado shattered into raw, pathetic terror. The sudden reality of his fate caused the Grand Duke to scream out one last, desperate denial. The emperor paused, a dangerous smile curving his lips, confirming the Grand Duke's panicked cries were dismissed. As the emperor dismissed the conspiracy claim, the guards forcefully dragged the screaming Grand Duke toward the prison depths. "Yes, I did listen to this conspiracy," the emperor confirmed, his words hanging heavy as the guards dragged Magnus away. The emperor, now fully embracing his role, regarded the remaining chaos with cold satisfaction. The clerk confirmed the request, and the second prince's plea was acknowledged with a simple, firm agreement. The emperor settled back, arms crossed, signaling Prince Kaylee to continue detailing his brother's anticipated treachery. Prince Kaylee leaned back, a confident, almost smug look crossing his face as he confirmed the trap was set. But the true architect of the deception smiled down, his triumph absolute as his plan took hold. That dark smile vanished as the emperor's mind snapped back to the present moment. The prince, reeling from the emperor's unexpected reappearance, began to articulate his desperate contingency plan. The prince, reeling from the emperor's unexpected reappearance, began to articulate his desperate contingency plan. The second prince, momentarily stunned by the plan's execution, offered a quiet reassurance. The second prince immediately affirmed his commitment, his smile full of confident relief at the emperor's decree. As the emperor's judgment landed, his hand instinctively went to his chest, a subtle gesture confirming the finality of his pronouncement. The guards quickly moved to obey the command, snapping the key towards the newly condemned man. The sheer shock of the emperor's final decree sends the entire hall reeling as they witness the swift, undeniable arrest. The pressure mounted as the final accusation was laid bare, yet Jeju broke away, suddenly finding a bizarre, temporary release. The witness's boastful declaration of control was immediately met with furious disbelief from the accused. Despite the knight's bold confession, the man in the dock reacted with restrained fury, clearly struggling against his captors. The knight's sudden, desperate outcry confirmed his guilt, his face contorted in impotent rage as he was restrained. Despite the knight's violent struggle, the guards held him fast as his accusation fell flat. The accused prince immediately shifted the blame, screaming that this was all part of Kali's insidious design. The witness's definitive declaration sealed the narrative, confirming the accusation against Sloane. Sloane's composure finally fractured as the accusation hit home, a moment of panicked realization breaking through his facade. The weight of his own admission crushed him, forcing a reflexive, desperate appeal for solace. The shock from the knight's testimony visibly struck Prince Sloane, his composure finally cracking under the direct accusation. Despite the damning evidence, Prince Sloane's face remained stubbornly blank, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The plea for forgiveness was instantly dismissed, the digital rejection confirming the depth of the betrayal. Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, the judge prepared to proceed, but the formal court setting was abruptly interrupted. The accused, Sloane, looked on with cold, calculating intent as the other prince prepared his statement. The courtroom spectators reacted sharply to the shocking accusation, their murmurs filled with disbelief and mounting tension. As the gravity of the situation settled, Jeju bowed low, desperately seeking an opening to proceed. The judge, seemingly mollified by the earlier turn of events, finally granted the request. The shocked onlookers could only register disbelief as the supposed criminal finally confessed the truth. The supposed villain's smug satisfaction curdled into a cold, hard stare as he realized his own words were the trap. The true culprit's facade shattered as he lunged forward, a desperate, final attempt to seize control of the moment. Sloane's arrogant composure instantly fractured, his face twisting into open fury as he challenged the accusation. The man's smug veneer cracked, revealing raw anger as he struggled to maintain his stance against the damning testimony. The atmosphere of the courtroom seemed to hold its breath as the knight finally delivered his unwavering judgment. Sloane, trapped by the knight's testimony, could only stare upward in utter disbelief as the damning words settled. The chilling accusation hung heavy, forcing a sharp, incredulous look from the accused Prince Sloane. That admission, so carelessly spoken, struck the courtroom like a physical blow. The accused, finally cornered, explodes in denial, vehemently rejecting the sudden, damning evidence presented. The sudden accusation steals his breath, yet a fractured word of denial still escapes. The denial was instantly drowned out by a harsh, mocking burst of laughter. That mocking laugh revealed his true colors, his smug grin clearly indicating his wicked intent. The knight leaned in aggressively, his words a sudden, suffocating pressure against the wary prince. Sloane returned the hostile glare with a chilling, superior smirk, confirming his taunt had struck its mark. His menacing closeness was an outright violation, fueled by the smug belief that he had already won the moment. The knight's assertion of control culminated in a sharp, sudden grasp, shattering the tense silence. He challenged Sloane's position by implying the pure Kaylee would never doubt his own brother. The narrative of past suffering seemed to pause as a memory of false comfort resurfaced. A forced, saccharine smile covered the true intent as the older man clapped the younger's head. That manipulative grin solidified the memory of bitter deception that had defined their fractured brotherhood. But even as he felt the icy dread, the accusation against Sloane echoed with damning certainty. All the painful, suffocating memories erupted into a terrifying blaze of yellow and red. The hooded boy, burdened by his past, simply watched the mugger's rough dismissal. The prosecutor, seizing the moment Jeju presented his case, eagerly agreed to call witnesses. The knight stepped forward, his armor cold and imposing, ready to deliver his damning testimony. The knight demanded the accused rise, positioning himself to deliver the final blow in this orchestrated trial. The knight, triumphant in his planted testimony, now directly questioned the defendant with malicious glee. Sloane's face twisted into a chilling, self-satisfied smirk as he produced the very object that would condemn him. The knight, bolstered by his confession, furiously demanded that the silent prince speak the words. The accused, cornered by the knight's accusation, suddenly roared out a single name in disbelief and rage. His accusation was loud and certain, but Sloane's feline eyes held a sudden, trapped fury at the obvious setup. The prince's smug certainty shattered as the full weight of the framed accusation crashed down upon him. The knight, believing his planted evidence was untouchable, confidently declared Prince Sloane as the true culprit, only to be met with utter disbelief. The carefully constructed facade instantly shattered as Sloane's confession confirmed their worst fears. The sheer malice on the face of the accused was only matched by the act of drawing his own blood. The knight's defiant declaration sealed the fate, pointing directly at Prince Sloane du Toprox. The revelation hung heavy, and Sloane, trapped by the testimony, started to visibly falter under the accusation. The weight of the confirmed testimony crushes the prince, his shoulders slump in utter defeat. As the knight confirmed his words, Sloane could only stare, the sudden collapse of his defense shaking him to the core. The damning accusation hung in the air, freezing Sloane's usually composed features in sheer, undeniable shock. Even as he was being struck, the disgraced prince held up the evidence, his rage palpable. The emperor's final, cruel decree hung in the air, stealing the last vestige of hope from the condemned man's eyes. The emperor's proclamation dissolved the last vestiges of the court's dread, ushering in an utterly unexpected moment of levity. The official presented the evidence, holding the damning, familiar ring up for all to see. The emperor, his expression coldly dismissive, pointed toward the exhibit, cementing the ring's authenticity against his son's claims. The crushing finality of the emperor's declaration silenced all doubt, leaving Sloane utterly stunned by the turn of events. The emperor's sentence hung heavy, and the condemned prince could only register a faint, choked sound of disbelief. Despite the chaos surrounding his son's fate, the emperor calmly granted the unexpected request for a personal message. The emperor's shocking decree for brutal execution met an immediate, desperate challenge from his other son. Before the emperor could fully process Cowley's staggering ambition, the younger prince advanced, seizing the moment. The audience recoiled as Sloane's admission of bribery echoed through the stunned hall. The crowd's murmur instantly solidified into condemnation upon hearing the prince's shocking confession. Even as the crowd reacted, the true shock of the emperor's personal vengeance seemed to momentarily stun the onlookers. The emperor's chilling pronouncement silenced the court, leaving only the prince's agonizing fate hanging in the air. The disgraced prince could only stare, his shock evident beneath his father's brutal decree. But even as the guards dragged him, Sloane Toprock's twisted free with a maniacal, desperate grin. The emperor raised a hand, silencing the proceedings, intrigued by the sudden shift in attention. Before I lay down the judgment, could I pass on a personal message to the criminal? Sloane thrashed against the winged guards as the emperor offered a final, poisoned gesture of reconciliation. As the guards dragged the fallen prince, Sloane's enraged denial shattered the oppressive silence of his demise. The emperor, having delivered his personal retribution, now turned the final, crushing weight of imperial judgment upon his son. The devastating sentence hung heavy, causing the condemned prince to reel back in pure shock and disbelief. The emperor's chilling promise of vengeance was instantly followed by a swift, brutal impact against his captive brother. The emperor's promised payback landed with explosive, glowing force, silencing all debate. Just as the blow landed, the emperor shifted focus, correcting his son's perceived arrogance about divine authority. The emperor's personal vengeance concluded with a sharp, visceral impact, solidifying his authority. The force of the emperor's strike landed, a savage repayment for past betrayals etched across the victim's face. The brutal impact stole his breath, leaving the disgraced prince to choke on his own shock and despair. The emperor's harsh words echoed, describing the treasonous act as utterly disgusting and shameful. The emperor's calculated strike landed with brutal finality, shocking the silence of the court. The emperor, satisfied with his grim retribution, decisively signaled the end of the personal score. The second prince, Cayley, stepped forward, seizing the silent opening left by the emperor's finished decree. The agonizing sentence was delivered, and the condemned prince finally broke under the weight of his father's ultimate rejection. The disgraced prince delivered his final, desperate appeal for some semblance of order amidst the chaos. The fury of the condemned prince finally broke free, his eyes burning with rage and betrayal in this final moment. The emperor paused after condemning his son, letting a short, dismissive huff escape before turning back to the court. The emperor's pointed question hung heavy, and the assembled court responded with chilling finality. The emperor raised his hand, commanding absolute silence as he prepared his final, damning pronouncements. Even after the emperor's brutal strike, the disgraced Prince Sloane could only weep and grasp at the fading remnants of his life. The agonizing reality of his father's rejection and the imminent, horrific sentence finally broke the prince. The collective gasps of the court were drowned out by the absolute shock of the new declaration. Even as his guards dragged the disgraced prince away, Sloane's rage boiled over one last time. The emperor simply concluded the matter. The guards held the screaming Sloane, but another man, observing the scene, held a look of cold apprehension. As the chaos subsided, the official stepped forward, presenting a final plea directly to the emperor. The young prince stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart as he sought the emperor's attention. Intrigued by the interruption, the emperor paused his decree, demanding clarity on the prince's sudden address. Cayley stepped forward, his face showing the gravity of his unprecedented request before the throne. The emperor paused, his entire focus now fixed on the audacity of his second son. The emperor regarded Cowley's grand proposal, his eyes reflecting a dark, knowing amusement before a sudden, genuine smile broke through. The emperor's performance of weariness vanished as he made his final declaration, bestowing the throne upon the bold contender. The young man stood illuminated, his earnest request now juxtaposed against the blinding majesty of the imperial sun symbol. The stunning vision of the palace grounds below framed Cowley's audacious demand for the son of the empire itself. The emperor sat in judgment, his bored posture emphasizing the weight of his decision regarding the traitorous son. The emperor's hand closed, driving the imperial ring into his son's flesh with deliberate, chilling force. Despite the vicious act of vengeance he just enacted, the emperor found his son's shocking ambition genuinely amusing. The emperor clapped his younger son on the shoulder, a knowing, slightly predatory smile playing on his lips. The emperor's sharp, final command silenced the court. Yet another prince was about to seize the moment. The emperor raised a silencing hand, the definitive end of Sloane's trial hanging in the air. The emperor was about to finalize the decree when Cowley seized the moment, stepping forward with unexpected authority. The emperor's casual dismissal of his eldest son's fate was abruptly shattered by Cowley's bold declaration. Just as he declared the world unreal, he called out the name, embracing the fantasy. The shout for the emperor cut through his contemplation, pulling him sharply back to the manufactured reality. The cheers and accolades washed over him, confirming this unbelievable trial was finally reaching its conclusion. Despite the noise of the crowd, a sudden, bewildering realization broke through his composure. That internal conflict shattered as the world around him warped with a violent, nauseating lurch. A sudden, sharp shift in reality caused his hands to fly up in shock, his breath catching in his throat. The sickening realization hit him. This world, these moments, were dissolving before his eyes. The illusion shattered, replaced by the chilling physical impact of his sudden removal from this reality. The memory of the fake world fades as the grand celebration of his victory begins to rain down upon him. The transition was abrupt, his expression snapping from resignation to a dawning, startled awareness. A brief chime sounded, confirming his response to the lingering, unreal atmosphere. He pulled his arms in, displaying his status to the lingering digital proof of his victory. The world seems to vibrate as the system confirms his achievement, yet the lingering question echoes through the interface. The relentless system prompts assault his senses, overwhelming him with inescapable choices. The harsh electronic alerts pound against his mind, forcing a desperate, visceral reaction. The sheer finality of these notifications crashes down, overwhelming him with the brutal reality of failure. Yet, despite that final warning, defiance erupts from the depths of his resolve. The world around him dissolves into a chaotic, dark purple void, signifying the dramatic shift or termination of the previous reality. As the illusion breaks, an ominous system prompt pierces the sudden silence. The choice is clear: proceed to the next trial or accept the unknown consequence of refusal. The unexpected appearance of the system interface jolts him back to the chilling reality of the game. As the realization sunk in, a hand firmly gripped his shoulder, grounding him back to the present moment. The regal figure insists he acknowledge the victory and the assembled crowd waiting for their supposed emperor. The weight of this bizarre praise settled heavily on his face, masking a deeper, unresolved confusion. The sudden, heavy grasp on his shoulder yanked him back to the present moment, breaking his trance. A cold, unsettling grin stretched across the man's face, utterly failing to match the relief Jeju felt. Despite the firm hand on his shoulder, his expression remained utterly unreadable, a stark contrast to the declared celebration. The imposing figure stiffened under the weight of expectation, his internal conflict momentarily betrayed by a subtle, tense posture. The gesture of wiping away tears with a trembling hand confirmed the emotional toll of his farewell. The well-meaning man embraced him exuberantly, but the recipient was clearly shell-shocked by the sudden shift. The vibrant, celebratory energy of the onlookers contrasted sharply with the fading reality of the fifth floor. The shocked player could only whisper his disbelief as he was led away from the scene. A chilling presence asserts itself from behind, driving the man forward with sudden, terrifying finality. That sudden, internal jolt of realization slams into him, forcing his gaze upward. The shock of his final words hits Kaylee like a physical blow, his composure shattering instantly. That final, painful acknowledgement of the artificiality of their bond echoed in the sharp strike against her face. The sudden, dismissive blow silenced the girl, confirming the harsh reality that this encounter was merely a passing spectacle. He turned his back on the lingering fantasy, facing the imposing door that held his actual future. The weight of the simulation lifted, leaving him staring up at the opulent, overwhelming architecture of this false reality. He took a final, measured breath amidst the lingering spectacle of his temporary reign. The Emperor's heavy boots took a decisive step forward, acknowledging the reality of his fabricated victory. Even amidst the world's artificiality, the memory of her smile felt deeply, genuinely real. The weight of that final, bittersweet acknowledgement settles heavily, forcing a moment of stunned realization. The manufactured reality fades, leaving only the ghost of the person he needed to comfort. The weight of the fabricated world finally collapses, eliciting a raw, shuddering breath of release. Shaken by the sudden realization that this world wasn't real, he resolved to speak up for the fallen Kaylee. A sharp, involuntary gasp escaped him as the weight of his choice finally struck home. The abrupt stillness after the gasp was broken as he took the first step away from the past. As he spoke those final words of farewell, the entire world erupted in celebration above the grand cityscape. A small, almost involuntary smile touched his lips, a gesture of pure sincerity despite the fleeting reality of his words. He managed a brief, confident expression, acknowledging the absurdity that this world wasn't real, yet still offering a final sentiment. With the words said, he faced the newly crowned, regal figure awaiting his toast. The heavy night of drinking finally caught up to the Emperor, leaving him passed out cold. The joyous echoes of celebration faded as the Emperor's reality dissolved into immediate, overwhelming distress. The roaring headache from yesterday's excesses immediately slammed into him as he awoke, desperately craving water. The Emperor, reeling from the celebration, pleaded for an end to the relentless onslaught of drinks being forced upon him. But even as he begged for respite, the bizarre history of the Astrode Empire began to violently rewrite itself before his eyes. The very foundation of documented history screams in protest as the text violently distorts into nonsensical static. The unsettling digital chaos confirms that Jeju's return has profoundly corrupted the established timeline. The sheer disruption of the historical record left the Emperor reeling, his mind struggling to process the strange intrusion. The chaotic distortion of established history left the Emperor visibly shaken and sweating from the shock. The terrifying reality warp leaves the newly restored Emperor reeling, barely managing a weary sigh. The previous viewer's generous donation, a massive 10,000 coins, flashes across the feed, demanding his attention. The digital system instantly acknowledges the successful action with a clean, resonant chime of approval. The jarring sound breaks the Emperor's stunned silence as reality itself begins to fracture and rewrite around him. The historical record, finally showing a perfect narrative, suddenly buckles under an unknown force. The narrative of the Astrode Empire momentarily stabilized, only to be immediately undone by an unexpected gesture. The manufactured history dissolved completely, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming burst of wealth and chaotic success. Ignoring the past illusion, the man simply grants permission for his visitor to enter his sanctum. The nobleman smoothly removes his glasses, anticipating the next move in this unfolding scenario. The nobleman offered a slight bow, perhaps a calculated show of deference to the one who knelt before him. The Emperor, having finished his sobering address, now sits down to review whatever documents his son placed before him. The heavy diary was slammed down onto the stack of papers, marking the start of his official duties. The weight of his past conversation settled as the young man looked up, speech waiting behind his somber gaze. The former emperor, seated regally, finally addresses the one before him, questioning his recent actions. The man, clearly relaxed and perhaps slightly amused, suggests that this Fordrick character remains silent on the critical matter. He turns away from the cages, gesturing dismissively as he prepares to leave this uncomfortable reunion. The captured creature, trapped and visibly distressed behind the bars, struggles against its confinement. The Emperor exhaled slowly, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the younger man's visible concern. The older man offered a knowing, almost condescending smile, satisfied that his words had landed their intended mark. The Emperor's facade of indifference strained as he processed the lingering shadow of his mother's memory. The former Emperor, now a small, intense figure, seemed preoccupied with the text before him. His companion watched with stark apprehension. The man, having delivered his final, somber farewell, awaited his father's response amidst the heavy, cluttered air of the room. The weight of the farewell hung between them as the former emperor finally addressed the man who raised him. The emperor bowed low, confirming the finality of their conversation before turning back toward his own duties. He retreated, using the book as a sudden shield against the weight of their shared history. That gesture of deflection was met with a tight, knowing smile acknowledging the conversation's end. His farewell complete, the individual recoiled sharply, suddenly realizing his perilous situation. He vehemently rejected the notion, even as the corrupted historical text swirled around him. He broke free from the collapsing reality, stepping determinedly toward the next challenge awaiting him outside. The craftsman, having seen the emperor off, took a thoughtful puff from his pipe, a knowing smirk crossing his features. Having delivered his warning about the unstable artifact, the inventor watched the emperor depart from his sight. The skilled craftsman, holding a small tool, offered a final word to the departing emperor. The younger man stood behind him, observing the exchange with guarded quiet. The inventor gave a final warning about the dangerous artifact he'd fabricated, his gaze intense. The emperor acknowledged the warning, then turned to leave after bidding his farewell. The inventor bowed respectfully, confirming the precarious nature of his latest creation before stepping away. The inventor departed, leaving the emperor alone with the dangerous artifact and a lingering sense of unease. With his farewell complete, the man walked away, carrying the tools of his dangerous trade out into the sunlight. The system notification chimed, marking the passage of time as he adjusted to the stark reality of the trial. He stepped out into the bright, open world, ready to face whatever came next on this uncertain floor. Emerging from the shadows, the opulent hall announced his arrival on the third floor with stark clarity. The sudden, heavy impact of a foot landing signaled the player's abrupt arrival on this strange new stage. The transition was jarring, leaving the player drenched in sweat and gasping for air from the exertion. He spun around immediately, reacting to the unknown presence looming near the ancient scrolls. His gaze locked onto the parchment, searching frantically for the missing instructions to proceed. The historical records of the Astrode Empire suddenly flicker, their established truth beginning to destabilize and glitch violently. Yet, amidst the chaos, the celebratory cheer of the citizens rang out, momentarily masking the underlying systemic failure. The echoes of celebration continued, but the subject seemed subdued, offering muted tributes amidst the falling confetti. The expected celebration abruptly turns jarring as the historical record itself begins to distort violently before their eyes. The emperor sits enthroned, basking in a sudden, brilliant golden light, oblivious to the world unraveling around him. The historical record screams dissent as the final signature is brutally etched onto the altered truth. The official scribe pauses, the feather poised above the desk, as the manufactured history solidifies around him. He resolved to skip ahead, prioritizing the 10th floor goal, but the viewership was insistent on the immediate reward. The streamer, having set the new rule, swiftly moved to address the immediate anticipation building in the chat. The tension was palpable as he finally prepared to unveil the reward, but an unexpected sound drew a sharp, visceral reaction from the newcomer. The sharp call shattered the moment, demanding the attention of the man in the formal attire. The subordinate, holding a box of mechanical components, looked up with a wide-eyed, almost startled expression at the authoritative figure addressing him. The reply came as a cheerful, high-pitched acknowledgement, signifying the completion of his immediate task. The cages holding the Popoi were suddenly opened, confirming the immediate care they received. The newly freed Popoi were eager, cooing happily as they pressed against the bars. He knelt down, clearly delighted by the seemingly peaceful reaction of the creature. They appeared completely fine now, just as he had assured his concerned viewers. The metal bars rattled as he reached in, perhaps to reassure the little Popoi. Its wide, hopeful eyes seemed to welcome the contact. The previously agitated, puff-like Popoi suddenly vanished with a soft, percussive sound effect. The streamer beamed with delight as the first Popoi joyfully responded to his presence. The joyous little Popoi basked in the attention, momentarily forgetting their previous snappish behavior. He gently assured the chat he would return to them after tending to his beloved Popoi. Podrick emerged, and the small, round Popoi immediately rolled out to greet him with cheerful murmurs. The newly arrived members of his team surveyed the scene as the streamer cautiously approached. The newcomer's expression shifted, absorbing the tense atmosphere surrounding the fire and his new temporary companions. He leaned over the desk, intensely focused on tinkering with the mechanical arm, his concerned Popoi watching nearby. The trial notification faded as a new, imposing figure materialized, radiating an almost divine golden aura, signaling the final teammate's arrival. His focus shattered by the sudden interruption. The streamer realized the gravity of his situation, muttering a defeated acknowledgement. The device pulsed with a newly stabilized energy, confirming that his makeshift repair was momentarily complete. He revealed the stark contrast of his augmented hand, a symbol of his tenacious engineering efforts. The mechanical limb, a testament to his struggle, seemed unnervingly natural as he focused on the next step. Just as he confirmed the temporary fix, he quickly added a necessary disclaimer to his waiting audience. Despite the immediate usefulness of his temporary fix, he still believed more adjustment was necessary. The system confirmed the momentary fix, but the Emperor turned to his waiting companions with a slight reservation. The brief respite was over. He remembered his actual obligations with a sudden, wide grin. With the trial parameters locking in, he fully entered the boundary, the world instantly shifting around him. The system confirmed the completion of all entries, initiating the 6th floor trial with a burst of energy. The trial began, but a flood of system notifications signaled the arrival of unexpected allies. The sudden influx of members confirmed the trial had begun, and he offered a strained, familiar greeting. Dismissing the thought of the trial, he laughed, ready to finally inspect the meager prize. The door slammed open with violent impact, startling the streamer as the Popoi reacted to the sudden change. The chaotic incoming messages were immediately followed by a sharp alert signaling a voice message limit. The system notification confirmed the new group was assembled, but an unexpected voice cut through, signaling a new communication. The streamer, victorious and now facing the rewards, happily gestured toward the large gift box. The box revealed was disappointingly small, immediately eliciting his surprise and deflation. His initial disappointment curdled into a knowing, smug realization as he understood the admin's petty provocation. A chilling shadow mirrored his slight smile, confirming this was indeed a message sent directly from the admin. Despite the admin's petty provocation, he casually opened the first reward, dismissing the intended slight. The poor Popoi, having been roughly handled by the viewer's frustration, seemed utterly overwhelmed by the recent trial results. The previous reward was handled, but the distress of the newly acquired Popoi was evident even as he prepared the next item. The admin offered a powerful, yet notoriously difficult item, tempting him to try the strange hero-grade boots. Despite the item's difficulty, he attempted to equip the Latanto's boots, much to his initial shock. Despite the painful sensation, he held fast, determined to master the hero-grade item. Even as he secured the strange boots, a sudden, uncontrolled tumble began, his mastery momentarily lost. Despite the momentary wobble, he found an inner certainty, an understanding that he must simply utilize the power now gained. The immediate, powerful reaction confirmed the struggle of equipping the difficult hero-grade boots. Having successfully adapted to the challenging footwear, the man casually turned, finally ready to face his new teammates. He beamed, already assessing the new variables now that the entry requirement was met. The anticipation for the next reward was palpable as he held up the bag, his smile suggesting confidence or perhaps dismissal of its contents. Despite his earlier bravado, the moment he touched the reward, a sharp, pained exclamation escaped him. The sudden shock of the trial members interrupted his initial assessment of the group. The sudden appearance of the adorable Popboy startled him, immediately shifting his focus from the impending trial. The unexpected arrival caused a sudden, forceful impression, drawing his eyes to the vibrant, starry void held within the creature. The beloved Popboy playfully bounced from his shoulder, instantly eliciting a joyful, unrestrained reaction. That playful energy instantly vanished as the cosmic power surged, his expression freezing mid-thought. The screen flooded with system alerts confirming the party's readiness as the chilling forest of evil spirits materialized around them. Despite the imposing trial ahead, the imposing knight offered a relaxed, welcoming smile to his new companions. The anticipation of the sixth floor dissolved instantly as the newly arrived member was spotted in the dense woods. The muscular knight immediately struck a pose, clearly welcoming the new arrival near the fire. The rest of the newly assembled group waited silently as the streamer approached the warmth of the shared fire. The overly cheerful newcomer extended a warm welcome, contrasting sharply with the guarded suspicion of the hooded man. The last teammate, now present, wore a strange mask, adding an unsettling silence to the group. Hearing the unexpected introduction, his confusion mounted as he took in the strange masked man. The newcomer, his face concealed by a grim respirator, registered their presence with an unnervingly flat gaze. The sudden declaration left him momentarily stunned, his expression freezing into pure disbelief. Her resolve hardened beneath the mask, eyes locking onto the grim reality of the spreading contamination. This chilling realization was met with a disarming, confident smirk that masked deeper, unknown intentions. The warrior leaned into the moment, a sudden, enthusiastic display of bravado overriding the preceding tension. His overwhelming relief, or perhaps pride, spilled out as he declared the name with zealous conviction. The warrior's boisterous declaration settled into a satisfied, almost knowing chuckle beside the imposing blade. His triumphant clapping drew attention, utterly unfazed by the grim figure lurking nearby. Her eyes, visible above the respirator, held a cold focus, bracing for whatever came next. Despite the somber aftermath, the young man offered an almost unnerving, confident smile. That confident smile was immediately shattered by the cold reality now closing in around him. The cold reality shifted, replaced by the overwhelming taste of success as treasures rained down. The elation immediately curdled as the supposed victory abruptly pivoted toward confrontation. The knight's sharp, distrustful question hung heavy in the air between them. The weight of that inquiry brought a sudden, sharp realization, causing the soldier to clutch his head in disbelief. The lingering shock shattered as the armored man snapped back to immediate, aggressive action. A chilling, purple energy coalesced in his hand, the sinister smile mocking his focused resolve. The ominous energy vanished as the setting dissolved, revealing a small, vital campfire ringed by dense foliage. The commander swiftly assigned roles, the tank accepting the frontline duty with cheerful confidence. But the current task felt utterly trivial, causing the armored man to sigh in exasperation. Ignoring the prior frustration, the young man offered a disarmingly smug, confident response. But a chilling digital alert materialized, overriding his bravado with immediate, stark urgency. The digital countdown flashed relentlessly. 1 second remaining until the unknown event. The air violently churned, violently shrouding the monstrous silhouette as it materialized from the fog. The weapon's descending arc slams down through the heavy atmosphere, splitting the very ground. His cocky challenge, ready to charge forward, was abruptly cut short by a sharp command. The sudden appearance of glowing holographic data forced both figures to halt their confrontation. Ignoring the sudden spectral information, He offered a confident, self-assured smirk. That confidence erupted into explosive action as the warrior lunged forward. The man smirked, already anticipating the collision as the incoming blade met an unexpected, supernatural defense. The expected give of the impact was replaced by sheer, baffling resistance. His wide, disbelieving eye registered the failure. The dark energy flared violently around the limb, confirming this was no ordinary block. That potent energy culminated as a crushing impact struck the surprised soldier overhead. The force of the collision registered instantly, buckling the armored torso against an unseen boundary. Suddenly restrained, the man struggled fiercely, unable to break the powerful, dark grip seizing him. The sudden, inescapable pressure mounted, forcing his gaze upward in stunned realization of his capture. The shock of that brutal realization explodes outward in a violent, staining outburst of red. The man reels back from the searing impact, screaming his final curse as the blow lands home. The massive force of the unseen attack drives the armored figure violently backward, crushing him into the ground. Even as he crashed down, the sheer scale of the ethereal, blue entity above him was terrifying. The immediate realization of his helplessness fueled a desperate internal rejection. He couldn't accept being overcome this easily. The warning blared out, shaking him from his paralyzed terror as the cloaked figure behind him panicked. The shock of the accusation registers, forcing a strained refusal to escape his gritted teeth. The sudden realization of his defeat crashes down as the knight collapses, blood staining his gauntlet. The overwhelming force of the impact resonates through the colossal armor, shaking the very air around it. The crimson void seemed to swallow everything as the monster's massive maw descended for the kill. The absolute terror of impending death grips him, his mind screaming a final, desperate realization. That stark realization culminates in a violent, shattering impact against the oppressive darkness. The girl stands defiant, raising her hand against the monstrous form looming directly over her. The harsh air escaped her lungs, now filtered and measured through the respirator. The tightening grip against the strange, bulky headgear showed the sheer force being exerted. The resulting impact exploded outward in a violent burst of corrosive blue energy. The small creature was hurled violently back by the sheer force of the attack's rebound. Stunned and splattered by the unexpected shockwave, her stance faltered under the impact. Despite the sudden disruption, the masked woman regained her composure, realizing her opponent was still oblivious to her intent. A sliver of her intense gaze pierced through the grim, utilitarian barrier of the mask. She moved with swift disregard for the fallen knight, approaching the grotesque, looming threat. Her cold dismissal was interrupted by a soft, almost mocking sound escaping her concealed lips. The masked captain glared, her gaze pinning the boy in place as his recognition dawned. The sudden shift in atmosphere made her clamp the respirator tight, signaling the immediate danger. The threat of unfamiliar power hangs in the air as the armored hand slowly descends, inspecting the residue of that strange magic. The imposing figure dismisses the mysterious substance with a contemptuous sigh, delivering a harsh final judgment. Yet, as the threat fades, a flicker of recognition crosses her masked face. Something about this whole encounter feels disturbingly familiar. Turning his head sharply, the young man's casual demeanor dissolved into cold suspicion, sensing the lingering unease she left behind. Despite Kim Jae-ju's desperate dash, the young man could only watch the ensuing chaos unfold with silent apprehension. A system notification interrupts the tension, signaling the unwelcome return of those who infiltrated the other stream. Despite the chaos, her fierce gaze remained fixed, the mask hiding any sign of her own turmoil. The intense confrontation is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected arrival, signaled by the system's alert. The sudden confirmation that they were facing 3 enemies instead of 2 crushed his momentary relief. The crushing weight of the unexpected attack left him momentarily speechless, only able to utter a strained assent. The desperate surge of power from the Rotondo boots finally manifested in a blinding burst of speed. The desperate sprint ended in a sickening realization of failure as the man could only rasp out a final plea. The Emperor steps forward, his own gauntlet crackling with barely contained power, readying for the impending attack. A brilliant surge of blue energy erupts from the raised hand, signaling the execution of a massive defense. The sudden, devastating impact cracks the air, shattering any lingering hope of defense. The devastating blow has landed, leaving a teammate defeated and choking on the ground before the stunned young man. The imposing figure, now confirmed as an ally, pressed the young man for confirmation, his own face etched with grim realization. A heavy sigh escaped him, the physical exhaustion matching the mental strain of the surprise attack. The young man, still reeling from the unexpected loss of his finger, gestured wildly to the hooded figure. The masked figure, now splattered with something dark, confidently stated her specialty to the stunned survivors. Despite the recent harrowing fight, the streamer finally relaxes, basking in the glory of wealth and success. While the excitement continued around the successful fighter, the hooded figure stepped forward to address the younger man. The young man's relief at the display of power immediately curdled into sheer terror as the emperor prepared his next move. Just as relief washed over them, the sudden, suffocating atmosphere signaled the arrival of something monstrous. The monstrous blue entity materialized, its horrifying presence silencing the fragile moment of success. The sudden surge of power from the Rotondo boots propelled the user forward with explosive force. The explosive momentum carries the fighter through the air, closing the distance against the incoming threat. The frantic burst of speed culminates as he charges through the shocking blue deluge, his focus locked on the enemy. The charging figure slams directly into the monstrous bug, erupting in a shocking, close-quarters confrontation. The full force of the prodigy's blow connects, shattering the tense quiet with explosive impact. The devastating impact shows the massive creature reeling, splattered with dark ichor from the unexpected assault. The battle's chaos leaves the fierce woman furious, her clothes stained once more by the relentless fighting. Staring into the carnage on the screen, the viewer sees the prodigy of close combat standing triumphant amidst the fiery aftermath. The realization of the intense battle settles as one figure gently holds the injured person. Despite the apparent danger, a determined focus hardened behind the protective mask. The enemy's sudden concentration of summoned bugs demanded an immediate and decisive countermeasure. The supposed backline defense failed instantly, leaving the surprised allies splattered with the remnants of the attack. The mysterious hooded figure glows with dark energy as the other man watches with tense uncertainty. The terrifying insectoids loom large, their chitinous forms dripping with menace as they prepare to strike. Just as the team braced for the full assault, a sudden, bewildered question hangs heavy in the smoky air. Despite the confusion over the missing enemies, the masked fighter prepares for impact, drawing back a fist stained with dark fluid. With focused intensity hidden behind the mask, she explodes forward, ready to meet whatever threat looms. The sudden appearance of the Emperor caused the young man to stare, momentarily forgetting the expected attack. The cloaked figure confirms the young man's unspoken realization amidst the chaos erupting below. The sudden, sharp intake of breath confirms a terrible moment has just been realized. Ignoring the other's warnings, the Emperor stepped forward, preparing a basic, yet desperate, magical defense. The sudden, overwhelming realization of his own inadequacy choked him as the attack landed. Even as the threat loomed, his body tensed, bracing for an engagement he knew he couldn't win alone. A moment of sharp recognition flashes across his face, realizing the gravity of the unfolding situation. The realization spurred him to immediate action, summoning a desperate, fiery counterattack against the unseen threat. With a desperate cry to charge forward, the attack launches directly at the charging bug. The expected two enemies suddenly doubled, startling the team with a horrifying realization of their mistake. The terrifying realization of the hidden threat washed over the man in a wave of cold dread. Ignoring the terror of his companion, the younger man prepared his mechanized glove for action. The prodigy of close combat unleashed a blinding flurry of precise, powerful blows against the looming cleaner. The shock of the sudden engagement forced her forward, stepping past the downed foe toward the remaining threat. The unseen tension of the environment forces the masked figure to focus entirely on the immediate danger. The sudden realization of the enemy's presence slammed into her, shattering her protective focus. The shadow of the massive insect loomed over the girl, its gaping maw promising immediate annihilation. The brief moment of relief, believing the threat was contained, instantly vanished into stunned regret. The realization of the hidden threat forces an immediate, desperate command. They must defend. Despite the desperate order to defend, a splatter of dark liquid now mars the gas mask, showing the danger is already closing in. The towering insectoid lunges down, its massive silhouette eclipsing the small figure below. Just as the towering foe descended, an unseen figure moved swiftly, attempting to intercept the devastating blow. Despite the splatter of blue grime and a slight grimace, the young man forced a weary, reassuring smile. The dust settled, revealing the grounded sneaker as the shock of the attack slowly faded from the onlookers. The remaining mage and his cloaked companion braced themselves as the terrifying cleaner horde closed in. The horrifying approach of the foe was immediate, its hardened shell reflecting the dim light of the arena. The horrifying approach of the foe was immediate, its hardened shell reflecting the dim light of the arena. The shockwave of raw power collided with the impenetrable defense, the impact staggering even the attacker. The massive cleaner, previously unconcerned, now showed beads of sweat dripping from its immobile, terrifying form. The colossal creature's magical shell began to crackle and glow intensely under the strain. With furious intent, the young man struck through the creature's hardened exterior, leaving black ichor in his wake. The remaining monster recoiled, its hardened shell now oozing dark, viscous fluid from the violent impact. The sheer, overwhelming power of that single attack caused even the observer's breath to hitch in terror. The sound of impact registered moments after the blinding azure energy struck, proving the horrifying success of the one shot. The blue residue of the neutralized cleaner dripped from his hand as the young man let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He had averted disaster, yet a grim realization began to set in, something vital hanging in the balance. The sheer speed of the charging cleaner was terrifying, closing the distance before anyone could react. Ignoring the desperate warning, the engineer launched himself forward, channeling immense power to intercept the threat. A sudden, violent surge of energy propelled the figure forward in an unstoppable dash. The sheer force of the impact ripped through the air as the spell connected. The resulting cataclysmic energy struck the cleaner dead on, a desperate effort to neutralize the entire wave. The raw, devastating impact of the blast ripped through the horde of enemies in a single, blinding moment. Despite the colossal expenditure of power, he managed a strained, reassuring smile, trying to dismiss his own weakness. Still reeling from the shock of the massacre, the masked girl could only stammer in disbelief at what had just occurred. The trial ended, leaving behind the aftermath of the impossible victory and a shower of rewards. Even amidst the awe, the young man desperately avoided the stern gaze of the girl in the gas mask. Still recovering from his shock, he gazed at the hooded figure, his mind reeling, asking the essential question. Magic? Stunned into disbelief by the sheer power displayed, the man could only let out a weak, exasperated sigh. The older man conceded the point, confirming the bewildering speed he'd just witnessed. The shock gives way to exhaustion as the survivors assess the aftermath of the devastating display. The immediate threat vanished, but the countdown to the next impossible wave begins, stealing precious moments. A confident, smiling man delivered a grim forecast, confirming their overwhelming odds. The terrifying air thickens as the monstrous figures begin to materialize around them. The realization dawned on the youth that the relentless difficulty was escalating far beyond what was reasonable. The mounting pressure solidified into sheer disbelief as one of them spat out the horrifying truth. The terrifying implication of 256 cleaners hit home just as the masked girl lunged with brutal force. The masked girl unleashes a violent, immediate blow, fueled by the desperate need to survive the impossible wave. The monstrous cleaner, impervious to normal attacks, strikes fear into the heart of the terrified warrior. The sheer, concentrated energy consumed everything, instantly annihilating every threat on the field. The silence after such overwhelming power left the survivors stunned and visibly shaken by the aftermath. The air thickened with the sound of unseen creatures approaching, signaling the imminent arrival of the next wave. The overwhelming shock of the sheer numbers pressed down, causing the man to clutch his forehead in dawning dread. The supposed peace shattered instantly as one survivor lashed out in defensive fury against the other. The timer relentlessly ticks down, signaling that the moment of truth, the final, terrifying wave, is fast approaching. The blinding flash subsides, revealing the aftermath as the stunned comrade looks up at the powerful figure standing over him. The immediate threat vaporized. The victorious young man stands amidst the smoldering destruction, catching his breath. As Wave 5 begins, he readies his glowing, augmented hand against the terrifying mass of approaching cleaners. The immense blue energy coalesced into a blinding, single point of impact, focused entirely on annihilating the threat. The overwhelming wave of unleashed magic power ripped through the space, a deafening testament to the final strike. The ground itself buckles as the immense force of the blast makes solid contact. The raw, unrestrained surge of magic power slams down with crushing finality. The sheer force of the unleashed energy causes the caster's eyes to widen in concentration, a primal sound tearing from his throat. He thrust his energy forward, a desperate resolve solidifying into a singular, explosive command. The sheer, blinding force of the attack consumed the frame, obliterating the overwhelming cleaner horde in a single, decisive moment. The resulting sound was the absolute destruction of every monster caught in the spell's crushing effect. The massive magical fallout cracked the earth itself, leaving the survivors trembling in the sudden, eerie quiet. The man could only watch, wide-eyed and breathless, as the powerful force rushed past him. The masked girl slowly rose, her eyes meeting the defeated survivor's gaze with unconcealed shock. The trial was over, and the masked girl's internal debate about revealing herself was cut short by the abrupt end. The abrupt halt of the trial was immediately answered by a frantic, blunt impact against the glass. The shockwave of the collision forced a sickening flow of blood past the shocked young man's covering hand. The devastating force of the attack left him reeling, coughing up a dark, unnatural ichor onto his own fingers. The overwhelming cost of that massive strike settled in immediately, draining every last reserve of his strength. The blinding light fades, revealing the young man kneeling, utterly spent from the magical effort. A brief sound indicates the immediate, settling impact of the residual energy or the final stance taken. Despite having just unleashed devastating power, the young man showed a flicker of surprise at his own exertion. Despite the visible evidence of dark residue, he immediately dismissed the genuine concern of his comrades. Despite his insistence that he was fine, the intensity of her gaze revealed unspoken worry for the coughing boy. Ignoring the heavy-handed comfort, the fifth-floor participant sent a rushed voice message, unable to use the chat. Despite the immediate aftermath, a wave of suppressed anger radiated from the masked figure. The fierce glare behind the mask betrayed her shock at the sudden, impossible feat of power. Despite the previous concern, the young man firmly insisted he was fine, brushing off the lingering worry. With the overwhelming trial defeated, the strange portal shimmered, signaling the end of their immediate ordeal. The sheer impossibility of the single-hit victory left the other survivors stunned into disbelief. Stunned silent by the overwhelming display, one of the onlookers finally managed to stammer out a confused challenge. The masked woman, now splattered with the remnants of her overwhelming victory, coldly steps forward. Her hand instinctively moves toward the mask that hides her expression, perhaps flinching from the sheer residual shock of battle. Just as he was about to depart, her sharp voice cut through his thoughts, demanding his attention once more. She was visibly shocked by the sudden interruption, her stunned expression mirroring the uncertainty of the moment. The lingering tension from their argument finally broke as the student looked away, resolute in his next move. Having secured his coveted reward, the victor now reclined with his spoils, the coins raining down around him. The celebration paused as the questioning eyes of the crowd focused sharply on the supposed victor. The lingering tension was broken as she urgently pulled out her own system interface, demanding attention. The system confirms the change, but her look of utter shock suggests this new name is not the real one they were searching for. Despite the name confirmation, she held a guarded, skeptical gaze, challenging his very presence. His smug grin confirmed his relief that he wasn't a total failure like Young Kang Hyok. Despite his own survival, the man realized the cost of this victory might be his audience. Her stunned confusion immediately followed the abrupt departure, as she processed the final, cryptic words spoken to her. As he finally managed to clear his head, the digital notification sounds indicated new arrivals flooding the space. The unexpected arrival of his former rivals instantly shattered the quiet parting moment. Just as I tried to leave, a notification blared, hijacking my attention once more. The young man, slightly dazed, acknowledged the unexpected recognition for his survival. That initial thanks quickly dissolved into a relieved, if slightly forced, smile as he addressed the others. The lingering tension broke, replaced by a sudden, wide-eyed shock at the realization of what was happening next. The man's smug declaration sealed their separation, as he gleefully refused any compromise. His arrogance, hanging heavy in the air, made the student visibly flinch at the final parting words. The tension explodes into sharp movement as the confrontation abruptly ends, leaving the lingering threat hanging between them. Despite the sudden departure, the younger man slowly conceded the necessity of their parting in the cold air. The student's tense gaze snapped up as she called out sharply, demanding attention after the quiet dismissal. The sudden, sharp exclamation hung in the air, mirroring the shock etched across the faces of the two men. The glowing portal faded as everyone turned their attention to the disparate reward boxes now laid out before them. The others stared intently as the student quickly moved to claim his prize first. The student insisted, trying to pull the young man away from the coveted gloves. The knight, enraged at the perceived stinginess, towered over the young man who clutched his prize. The young man fiercely grips the glowing reward, refusing to relinquish his hard-earned prize. Despite the glowing loot in his hand, the surrounding silent judgment only intensified the tension. The overwhelming pressure crystallized as his innate power fiercely rejected the intrusion. The lingering tension of the previous confrontation suddenly snapped as he forcefully pulled away. The knight pressed the advantage, his mocking grin challenging the younger man to deny the reality of their fractured alliance. The young man grits his teeth, his gaze hardening with resolve as he prepares to voice his own decision. Ignoring their concerns, he accepted the coin pouch, focused only on what he needed to do next. The portal shimmered brightly as the unexpected guest, suddenly summoned, appeared before him with wary expressions. The gloved figure grimaced as the younger man continued his carefree, mocking laughter over the gloves. With a final, dismissive wave and a bright smile, he swiftly vanished toward the next challenge. The stern man turned, his expression hardening as a burst of powerful energy swirled around him. The air crackled with intense, otherworldly power as he finally turned toward the next objective. Despite the lingering tension, he managed a forced, slightly nervous smile as he stepped away. He turned, seemingly ready to leave, then noticed the discarded mechanical hand smoking on the ground. The sudden, sharp sound of the zipper being pulled down revealed only the unsettling, glowing eyes within the hood. The soft, fluffy creatures instantly materialized, ravenously lunging towards the newly acquired gloves. The parasitic creatures mistook the powerful magical aura of the gloves for food. The gluttonous eyes fixated on the prize, confirming these creatures desperately wanted what he had obtained. The small, desperate creatures swarmed Jeju's hand, unable to resist the powerful allure of the gloves. Desperate to snatch the powerful reward, the little monsters clung to him fiercely. The powerful allure of the gloves was immediately recognized, drawing the greedy creatures in close. The creatures, drawn by the magic, immediately swarmed the hero holding the coveted prize. Suddenly surrounded, the young man looks bewildered as he clutches the tempting targets tightly. The young woman watched the sudden swarm, her expression shifting to one of confused suspicion. Were these little things drawn by the powerful gloves he held? These fluffy creatures, mesmerized by the glove's power, reacted with frantic, excited anticipation. The overwhelming adoration from the onlookers instantly stunned the student into silence. But the student's own reaction to the overwhelming adoration was pure, horrified shock. The lingering scent of the gloves and the unexpected reunion caused her composure to shatter into panicked disbelief. Ignoring the worried inquiries, she desperately focuses her energy on escaping this lingering confrontation. The lingering threat dismissed, he paused, clutching the odd little creatures rescued from the chaos. The urgency resurfaces. His time here is up and he must press on. The urgency resurfaces. His time here is up and he must press on. He quickly gathers the highly coveted gloves, trying to keep them hidden from view. The others watched, their eyes lingering on the powerful new gear now secured on his shoulder. Even with the admin silent, he cautioned everyone against ruining the mood with spoilers. Despite the warning, the intense emotion on his face confirmed the gravity of the situation he was about to describe. That sinister smirk was the last thing the man saw before the raw sound of frustration erupted from his lips. Even as one spectator left the chat, Colt quickly urged caution against revealing game knowledge. Ignoring that immediate warning, the speaker confidently asserted his preparation based on recorded history. Even as the commentary descended into chaos, Jeju unleashed a furious, focused assault fueled by newfound conviction. His relentless line of questioning had forced Han Jisaek's composure to crack, revealing a chilling depth of darkness. The chilling certainty of the final verdict hung heavy as the countdown began, framing the silent, imposing idol of judgment. The intense pressure of the trial still hung in the air as he registered the next prompt. Han Jisaek's cold, calculating gaze remained fixed, absorbing the final moments of his opponent's frantic attack. The weight of the confrontation shattered as a sudden, shocking realization gripped him. That person is. The raw, unspoken horror of the revelation finally broke through Jeju's composure, leaving him speechless. He could only manage a clipped confirmation, accepting the heavy implications of the match. The confrontation descended into chaos as the gravity of the match spilled out in visceral violence. The question cut deep, forcing an immediate, stunned reaction from Han Jisaek. The sheer audacity of the final question broke through his icy composure, leaving only raw, exposed shock. The sheer intensity of the accusation, aimed at his past attempts, caused the environment itself to buckle under the strain. The shock of the last question hung heavily, causing the opponent's composure to finally fracture into visible tension. Seeing the opponent finally crack, the man allowed a slow, knowing smile to cross his face. The man offered a smug, knowing gesture, seemingly confirming his victory in this psychological skirmish. The final accusation hung in the air before the two men finally closed the distance between them. The realization of his second entry hit, prompting a sharp, inward reaction from the man facing the ordeal. The system registered the final, probing question, forcing the interface to glow with sudden activity. Jeju's relentless line of questioning was met with Jiseok's immediate dismissal of its relevance. Despite the clear provocation, the man's eyes held a terrifying blankness, reflecting only calculated indifference to the trap. The chilling question about his past experience in the Tower Lands, forcing a deliberate, measured pause from the impassive foe. Now, with the system's pressure mounting, he prepared his next move to push his opponent into a disadvantageous position. The agonizing psychological battle had ended, replaced by a bizarre, bright scene of triumphant hoarding and unexpected victory. The triumphant man pointed out the subtle change, confirming his success in extracting the critical truth. The immense statue of judgment suddenly seemed to react to the exposed vulnerability, its stony hand grasping a heavy weapon. The colossal figure loomed, its massive, indifferent hand reaching down as if to strike the exposed contestant. With his ultimate line delivered, Jiseok stood poised, momentarily considering his next move as the countdown timer paused. Jeju recoiled, reeling from the chilling finality of Han Jisaek's words just moments before. The sheer brutality of the confession caused Jeju's hand to clench tight, Unable to process the cold-blooded nature revealed, Jeju could only stare back, stunned into momentary silence by the monstrous depth of that calculated response. The shocking truth of his second entry was met not with evasion, but with an outright declaration that silenced the courtroom. A blinding flash of blue light erupted as the system reacted violently to the unveiled secret. The system interface violently indicated the time limit expiring just as the man lunged toward the terminal. The horrifying statement hung in the air, now met only by Han Jisake's unnerving, knowing smirk. With the battle of wills concluded, Jeju finally reached for the required component, ending the interrogation. Han Jisake's smug expression curdled into sudden, sharp alarm as Jeju landed a critical hit. The physical components of the lie detector slammed together, sealing the verdict of the revelation. The sheer, cold clarity of the statue's illuminated eye confirmed the undeniable truth of the revelation. The previous display of Jeju's calculated attack left Ha and Jiseok stunned, wondering just how much had been revealed. The sheer audacity of the final question seemed to break through even Jisake's stony facade. The tension lingers as they approach the next floor, but there is still a lingering reservation. His composure finally cracking, the man unleashed the final, cutting question about the true cost of this tower climb. The horrifying hypothetical about his wife hung in the air, pulling a strained, desperate look from him. Jeju watched as Han Jiseok, having answered, maintained a veneer of composure despite the probing attack. Despite the chilling response, Jeju's internal analysis continued, his visible tension betrayed by a nervous clench of his collar. The deduction solidified, leaving the man to utter a realization heavy with implication. The realization settled heavily as the system began to process the shocking outcome of the exchange. The confirmation of the lie struck with an intense, jewel-colored glare, freezing the atmosphere. The chilling response about his wife caused an immediate, wide-eyed shock to ripple across the man's face. The gravity of the judgment statue loomed over both men as they faced the truth revealed by the question. With the air thick from the previous accusation, the man's expression suggested a chilling resolve to press forward again. His steely gaze held firm, asking the question that could seal his opponent's fate in this agonizing cycle. The intense finality of the question hung in the air, eliciting a look of sheer, stunned realization from Jeju. Jeju's successful psychological gambit suddenly drained the confident composure from his opponent's features. The shock of the confrontation left Han Jiseok momentarily speechless, the truth finally cutting through his defenses. The weight of Jeju's final probe hung heavy, forcing a fractured response from the stone-faced man. His feigned composure finally cracks under the pressure of the accusation, his face betraying a sudden, intense strain. The breath he held was finally expelled, a small, contained sign of relief washing over his features. The system's confirmation hits him with absolute certainty. His opponent's devastating statement was nothing more than a lie. The heavy finality of the revelation silenced the room, as Jeju's last, desperate question hung in the air. The shock of the potential truth, driven by Jeju's last question, finally broke through the stone facade of the opponent. A subtle, agonizing shift crossed the statue's face as the truth settled, one glowing eye dimming in defeat. The sudden revelation stunned the observers, who immediately questioned the shocking implication. The hidden opponent leaned in, a predatory smirk blooming across his face as he asserted his twisted enjoyment. His confidence warped into a chilling, knowing grin, signaling the true start of his attack. The oppressive atmosphere intensified as his opponent processed the heavy implication of the previous line. His chilling apathy did not deter the interrogator, who pressed harder on the terrible truth of his victim. The subject barely reacted to the accusation, his gaze distant and disturbingly focused. A sudden, strained grimace breaks through his calm facade as he violently rejects the underlying implication. That momentary rejection dissolves instantly into a chilling, self-satisfied smirk as he moves toward the exit. The administrator's accusation was met with a chilling, confident dismissal of the truth. Ignoring the lingering judgment, the subject decisively struck the offered rewards. The system immediately began processing the final outcome, shaking the very air around the imposing statue. The anticipation of the next trial hung heavy as the subject grimly raised the crude, bone-like weapon. The subject's movement was suddenly frozen by an intense, oppressive presence bearing down upon him. The monumental statue loomed above, its impassive, ancient face judging the man standing below. But as he prepared to leave, an immense, unseen pressure struck, manifesting as sudden, burning crimson eyes. The calculated calm shattered instantly as the subject recoiled in sudden, profound shock. The subject, momentarily distracted by the torrent of viewer chatter, snapped back to the immediate reality of his ascent. The immediate task was clear: secure the spoils of his victory before moving on. That declaration, fueled by the hidden audience, sharply reframed the confrontation as he focused solely on his material gains. The imposing statue, seemingly awakened by his resolve, stared down with fiercely glowing, crimson eyes. He vehemently rejected that corrupted image, asserting his true identity against the spectral presence behind him. Even after dispatching the unpleasant memory, a sudden, jarring tremor of apprehension shook him as he looked up. The acquired armguard thudded heavily onto the ground, an undeniable sign of his victory and wealth. With the rewards claimed, the man immediately asserted his dominance with a forceful strike. The sudden, brutal impact of the blow shattered the lingering tension in the air. The man's face contorted in raw terror as the final, crushing force struck him down. The realization of his impending doom made the subject visibly tremble, muscles locking in a desperate, futile stance. Despite the chilling warnings of the 10th floor, his focus remained fixed solely on ascending now. The internal debate concluded sharply, the observer's dread solidifying into a grim assessment. Just as Jiseok resolved to ascend, a familiar, yet shocked voice called out his name from the foliage. The interrogator pressed hard, finally demanding the root of his motivation within this deadly place. Dismissing the deep, probing questions, he offered only dull apathy. His eyes, devoid of warmth, fixed intensely on the path ahead, ready to dismiss the past and move onward. Despite his grim resolve, the fresh residue of violence still clung desperately to his hand. The interrogator pressed the reality of the recent murder, demanding confirmation of the victim's identity. Despite the horrifying aftermath, his eyes held a chilling, unsettling blankness. That apathy remained etched on his profile, a barely perceptible upturn of the lips suggesting grim satisfaction. The subject's grim satisfaction shattered as his hand violently grasped the weapon, readying for the climb. The towering, stone-like figure prepared its strike, its eyes burning red, as the subject coldly invoked their shared history. The massive strike finally connected, splashing dark liquid across the man's face in a sudden, violent impact. The brutal impact erupted, a sickening, drawn-out sound reverberating through the void as the kill completed. The visceral shock of the act slowly receded, leaving behind only a faint bead of sweat on his composure. Despite the horrific scene, a cold, unnerving sense of relief washed over Jisek's features. The relief vanished, replaced by a monstrous, wide grin as this entity drew its weapon. The visceral sound of impact echoed, confirming the deadly conclusion of his chilling justification. The shattered floor bears witness to the grotesque finality of his past life resentment. The overwhelming, mocking cheer from the viewers was instantly dismissed as the subject refocused. The subject turned away from the commentary, stepping directly into the blinding light of the next ascension gate. Ignoring the impending challenge, the subject was instantly bombarded by frantic pleas from his now unmuted viewers. Distracted by the chaotic stream, the subject coolly identified the source of the sudden influx of new viewers. Ignoring the chatter, the focus snapped back to the loot. The armguard of Lotonto materialized with a divine glow. The subject's hand gripped something tightly, a sharp, decisive action signaling his readiness to move on. The newly acquired power of the armguard instantly activated, its set effects flooding the system interface. The cold, calculated resolve in his eye mirrors the tightening grip of the newly equipped artifact. The system confirms another bounty is secured as the coin pouch is forcefully claimed. With rewards claimed, the vortex solidified, signaling his readiness to advance. Ignoring the viewer's escalating excitement and dread, the man stepped fully into the blinding, energetic gateway. The raw, visceral sound of transition ripped through the sun-drenched clearing. The noise settled, leaving the protagonist still and utterly unmoved amidst the verdant sunlight. A new interface flashed, demanding his attention with an immediate objective and a ticking clock. The stress of the confrontation finally broke, allowing a moment of simple, physical relief. The exhaustion of his chilling confession finally settles, his expression turning blank as he momentarily rests. The subject's flat readiness to ascend is abruptly interrupted by the emergence of a countdown timer in the tall grass. The casual ascent was immediately broken as unsettling. Large-eyed creatures began to peer out from the dense undergrowth. His detached composure briefly faltered as the emerging threats forced a direct, weary acknowledgement of his predicament. The subject entered the new terrain, only for small, strange creatures to immediately react to his presence. The small, fuzzy beings immediately betrayed their fear as the challenger approached their green space. The challenger's ascent toward the next floor was abruptly met by a startling, aggressively charging fluffball. The sudden burst of energy was matched by the surprised cries of the popoi scattering from the tree. The popoi reacted instantly to the surge of energy, their cute demeanor replaced by fierce, sharp expressions. The fierce tension quickly dissolved as the little creature snuggled deeply into his chest again. The little rascal rested his head on my chest. Ha! I can't take my eyes off them. The man struggled to contain his deep affection, completely lost in the overwhelming cuteness of the creatures cradled in his arms. His own astonishment was clear as he struggled to articulate the feeling gripping him. The genuine affection radiating from the small creatures overwhelmed his senses. The overwhelming cuteness of the popoi erupts, drawing him deeper into their joyous embrace. The little one radiated pure joy, its enthusiastic reaction clearly confirming the deep affection he felt for them. This adorable popoi expressed its delight with unrestrained, sparkling happiness. This sudden confirmation of rewards was almost secondary to the overwhelming cuteness of the clinging popoi, but the enchanting scent of the trial lingered, pulling him back from the lingering warmth. The little popoi squeaked in confusion as his favorite person suddenly rushed away from the comforting trunk. He tried to linger, lost in the joy of their presence, but the system pulled him onward. The system revealed the lore of the broken world tree, a concept far heavier than the cute popoi. The sudden, intimate proximity caused a shocked gasp to escape, startling the emperor. Even as the gravity of the world tree's lore settled, the cuteness of the popoi was a distraction. The fallen world tree, once suppressing the devil's spirit, now cast the entire realm of Astrode into ruinous chaos. Despite the chaotic world, these gentle popoi creatures still flocked to him, their presence undeniably adorable. He stretched out comfortably amidst the bright grass, briefly surrendering to the pure, restful peace they offered. The blissful peace was shattered by a sudden, soft sound from the creature nestled against him. The little creatures, truly happy to have him there, covered the man as he took a much-needed, peaceful rest. Satiated by the cute companions and a rare moment of rest, the man finally surfaced, holding a strange blue crystal amongst the showering rewards. Despite the looming trials, the sheer adoration from the popoi overwhelmed him, pulling him back down into their soft embrace. Even as he steeled himself to leave, the adorable popoi swarmed him, expressing their playful adoration. Overwhelmed by their genuine affection, he could only cherish these incredibly cute creatures a moment longer. The departing hero was met by the small popoi, their faces now shifting with evident sadness. Reluctantly accepting his departure, he offered a final tender word to the crowd of fuzzy creatures. Even amidst the cosmic glow, the boy's gentle smile was a beacon of pure contentment, cherishing his momentary connection. The light intensified around them as the world began to shift, pulling them toward the next trial. The new environment materialized, confirming two participants had entered this strange, imposing space. The system displayed the new rules, but the man barely noticed, sighing under the weight of his adorable, clinging companions. The admin certainly ensured this trial wouldn't offer him an easy time. The hooded woman, known as the witch, approached the cryptic wall, ready to test her alleged skill. The witch's smug facade shattered as she saw the Emperor's ease with the potboy. Han pulled her hood tighter, a knowing, slightly unsettling smile playing on her lips despite the evident shock. The sudden, sharp sound of cloth shifting emphasized the tension as she moved closer to the Emperor, a disarming smile blooming amidst the yellow flowers. She feigned innocent delight at the sight of the potboy. The celebrated, which quickly moved, seizing his wrist with surprising force as her smile vanished. The proximity to the Emperor, combined with the challenge, caused a flush of overwhelmed anxiety to creep across his face. Her dazzling, almost predatory smile immediately shifted as she asked for his name, clearly delighted by the proximity. Hands falls. Sweet veneer crumbles as she finally acknowledges their shared predicament. The witch's true, manipulative grin finally surfaces as she realizes her act is exposed. Her eyes, cold and calculating, confirmed the hidden malice beneath the charming facade. The witch feigned excitement, immediately adopting a familiar tone despite the clear tension between them. Ignoring her pretense, the man quickly placed his hand against the glowing crystal panel. He swiftly moves across the wall, his gloved hands pressing each panel, focused entirely on the puzzle. While Han busied herself with the wall, Jeju remained watchful, assessing her every move with a subtle, calculating gaze. There must be effort behind her actions, he was certain. But what was the true purpose? While he pondered her motives, the system interface updated, showing progress markers of the confusing trial. The mesmerizing sight of the little potboy clinging to him momentarily arrested her judgment. The moment of distraction snapped, as the woman could only offer a simple, resigned confirmation. The intensity of the remaining time pressed down as one wall instantly clicked, snapping from red to blue. The successful resolution brought a moment of relief, yet the other participant was clearly overwhelmed by the sudden cut in time. Han, unfazed by the pressure, instantly embraced Jeju, drawing the startled attention of everyone present. Her smug, satisfied smile contrasted sharply with Jeju's stunned reaction pressed close beside her. Her hand firmly settled on his arm, stopping his movement as she radiated undeniable confidence. Her soft touch was instantly met with a wave of adorable chaos as the potboy swarmed him. The witch's unsettling, knowing smile seemed to promise either charm or utter destruction. The sudden deluge of dark, streaking lines signaled an intense, unavoidable shift in the atmosphere. Her thoughtful silence suggested she was processing the sheer depth of his claims about the tower's structure. Her confident facade momentarily faltered as the man's earnest questioning broke through her playful facade. Jeju's earlier evasiveness gave way to immediate, tangible success in the welcoming light of the 10th floor. Han's unsettlingly sweet smile pressed him for an answer about his identity. Her playful wink affirmed she was still waiting for the deal to be sealed, a predatory charm lingering after their bizarre trade offer. When the promised answer did not materialize, Han's sweet facade cracked, revealing genuine shock at his continued evasion. He needed to know what she knew. His cautious expression tightened as he pressed her about her sudden knowledge. She leaned in close, her innocent smile suddenly turning sharp and predatory as she made her demand. The request for his expensive mana-amplifying robe made the man's composure finally snap under the pressure. Her predatory smile, like stone, met his sputtering confusion as the price for information became startlingly clear. The supposed final exchange dissolving, Han was caught mid-reaction, her sharp demand for the robe clearly having stunned the man. The teasing abruptly cut short as the man wrenched himself away, refusing her demand. Her playful demeanor evaporated, replaced by a sharp, demanding glare as she insisted on her price. Her demand for the robe met with disbelief as he questioned her intentions. He protested her demand for the robe, signaling his companions to remain put as he prepared to leave. Triumphant in escaping the persistent witch, he adjusted his precious mana-amplifying robe, ready to explore the 10th floor. The heavy, glowing notification announced his arrival into the newly accessible, free expanse of the 10th floor. The promised coins scattered like a glittering lure, immediately revealing the desperate state of those left behind. The man seemed to realize the true depth of his predicament, explaining the tower's structure where everything was revealed. Ignoring his intense confession, Hain maintained her unsettling, triumphant smirk, still demanding what she wanted. Hain's playful demand for the robe clearly unsettled the man, drawing a tense, defensive reaction from him. Despite his insistence, Hain's taunts left the other woman completely enraged and reeling from the exchange. His triumphant, mocking laughter echoed as the small creature scurried away in terror beneath his triumphant step. Hain dismissed his blistering, wiping away an imaginary tear with a genuinely amused smirk. Her amusement deepened, a predator satisfied with cornering her prey after the exchange. The triumphant, mocking laughter faded as he confirmed his identity, believing the playful exchange was finally over. Just as he turned to leave, an unexpected voice called out, halting his triumphant exit. The revelation of the two barely registered as another intimidating presence cut through the air. The sudden activation of the community feature seemed to momentarily stall the confrontation as a figure was violently pulled through a swirling portal. The system alerts flooded Jeju's vision as he arrived in the dazzling, foreign landscape of the free area. He finally reached the 10th floor, yet a new restriction immediately dampened his victory, blocking lower floor viewers. He shut off his broadcast, momentarily securing privacy before the next confrontation arrived. The system notification confirmed his arrival on the 10th floor, but his focus was immediately stolen by the small creature clutching something important. Jeju quickly pulled his hood lower, instinctively shielding his identity as he started to survey the new surroundings. The dazzling, alien light of the 10th floor flooded the bustling streetscape, confirming his arrival. His triumphant mockery of Hain was cut short by a sudden, sharp intake of air upon entering the free area. The mocking laughter died instantly as a physical shock hit him, forcing a sharp reaction from the young man. The mocking laughter died instantly as a physical shock hit him, forcing a sharp reaction from the young man. The sudden, chilling warning shattered the light mood, freezing the man as he was accosted by an imposing, authoritative figure. The disdainful noble's words hung heavy, causing the commoner Jeju to freeze in pure shock. Stunned by the sudden, intimidating presence, Jeju could only react with a desperate, reflexive pushback. His triumphant mockery evaporated as a chilling presence snapped his attention back to the reality of the 10th floor. The condescending pat on the head snapped him out of his taunt, leaving him looking utterly bewildered by the sudden apology. The noble offered a smooth, condescending promise of elevation, making the young woman look up in stunned awe. Jeju's triumphant laughter died instantly as Hain's sudden presence broke his focus. The sudden appearance of another imposing figure immediately captured Jeju's attention, interrupting his moment of victory. The triumphant mockery was violently shattered by this unexpected, sharp intrusion. The sudden, chilling message had clearly pulled Jeju from his moment of victory, his attention snapping towards the ominous shadows. The tense encounter was abruptly broken by the mundane sounds of the new area settling in. Ignoring the confrontation, the man calmly scattered feed, the simple action masking his true intentions. The elderly man absorbed the immediate threat, his placid demeanor momentarily cracking under the weight of unspoken caution. The sudden tension hung heavy between the hooded man and the elder, emphasizing the strange truce they currently held. The administrator spoke of how his selfless actions for himself unexpectedly mirrored the fate of the future role. The masked man sits silently, absorbing the weight of his past self's influence on the world around them. The revelation hangs heavy, causing the man to pause, eyes wide in thoughtful contemplation. The seasoned administrator simply laughed, finding amusement in the confusion of the current Jeju. The remnants of the administrator's analogy, water, or perhaps the earth, spilled uselessly away, like the hope that his duty was unique. The sudden, explosive force of the water breaks the illusion, shattering the serene park setting. The distorted reality coalesces around the figure, extending a hand as if offering a choice or a path forward. The conversation snaps back to the grim reality of the 10th floor park as food suddenly scatters, drawing the attention of hungry pigeons. With a sudden rush of wings, the mundane scene of the park shatters into motion. Terrified pigeon is violently snatched from the air, the shock reflecting in its wide eye. The administrator's unnerving presence suddenly darkened the bright park, startling Jeju. The conversation paused as the reality of his own actions and the resulting changes settled over the man. The realization of his profound impact struck with jarring clarity, a gasp echoing the immense weight of his fate. The realization of his profound impact struck with jarring clarity, a gasp echoing the immense weight of his fate. This sudden shock confirms the harrowing reality he now perceives. The air itself seemed to shudder as an unseen force demanded attention. The chaotic energy manifested into roaring approval from the shadowy crowd gathered before the imposing structure. His personal acts of defiance, he now realizes, mirrored the very fate he sought to avoid as administrator. Even as he sought separation, the impact of his own choices violently collided with his perceived future. The monstrous shadows of Teruha, now fully realized, violently consumed the space where the dialogue had just concluded. The very warriors, overwhelmed, now break into terrified screams under the onslaught of demonic forces. Despite his inner turmoil, the man's face contorted into a mask of intense, pained fury as the unseen attack landed. The horrifying impact slams into him, revealing the monstrous form lunging from the shadows. The revelation of his future as administrator was unsettling, yet the current reality demanded brutal action in this frozen hell. Hearing his own future self confirmed, the man's shock quickly morphed into fierce disbelief. The reality of the future administrator's path slammed into him as a chilling silhouette appeared against the icy peaks. The towering, alien structure, clearly monstrous, rose from the frozen earth under a pale sky. The nightmare of ruined Teruha began to manifest, a grotesque, hungry form looming against the sky. The world seemed to shudder as the monstrous growth pulsed violently, ready to strike. The overwhelming energy of the attack descended violently, signaling the full force of the destruction to come. The promised devastation manifests as these monstrous entities loom, their very presence signaling an inescapable drought. A roar of pure despair echoes as the monstrosities descend upon the doomed Teruha. The battle descended into brutal, close-quarters horror as the warriors struck out with shocking force. The impact was a brutal, sickening collision, tearing through the fragile peace of their conversation. The horrific reality of the administrator's potential future manifested in a blinding burst of violence. The monstrous forces of ruined Teruha descended upon the castle walls, overwhelming the defenders instantly. The corrupted shadow beasts clawed desperately at the cold, unforgiving stone of the fortress. The former administrator pauses, his reflection mirroring the heavy weight of shared consequence. The chilling revelation settles heavily, causing the young man's composure to finally crack under the pressure. The conversation abruptly halts as an unspeakable horror looms, forcing him to confront the abyss itself. The horrifying truth of his impact on the world landed with crushing finality. Despite the devastating realization, the man manages a strange, defiant grin as he falls. The administrator's philosophical monologue abruptly ceases as a small, feathered creature is violently gripped, its panicked eye stark against the looming dark. Despite the horrifying nature of his own descent, the former administrator stands firm, refusing to change his hardened position. The younger man's realization of his own potential future is met by the administrator's unnerving, knowing smile. But the current man vehemently rejects this mirroring fate, shouting his difference into the tranquil scene. A knowing, gentle smile crosses the administrator's face, unbothered by the sharp denial. Despite the calm revelation, the gravity of their shared reality forces a harsh, sudden realization onto the younger man. The older man's casual demeanor suddenly snaps, revealing a chilling act of control over a trapped creature. The administrator's claim about his own detached state was clearly causing internal dissonance in the youth. The administrator's chilling description of duty was instantly interrupted by a sudden, impossible descent from the sky. A feather drifts down, catching the administrator's attention as he trails off mid-sentence about the tower. The administrator reveals his former belief: if the fifth-floor world felt fake, he would have acted without restraint. The gravity of this revelation stuns the onlookers as the protagonist remains calmly detached. The protagonist's small, personal actions on the fifth floor unexpectedly mirrored the future administrator's impact. He pressed his point, questioning the administrator's words. The administrator stood still, perhaps momentarily stunned by the weight of the realization settling upon him. A sudden, terrifying motion cuts through the calm as the administrator brings his foot down with menacing intent. The force of the impact sends debris scattering outward, illustrating the sheer power behind the administrator's decisive move. Even as the power surges, the younger figure recoils, barely evading the immediate destructive wave. He suddenly stops, startled by the administrator's pointed comparison of their recent actions. The administrator defined the role by comparing it to an empty jar, immediately followed by its inevitable filling. His controlled composure shatters as the agonizing reality of that endless duty becomes too much to bear. The former administrator, now grotesque, struggles to articulate the crushing weight of his eternal role. The revelation about the fifth floor's outcome causes a visible, sickening reaction in the monstrous figure. The previous shocking truth is now pouring into the core, but the true consequence remains hidden. His face hardens as he struggles to articulate his true feelings about this revelation. He holds up the fractured piece of the world, seeing his own troubling future reflected within its surface. Even as he questioned the origin of the prophetic visions, the administrator remained stubbornly detached. The current administrator offered a subtle, knowing smirk, suggesting he already knew the answers Jeju desperately sought. The former administrator's smile falters, betraying a momentary crack in his detached facade. The man's eyes flare with shocking blue intensity, realizing the extent of his own actions mirroring the role he resists. The shocking revelation hangs heavy, causing a stunned pause as the administrator leans in conspiratorially. A sudden, broken, manic laugh echoes, suggesting the weight of the truth has finally shattered the administrator's composure. The tormented administrator leans in, his eyes glowing with manic intensity, still convinced of the other's potential. The administrator recoils from the confrontation, his previous zeal suddenly collapsing into visible distress. The administrator's smile returns, a chilling affirmation that Jeju's current path mirrors his future one. A sudden, violent tension grips the figure's hand, a stark physical reaction to the revelation. The unexpected admission causes the man's breath to catch sharply, revealing his deep unease. The heavy realization of his actions being noticed breaks through his composure with explosive force. The sound of frantic typing ceased as the unseen entity suddenly pressed down onto the surface. The fanfare of the stream's return erupted, filled with ecstatic messages and falling coins. As Jeju held his prized blue crystal, the cheers faded slightly as the adorable little creature simply popped into view atop his finger. The polite rejection from the craftsman was immediate, shutting down any further small talk about repairs. The persistent traveler's sudden, unexpected lunge was met with instant, forceful dismissal. The physical confrontation ended abruptly as Jeju recoiled slightly, looking down at the person he had just shoved away. The sudden impact caused an unexpected feathered stowaway to tumble out of the sleeve. The small bird, escaping Jeju's confinement, soared into the bright, open sky. Jeju's abrupt shove sent the persistent party member sprawling onto the cold ground. The abrupt physical rejection lands with a sharp, shocking finality, echoing the intensity of the insult. Suddenly, an unknown voice pierces the air, questioning Jeju's past identity. Ignoring the noise, his resolve hardened. Finding the answer meant climbing higher. The overwhelming chatter abruptly cut through his focus as his companion, Popoy, gave him an affectionate, slobbery greeting. Popoy's overjoyed reaction showed just how much he had missed the Emperor's attention. With the petty distractions set aside, Jeju focused on the crucial task, accepting the challenge before him. The stream's status immediately confirmed his change of channel and new identity, reflecting his move past the lower floors. The mass exodus from the previous channel confirmed the lower floor viewers were only after clout or coins. The sudden silence of the departure left Jeju with a moment to process the next critical step on the interface. Confirming the broadcast setting, he accepted the system prompt for a temporary spotlight on the 10th floor. The unexpected influx of messages confirmed his popularity, even as he left the crowded channel behind. Even after leaving the crowd, the relentless stream of clan invitations continued to find him. Ignoring the attention, Jeju smiled as his familiar companions clustered close in the bright forest. With his familiar pets clinging close, the traveler's journey through the bright park was about to take a determined turn. The promised entry into the auction house required a demonstration of traveler worth. With the channel changed, Jeju arrived in the new zone, stepping into the bustling marketplace. The strange, modern footwear contrasted sharply with the fantasy setting as he approached the intended destination. The expected sight of Brand's workshop brought a wave of confusion, suggesting this new zone held unexpected changes. The intimidating facade of the auction house loomed, starkly different from the workshop Jeju had expected to find here. A dramatic shift in environment signifies their arrival at the exclusive border auction house. A craftsman steps out of the doorway, pulling the door open with a loud bang, immediately searching for the traveler. The craftsman reacts with a surprise, almost pained expression as Jeju demands access to the workbench. The craftsman, Cray, stands guarded as Jeju states his non-commission reason for visiting the familiar workshop. The craftsman stops his denial, visibly stunned by the sudden, unfamiliar name being spoken aloud. The exchange of names solidifies their meeting, a brief moment of connection before the work begins. After stating his unusual name, Jeju simply confirms his presence, holding the strange, star-filled bag. The ancient, stone-like glove pulsed with faint, otherworldly energy, awaiting its repair. Having just explained his need for repair, Jeju approaches the craftsman at the doorway. He finished his request, now looking at the craftsman with mild anticipation for the work to begin. With the glove in capable hands, Jeju surveyed the busy streetscape of this new zone, looking for necessary resources. Rejecting the offered help, the traveler moved forward, his modern sneakers contrasting sharply with the ancient stone pavement. He firmly dismissed the possibility of joining their party, walking away from the insistent bidders toward the auction house entrance. But the intense energy radiating from that bloodstone held his attention captive. The woman's aggressive reach was swiftly countered by an unexpected, forceful rejection. The unwanted touch was met with Jeju's instinctive recoil, confirming his disinterest in their party. She clung tightly, captivated by his sudden proximity, while he remained unmoved by the advances. Cornered by her aggressive invitation, the traveler offered a reluctant affirmation. The persistent user leaned in closely, attempting to finalize the alliance as Jeju reluctantly agreed to talk. His smug declaration signaled a twisted sense of victory right after being forcefully pulled aside. The confident couple moved closer, one of them reaching out with an unwarranted sense of entitlement. The man's expression hardened as he processed the aggressive approach, realizing the extent of the 10th floor user's desperation. Despite his firm resolution, the woman persisted, pulling at his arm while her companion looked on in surprise. Jeju recoiled instantly as the unexpected, aggressive touch broke his composure. The overly eager invitation was abruptly dismissed with a sharp, physical rejection. The rejected suitor reacted instantly, letting out a startled cry as Jeju pushed her away. The aggressive proposal was immediately met with a tearful distress as the knight tried to hold on to the retreating figure. The forceful rejection left the group reeling, but the masked traveler only offered a tense, uncomfortable smile. Jeju's intense displeasure was immediately obvious, confirming his awareness of their underhanded tactics. His face contorted in righteous anger as he confronted the gatekeeper blocking his path to the auction house. The guards immediately reacted to the confrontation, leveling their spears with alarmed readiness. A sudden chime announced a new message, interrupting the tension of the standoff. The sudden channel switch instantly updated his streamer tag to the new reality. The sudden shock registered on their faces as Jeju vanished from their known location. The harsh sound of a sudden, forced stop echoed as Jeju stood before the imposing guard. The imposing guards finally yielded, granting the traveler passage into the shadowed expanse beyond their watch. The cloaked figure quickly departs the check-in area, their mysterious presence dissolving into the opulent hall. The intense scrutiny from the other traveler confirms the masked figure's sudden arrival. The immediate demand for verification felt like another hurdle, echoing the intrusive nature of this place. The escalating bids for the mysterious necklace suddenly arrested his attention, snatching him back from his guarded thoughts. The attendant, with a knowing, polite smile, gestures toward the registration documents. The machine whirred, finally spitting out the completed customer verification slip bearing his true name. But just as the verification seemed complete, an immediate, sharp denial ripped through the air. The clerk's voice wavered. The official verification document suddenly scrutinized once more. The clerk's scrutiny reveals the incorrect entry as the pen violently strikes the paper. The successful transaction completed. The man quickly turned his focus back to the ongoing auction. The auction hall bustled with the privileged few, a stark contrast to the chaos of the outside world. The chatter paused as an unexpected figure descended the staircase, catching the woman's stunned attention. The sudden spike in bidding for the mysterious necklace confused the observer. Ignoring the rising cost of the unknown jewel, his focus shifted to the rising offer he truly desired. He rushed forward, drawing immediate attention as he called out his desperate bid for the item. Startled by the abrupt interruption, the young woman recognized the unexpected presence before her. The traveler paused his approach, inviting her to continue whatever matter had brought them together. The traveler leaned in with a knowing, expectant smile, ready to hear her next move. The waiting guest simply requests the most basic refreshment, perhaps indicating her focus remained solely on the upcoming auction. Her simple request was immediately interrupted as the auction officially began, demanding full attention. The attendant delivered both drinks, giving a curt instruction to enjoy them before the main event. The air thickened into an awkward silence as the two sat across the small table, waiting for the auction to begin. A sharp intake of breath signals Jeju's internal focus shifting, his casual demeanor momentarily broken by the escalating bids. The man's lighthearted facade breaks as he identifies the escalating bid's target. The supposed collector's smile becomes forced as his concealed object suddenly detonates in his grasp. The unexpected, fiery reaction caused the man to recoil, gripping his drink for support. The heavy silence following the abrupt shift in atmosphere left both of them momentarily speechless. The lukewarm cocoa suddenly scalded her hands as she let out an involuntary yelp of shock. The shock of the auctioneer's interruption fades as he inwardly blames himself for the escalating chaos. But still, for you, I have a subject I must discuss with you. The student suddenly clutches her chest, taking a sharp, startled breath before seeking an answer. A sudden, knowing smile spreads across his face as the prospect of the bloodstone appears. The sudden reveal of the potential bloodstone ignites a fierce resolve in the mysterious woman. The intense focus in her eyes solidifies her singular pursuit, pushing the staggering price aside. A brief, pleased expression crosses his face as the intense bidding for the mysterious item begins. That smug grin suggests he already knows the true value of this strange necklace. Her stunned face registered the unbelievable confirmation of a successful connection. The unexpected acceptance from the military high school girl only fueled his confident grin. The previous bid was dismissed, but this new, precious item immediately seized her full attention. Despite her outward denial, the sudden appearance of something truly valuable made her blush with unexpected feeling. The revelation of the bloodstone's immense worth elicits a sharp, dismayed reaction from the other bidder. The auctioneer's call cuts through the tense atmosphere, signaling the transition to the main event. A sudden gasp escapes the woman as the auction formally begins, her focus utterly captured by the proceedings. The previous item was quickly dispatched, but then a completely unremarkable necklace immediately escalated the bidding war. The auctioneer's dull presentation only sharpened his focus on the next, more intriguing object. The crowd began to settle into the theater, awaiting the real spectacle to begin. The crowd murmured with anticipation, but the young man remained focused, sensing something important on the horizon. Just as the host announced the next item, the young man abruptly rose, catching the attention of those nearby. A sudden, heavy clang signaled the start of bidding, momentarily silencing the crowd's chatter. The auctioneer, Raiden, beamed, seizing the small gavel to command attention. The host, Raiden, offered a professional, welcoming smile before starting the official proceedings. The auctioneer introduced the method, and now the attendees waited, displaying their paddle numbers to signal participation. The host called out the escalating bids, his expression taut with the rhythm of the proceedings. The host dramatically presents the next offering, a mysterious, dark object resting on a pillow. His momentary distraction is broken by the tiny dragon's small fiery noise, making him quickly reconsider. The starting price for the dragon egg had been called out, met immediately by a rising bid of 4,000 coins. The auctioneer's gavel falls sharply, finalizing the first sale of the day. The host, wiping sweat from his brow, beams as he presents the next highly anticipated item. The host's presentation shifts focus to a brilliant, ornate necklace, catching the light exquisitely. The outrageous starting bid for the mysterious necklace causes a bystander to erupt in shock. A sudden, sharp bid rings out, signaling a serious contender has entered the fray for the unknown jewel. The shocking 10,000 coin bid momentarily stunned the onlookers, but his focus was locked. The bidder's eyes locked onto the glowing crimson gem, finally recognizing the object of his relentless search. The auctioneer beamed, concluding the final sale and wiping his brow in sheer relief. With the bidding complete, the mysterious, priceless bloodstone was finally presented for viewing. The triumphant auctioneer slammed down his gavel, signaling the final, decisive sale of the artifact. The traveler, still reeling from the surprising gift, suddenly froze, a bead of sweat marking his shock. The bloodstone pulsed with a terrifying, deep crimson energy, confirming its legendary, dark allure. With a dramatic flourish, the auctioneer loudly declared the impossibly high starting price for the artifact. The bidding began immediately, punctuated by the sharp movement of paddles indicating high stakes. The auctioneer turned attention to another bidder, patiently calling for the next action. The high-stakes bidding had paused, yet a subtle reaction betrayed the royal Clady family's daughter's watchful interest. The stranger's unsettling grin cut through the conversation, challenging the Ajusi with a predatory calm. The traveler's shocking counterbid was met not with relief, but with a burning, manic intensity as he declared his intent. The initial low bid was violently shredded as the auction prices escalated toward the unknown. The victorious bidder, now revealed as customer 70, barely managed to contain his triumphant satisfaction. But even with his victory secured, a flicker of doubt crossed the young man's face. The sudden, decisive upward motion confirmed customer 70's winning bid for the bloodstone. Customer 70's resolute face confirmed the surprising victory, seizing the artifact just as another wavered. A sudden burst of dark energy marks the moment of triumph, contrasting sharply with the woman's intense, determined gaze. The fierce battle finally concluded, leaving the auctioneer visibly wiping sweat from his brow. But the true victor, Jeju, simply smiled, her victory now tangible and undeniable. The winning bidder, now revealed as the stream star Jeju, sits comfortably amidst falling coins, savoring her new acquisition. The auctioneer dramatically bows, concluding the intense bidding war for the coveted bloodstone. Regret still lingered over losing the ultimate prize. Even with his new magic stone secured, the conversation about school uniforms suddenly halted as the stern man recognized the figure now standing by the doorway. The young woman, Jeju, revealed the coveted bloodstone necklace with an almost casual flick of her wrist. Stunned by the unexpected gift, the traveler could only stare as the prized necklace was suddenly thrust into his grasp. The high school girl insisted, pushing the expensive bloodstone necklace toward him as a sign of friendship. Shock registered clearly on the woman's face as the expensive necklace was thrust into her unwilling grasp. The traveler could only stand there, bewildered by the unexpected, costly gift from his supposed acquaintance. Her teasing smirk played across her face as she insisted the expensive necklace was merely a friendly token. She insisted on pressing the 30,000 coin necklace upon him, a gesture that clearly flustered the traveler. Startled by the sudden, forceful push of the gift, the recipient could only react in bewildered shock. The traveler stared down at the vibrant bloodstone necklace, the inexplicable weight of the unexpected gift leaving him speechless. The traveler stood frozen, the strange generosity of the high school girl causing a look of profound confusion to settle on his face. The shock of the gift slowly gave way as the high school girl stretched, seemingly unconcerned by the expensive exchange. The high school girl maintained her casual composure, brushing off the weight of the 30,000 coin necklace she just bestowed. With the gift accepted, the girl turned her back, already heading toward her next destination. The sudden shift to everyday concerns highlights her next immediate task, loudly questioning the high cost of school attire. The imposing man in the suit leans in sharply, his abrupt interruption startling the elderly gentleman. The man offered a slick confirmation, yet his unnerving grin betrayed a deeper intent as the girl behind him reacted to his presence. The stern-faced man grants permission, while the girl, momentarily surprised, stands poised at the threshold. The formal setting abruptly dissolves, replaced by the young girl's stunned reaction to the unbelievable outcome. The sheer surprise of the high stakes win left the young woman momentarily breathless. Jeju, however, stood with an unreadable, somewhat irritated expression, the expensive necklace already secured. The unexpected arrival of the turtle dragon confirmed his worst fears about the trial's nature. His exclamation of surprise instantly faded as a figure stepped forward, ready to confront the escalating threat. The visitor was left speechless, staring at the newly refined, shimmering mechanism now presented to him. The creator, pleased with his demonstration, held up the shining magic stone as proof of his design's versatility. The creator gently placed the dazzling bloodstone into the adjustable mechanism, completing the magnificent piece. The creator, finished with his brilliant work, slowly prepared to remove his protective eyewear. With a satisfied smile, the creator held up the final, delicate piece, his mechanical gesture signaling completion. The final, gleaming bloodstone was carefully positioned above the newly refined locket setting. The creator grinned, showing off his masterful handiwork, holding the vibrant gem aloft for inspection. The creator held the small bloodstone delicately, his expression eager as the user watched the final component ready itself. The time for waiting was over. The user firmly pressed the activation button on the newly created gauntlet. A brilliant surge of energy erupted from the glove, momentarily overwhelming the senses as the trial began. The glove's intricate components shifted immediately, demonstrating its immediate adaptability for the coming trial. The brilliantly colored magic stone settled into place, held by the glove's responsive mechanics. The creator beamed with pride, triumphantly adjusting his goggles after completing the intricate fit. His wide-eyed shock quickly melted into blushing eye as the perfectly fitted, glowing glove settled onto his hand. The finely crafted glove slid on smoothly, cementing the promise of power he was about to unleash. The creator beamed, witnessing the sheer joy of his friend accepting the irreplaceable gift. The creator gently placed the crimson bloodstone into the waiting hand, completing the intimate exchange. The joyful mood shifts as his friends press him to explore the newly opened 10th floor before his departure. The mention of the turtle dragon finally broke through his focus, eliciting a strained look of absolute refusal. Despite his earlier exasperation, the looming threat manifested as a terrifying, swirling energy above the castle gates. The overwhelming power of the monstrous beast erupted in a blinding, purple-blue vortex of raw magical force. Confronted by the devastating trial, the figure resolved to face the challenge head-on. With the glove finally on, the creator's joy was evident as he effortlessly displayed his masterful creation to the recipient. The celebratory mood fades as the protagonist finally retreats to rest after the intense day. Finally resting after the chaotic celebration, the protagonist drifted into a deep, much-needed sleep. The world erupted in blinding, fluffy chaos as the adorable beast slammed directly into him. The overwhelming impact caused the creature to let out a strangled, rattling sound as it completely enveloped him. The monstrous maw snapped shut with terrifying force, a sound of crushing impact echoing in the sudden darkness. The sheer violence of the attack was rendered in a brutal, visceral splash of crimson against the darkness. The user's terror was immediately juxtaposed with the little beast's utterly innocent, sparkling adoration for the impending fight. The Emperor, overwhelmed by the trial's announcement, could only breathe a heavy sigh while clinging to the fluffy creature. The monster's known threat caused his initial panic to turn into a look of pure dread as the happy creatures wiggled around him. Despite the cheerful distraction of the small creatures, the realization of the impending trial made him sweat, reaching for a protective tool. That number confirmed his suspicion, causing a sudden, stunned realization to wash over him. The sudden revelation of the party composition immediately put the player on edge, his anticipation draining away. As the enemy was revealed to be a turtle dragon, the realization of the true threat struck the others, bringing instant panic. He moved with sudden resolve, raising his arm as the monstrous beasts erupted before them. The creator proudly announced the completion, inviting the recipient to test the refined glove. The creator beamed, presenting the finished masterpiece. But the visitor remained hesitant about the unprecedented effort. The creator, exasperated by the lingering doubt, gestured wildly, demanding they accept the unspoken emotional price. With a decisive motion, the newly named glove was clenched into a tight, powerful fist. The glove settled perfectly, and the creator beamed with pride, ready to present his masterpiece. The conversation shifted, abruptly turning toward the next challenge, the portal to the hidden 11th floor. The swirling portal to the 11th floor materialized, pulsating with an almost cosmic energy, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. While the crowd gathered, the user simply observed the unfolding chaos with a detached skepticism. The vortex shimmered violently, drawing all attention as the hooded figure finally stepped toward the 11th floor portal. The trial began instantly, and with terrifying speed, the monstrous turtle dragon lunged to devour him whole. As the others panicked over the impending beast, the masked man calmly intercepted a descending creature. Despite his internal calculation, his anxiety over the trial's sudden start manifested in a sharp, physical tension. Metallic gloves snapped into motion, ready to unleash power against the looming threat. The user confirmed the high difficulty, the system registering the choice with a bright, confident pop of potential. His uncertainty vanished as he firmly selected the high difficulty on the illuminated screen before him. With his decision made, the figure leaped forward, enveloped in a dazzling, swirling burst of astral energy. The abrupt, vertical motion lines signal an explosive entrance, confirming the hero's arrival just as the trial looms. A blinding light erupts as the portal depositing them instantly onto the impossibly bright, isolated beach. The frustration of the unknown creature only fueled the urgency. They had to intercept it before it breached the surface. The expected portal flickered into existence on the beach, a swirling conduit opening to the unknown challenge ahead. The light of the portal intensified, cloaking the figure in an overwhelming, ethereal glow as they stepped forward. Their sudden appearance on the beach immediately drew sharp, startled gasps from the two armored figures. The user, dressed in a dark robe, stands ready by the shimmering portal, the new glove already on his hand. A wave of shock and admiration washed over the newcomer upon seeing the finished, personalized glove. The armored party looked on with dread as the announced foe seemed to strike fear into their hearts. The sudden appearance of discarded weapons suggested a desperate, swift battle had just ended here. The heavily armored figure's sudden advance caused the spear user to recoil in alarm. The man's momentary surprise quickly settled into grim resignation at the sheer impossibility of the situation. The realization of facing a turtle dragon struck the random teammate with sudden, wide-eyed terror. The visitor's exasperated outburst was immediately met with unrestrained laughter from his companions. Ignoring the chatter, the creator offered an inviting, confident smile, suggesting this chaotic situation was exactly what he desired. The grim reality of their predicament instantly wiped the hopeful expectation from the armored woman's expression. The system notification confirmed the grim truth, forcing a hard realization upon the lone user facing the danger. The trial officially began, immediately revealing the two strange companions flanking the cloaked figure. The gravity of the challenge hit the two random users, their faces twisting into expressions of pure dread. The massive energy of the expected turtle dragon erupted from the water in a devastating, foamy explosion. The spear user braced herself, fear and determination warring on her face as she prepared to meet the threat. The gravity of the incoming trial, the turtle dragon, instantly wiped the exasperation from his features. The sudden threat brought a flicker of nervous energy, channeled instantly into the glowing gauntlet. The intense ripples across the dark water emphasized the sheer power about to be unleashed. The creature broke the surface, its malevolent, glowing eyes signaling the true terror of the administrator's trial. The beast's massive bulk was met by a sharp, chilling counterattack, striking with unexpected force. The sheer terror of the unknown threat paralyzed the two adventurers as the trial began. Despite the overwhelming panic, the hero dismissed their fear, refusing the need for extra caution. Even as the trial commenced, the hero grimly realized the terrifying power they faced. The wielder and spearman exchanged confused glances, completely baffled by the newcomer's abrupt interjection. The supposed mage, clad in a robe, stepped forward, causing the two armed users to recoil slightly in shock. Despite the chaotic applause, the man's stern face remained fixed on the person before him. The sudden, terrifying swing of the massive axe was met only with a stunned disbelief from the man watching. The monster roared in agony as the impossible blow landed, its crimson eye flickering in defiance. The man's desperate warning was met only with disbelief, freezing the female warrior mid-movement. The creature's rage finally manifested, its reptilian eyes glowing with deadly, intense heat. The raw, volatile energy unleashed in that desperate kamikaze shout finally erupted in a blinding explosion. The massive creature, seemingly unaffected by the blast, slowly began to resurface, its eyes glowing with renewed, furious malice. The towering monster loomed, an immense, terrifying presence as the other two fighters rushed forward. The main character's desperate plan materialized. Lure the colossal beast out using his comrades as bait. With the shout fading, he charged forward, his eyes fixed with fierce determination upon the foe. The charging figure impacted the beast's heavy leg, a brief, desperate blow against impossible armor. The borrowed strength surged, focusing all his will into the glowing axe for a decisive strike. With a final, glowing impact, the blade connected, slicing through the monstrous foe with incredible force. The force of the final strike resulted in a violent, sickening snap as the armor finally gave way. The sheer velocity of that devastating swing shattered the target into pieces flying across the bright sky. The monster reacted instantly, letting loose a terrifying roar as the impact neared. Despite the terrifying display of power, the outcome felt underwhelming for the one who unleashed it. But that powerful exertion was precisely what allowed him a moment of focus to secure the necessary rewards. The massive object finally landed, delivering a heavy thud as Jeju secured the hard-won treasure. The powerful impact of the projectile striking the ground sent tremors across the beige floor. The fierce shout abruptly transitioned into a physical release, bringing the full power of the stored energy down. The massive creature, finally provoked by the overwhelming power, charged forward, its serpentine eyes glowing with pure rage. The monster was suddenly met with an explosive surge of green energy as the protagonist brought his amplified power to bear. The creature recoiled violently as the incredible force slammed into its core, enveloped in searing, unnatural light. The monster reacted instantly, rapidly hardening its shell against the incoming shockwave. The creature barely managed to retreat before the massive attack, proving its fear of the nearby water. The man held a neutral expression, having just been complimented, while the armored companion behind him seemed stunned by the unexpected praise. Ignoring the lingering awe from the others, he focused his entire weight into the desperate maneuver. The immediate danger past, he finally took a breath, realizing he had cleared the perilous obstacle. The relief of survival was instantly shattered by the looming presence towering over him. The frantic anticipation of the explosion was matched by the sudden, almost theatrical arrival of the skilled fighter. The man readied his axe, a fierce, determined look settling as his companions finally stepped back. The monster recoiled sharply from the imminent danger, its rage momentarily frozen by the blinding spectacle. I have to hurry. If it explodes, I'll survive. The charged energy crackled around the object in hand, a moment before unleashing the explosive power he'd prepared. With a final, desperate exertion, the energy was unleashed in a blinding, powerful strike. The massive force launched him upward, a tiny figure swallowed by the sheer scale of the descending attack. The powerful impact connects, shattering the surface with blinding white force just as Jeju clears the blast zone. The chaotic debris explodes outward from the impact point just as he lands, narrowly escaping the lethal shockwave he created. He commits his entire being to the dive, striking the tough shell just as his earlier exertion peaks. The powerful axe descends, catching the light as he plummets toward the enemy from the sky. The impact rings out sharply as the armored hand grips the weapon with desperate finality. The overwhelming shockwave of the sudden power surge rips through the space. The blinding surge of power resolves into a focused, icy glare before the imminent impact. The frantic charge culminates in a precise strike, delivering the full measure of his desperate effort. The overwhelming force of his shout and jump propelled him violently upward toward the threat above. The final, terrible impact landed, tearing into the target with devastating force. The overwhelming force of the projectile drove deep, creating a shockwave that momentarily stilled all sound. The promised explosion erupted, an absolute inferno engulfing the battlefield in blinding light and terrible heat. The blinding shockwave subsided as the hero's determined foot firmly planted itself, signaling the immediate aftermath. The immediate danger passed. He turned away from the lingering noise with a flicker of annoyance. The massive creature succumbed with a deafening impact, confirming the success of the desperate maneuver. With the threat seemingly neutralized, a moment of strained relief washes over the victor as the residual energies flare. The residual slime clinging to the axe showed just how potent the final attack had been. The slime dripped away, revealing the immaculate white fabric underneath the dark uniform. Having driven away the noisy onlookers, his tense demeanor instantly settled into weary calm. The defeated soldiers offered their profound gratitude for being saved from imminent death. Their overwhelming relief and cheerful adoration contrasted sharply with his immediate desire to be left alone. The weight of their gratitude instantly vanished as he coldly dismissed their thanks, eager to examine his spoils. The man, relieved after the immediate danger passed, turned friendly and sought to make a polite connection. The recipient of his gratitude, however, violently cut short the budding conversation. His thanks were abruptly dismissed as the two adventurers vanished into the shimmering portal. Now that the annoying pair was gone, the man could finally turn his full attention back to the spoils of his victory. A small chime signaled the system acceptance, as the protagonist finally received the long-awaited reward notification. The inventory screen opened with a sharp, definitive contact, confirming the acquisition of the spoils. The expected reward box slams down heavily, followed instantly by the smaller, non-magical crate hitting the floor right behind it. The heavy thud of the second prize settling silences the background chatter momentarily. He regards the loot with a serious, almost weary expression. The initial rewards materialized, yet the man remained focused, already anticipating what else the system held. The initial reward container vanishes as he secures the second, more conventionally wrapped gift. The first prize materialized with a satisfying chime, signaling immediate conversion into currency. The system immediately processed the coin pouch, confirming the first step of his reward acquisition. The immediate transfer of the coins was merely a precursor. Now, he examined the physical contents of the administrator's reward. The system interface flashes, momentarily obscuring the actual items he sought to claim. The mental exhaustion from absorbing new knowledge was momentarily forgotten as the figures emerged. The heavy, dark garment, infused with dormant power, was finally presented before the receiver. As the strange, bony hand clutched the fabric, the naming ritual for the popboy began in earnest. With the naming ceremony underway, the protagonist paused, a strange new feeling washing over him. He focused intently, his hands deftly working to alter the garment's length and texture in preparation. The transformation complete, the newly attired man stood proudly, admired for his sharp look. The lingering dizziness from the sudden influx of knowledge solidified his resolve as he presented the final name. A mischievous glint sparks in his eyes beneath the newly drawn hood, finally embracing this strange mission. With his new companions named and blessed, the new reality truly began to sink in. A sudden, violent discharge of power engulfed the scene, marking the fierce culmination of his deep realization. The blinding surge of power faded, revealing the decisive conclusion. Trial cleared. The shock of his immense capability clearly registered on the eyes of the others. The sudden, overwhelming force of the strike was immediate, scattering debris and freezing the enemy in their tracks. With the naming ritual complete, the figure stepped into a dazzling, swirling gateway, signaling their departure. The quiet park bench awaited, a stark contrast to the intense moment of granting the Popoi their new names. Overwhelmed by the sudden weight of responsibility, the man sank onto the bench, taking a moment to process the recent decisions. The naming ceremony culminated as the newly blessed creatures responded with pure, excited adoration. The smallest one tumbled into view, clearly thrilled by its bestowal of wisdom. The two remaining Popoi looked up expectantly, awaiting the weight of their new, meaningful identities. The magical beast chirped happily as the moment for their official christening finally arrived. A bright, contented smile spread across his face, ready to bestow the names he had chosen. His resolution settled, he happily leaned back, embracing the moment before bestowing his chosen titles. With his heartfelt blessings complete, the little creatures reacted instantly, chirping in pure joy. Yet, the sudden rush of absorbed knowledge brought forth a shocking realization, making his eyes widen in absolute dread. The lingering dizziness from the rapid knowledge absorption finally settled as the names took shape in his mind. The final name solidified, and he focused intently on the projected data sheet before him. The intense focus snapped immediately as the system interface flashed a decisive word. Sail. The character, now small and delighted, confirms the necessary steps with a satisfied breath. The dizziness faded as the desired knowledge rapidly materialized around him in shimmering, digital texts. The newly acquired understanding settled, bathing the man in an aura of intense focus and otherworldly light. The mental strain of absorbing this new knowledge manifested as a sudden, heavy pressure against his mind. The newfound bond was immediately met with their simple, wordless reactions, awaiting direction. The intensity of this strange new feeling makes him question its source, touching his mechanical hand. The newly named creature reacts with an audible, cute acknowledgement to the bestowed blessing. The man beams down at the little ones, excitement bubbling over as he finally names the last one. The ethereal figure radiates divine light, looking down as the final Popoi cries out happily. The man solemnly bestows a grand title upon the brave, awaiting Popoi. The newly named Kodin eagerly receives his designation, glowing beneath the reverent gaze of the woman. His decision settled, the man beamed as the first of the small, white creatures clung happily to him. The man grinned proudly as his newly named companions rejoiced around him. The successful naming session clearly brought immense joy to the tiny creatures nestled securely with him. The teasing continued, but the central figure couldn't help but feel a blush creep across his face amidst the adoration. His secret companions offered a small, curious inquiry as he gently placed the bag down beside him. The adorable creature peeked out, already settling into its new cosmic resting place inside the bag. The leader pulled his hood back, showing a sudden, almost mischievous grin despite the tension. Even after avoiding attention, the weight of his new skill brings an unexpected sense of unease. The team assembled. The system confirmed the total required participants for the trial. The final warning for time elapsed faded, replaced by the tall, thick grass of the 12th floor's battlefield. The last member of the group bursts through a spatial distortion, immediately drawing the attention of the waiting party. His enthusiastic introduction, full of genuine adoration, immediately contrasts with the tension of the waiting group. The welcoming handshake solidified the introductions as Kim Jae-ju offered his greeting to the newcomer. The quick introductions were momentarily suspended by the newcomer's sudden, intense shock. The unexpected reaction from the others revealed the peculiar nature of the name everyone was reacting to. The other two members eagerly backed up the newcomer's surprised reaction to the unique name. The newcomer's teasing reaction to the somehow answer earned immediate, knowing laughter from the others. The group's amusement died instantly as one of the frontline fighters simply froze, stunned into silence. The levity of the moment vanished as one participant was suddenly struck speechless by an unseen realization. The playful atmosphere instantly shattered as the harsh impact caused the man in the hood to flinch back in shock. Just as everyone settled into the plan, the timing reminder jolted them back to reality. The light conversation was abruptly cut short as the looming deadline created sudden, intense tension on his face. The sudden realization hit the stunned man, forcing him to question the identity of the imposing figure before him. The imposing figure's teasing laughter echoed, causing a shockwave of realization and disbelief to wash over the listener. The sharp, almost panicked movement indicated a sudden, physical reaction to the mounting tension. The frantic tension erupts into a terrifying, wide-eyed grin as the final moments tick down. The unexpected admiration forces the newly introduced man into an awkward, almost subservient posture. The intense teasing about his name visibly cracks the newcomer's composure, forcing a stifled laugh. The sheer, over-the-top adoration breaks through the tension, causing the newbie to salute with unrestrained glee. The man's forced composure instantly cracks under the viewer's merciless teasing. The tension in the air was thick as the teasing about his nervousness reached a critical point. The character who was teasing the nervous one couldn't contain their amusement any longer, erupting in gleeful laughter. The incessant teasing finally broke the tension, causing the nervous man to recoil from the intense, grinning proximity. The man's frantic shout of denial met with the stark, terrified disbelief of his stunned audience. The nervous tension spiked, showing his shock as the time for strategy ran out. The woman found his reaction hilariously endearing while the armored man visibly braced himself for what came next. Young Sang-jung's unreserved excitement met the cautious stillness of the others. The former streamer confessed his discouraging experience, contrasting sharply with the group's current success. He internally weighs their odds, assessing the difficult information gap left by their recent departure from a clan. As time runs short, an intense focus settles over the group, preparing for the unknown challenge ahead. Despite the banter, the grim reality of the high-difficulty trial hangs heavy in the air. The time for talk is over. A single sound confirms the trial is about to begin. Overwhelmed by the sudden downpour of treasure, the man could only cry out in shock. Despite the shocking results, he flashed a wildly enthusiastic thumbs up, ready for the challenge ahead. Even as the time dwindled, the heavily armored man attempted to rally the uncertain group. But the tension in the air was thick, as if a confrontation was about to erupt between the veterans and the newcomers. One newcomer reacted with surprised elation, while the others stared back, clearly unimpressed by the interaction. The light-hearted teasing abruptly ceased as the man's intense glare fueled the others' boiling frustration. The final countdown to the challenge began amidst the rising tension of their makeshift team. The sudden realization of their precarious situation caused an immediate, sharp reaction from the armored fighter. While one man seethed with barely contained fury, the other simply smiled, unfazed by the brewing conflict. The tension broke as the stranger offered a hand, cheerfully suggesting they form a party. Kim Jae-yoon quickly made a mental note of the imposing man's name, while the other woman offered a strained smile. The time was nearly up, prompting an abrupt end to the tension as one of them made a sudden motion to stop the discussion. With the positions mostly decided, the knight steps forward, demanding everyone's attention. The team prepares for the imminent trial as energy fields glow around the scattered items on the ground. Despite the preparations, the tension of the coming trial visibly grips the man. Suddenly, the menacing aura of their impending foes, a yeti and a venomous hound, washes over the team. The intimidating reality of their enemies settled in, but the knight stood ready, his confidence unwavering despite the danger. The knight, now alerted to the approaching peril, shouts a sudden warning to his companions. The knight's exasperated internal monologue reveals his frustration with the lack of experience surrounding him. The countdown for the trial was nearly over, focusing everyone's attention on the immediate danger ahead. Despite the looming danger, Sangjung remained fixed on Jeju, trying to address him formally. The two lookers suddenly froze, realizing the tense atmosphere surrounding the formidable player. An overwhelming refusal burst forth from the overwhelmed man facing the silent, imposing figure. The sheer relief of being spared by the powerful figure sent young Sangjung into an explosion of joyous, almost worshipful laughter. The final words are spoken, and an anxious gasp escapes him as the countdown begins. The sound of the starting call breaks the tense silence, forcing the party to react instantly to the trial ahead. A massive force erupts, sending debris flying as the trial immediately begins with violent energy. The expected enemies arrive with a terrifying roar, their rage palpable as the 12th floor trial commences. The beast's furious war cry echoes as the hidden enemies surge forward with blinding aggression. Despite the intense pressure, the determined knight grit his teeth, readying his shield for the coming impact. Despite the initial show of confidence, the reality of the situation caused his grip to tighten sharply. A sudden, unsettling closeness from the grinning man made the other recoil in surprise. Ignoring the sudden shock of his companion, the confident man stood ready, weapon firmly gripped. His earlier bravado bursts forth as he plants his spear, ready to unleash the dazzling light of his aura skill. The warrior's confidence was palpable, but the woman beside him still showed signs of lingering shock. The light from his aura attempt had momentarily blinded the beast, giving him the perfect window to act. Now, with a grim count, he prepared to unleash his ultimate blow. That moment of surprise fueled his charge, slamming his empowered strike directly into the creature's vision. Even those who doubted his reckless advance now watched with sharp, unsettled focus. His gaze remained fixed, refusing to show any sign of the intense pressure from the audience. Despite that internal conflict, the man charged forward, embracing the risk for what he believed was necessary self-development. With a sharp, swift motion, the enraged Yeti brought its massive, clawed hand down towards the challenger. That sheer, bestial rage confirms the monster is far from ready to surrender its leadership. Despite the brute force of the charge, the man struggles to meet the ancient beast's terrifying momentum head-on. The enormous Yeti fixes its enraged, glowing gaze, pointing a clawed finger directly at the challenger. Even with the creature clearly vocalizing, Jeju admitted he could only decipher a single, resonant word amidst the barrage. His focused gaze confirmed the creature's ancient, fierce declaration was more than just noise. Despite the preceding confidence, the sheer physical mass of the enraged Yeti now overwhelmed him. A chilling, wide grin breaks through, a sharp contrast to the impending danger. He seems utterly unconcerned by the overwhelming foe. Rejecting all warnings, the man charges forward with a maniacal confidence that borders on self-destruction. The onlookers wonder if this brute's reckless rush will finally reveal his true capability against the towering beast. The blinding light erupted precisely as planned, launching the spear toward the Yeti's vulnerable eyes. The spear, enhanced by the blinding aura, tore through the air with devastating, unstoppable force. The monstrous Yeti roars in sudden agony as the attack strikes, its eyes fixed on the approaching threat. Despite the blinding strike, the opponent's expression twists into a disdainful sneer of defiance. The blinding light of the aura attack has failed to deter the raging beast as the spear swings in a devastating arc. Despite the powerful flash, the man grits his teeth, his attack now focused and fully committed. The blinding light erupts as the perfected spear technique slams into the creature, a devastating blow connecting just as intended. His confidence solidifies as the ancient beast is struck, but the question remains. Will his conventional power finally be enough? He steels himself, realizing that this encounter demands something more than just brute force. His aggressive grin falters as he questions if his projected power is actually the problem. His threat is immediately met by the Yeti's overwhelming, blinding advance. The terrifying speed and power of the blinding attack force a sharp intake of breath from the night. The beast's glowing, malevolent grin is immediately visible as the initial charge connects violently. The physical impact echoes with a deep, resonant thud as the skill strikes home, shaking the very air around them. The ancient beast unleashes a terrifying roar of recognition, calling out the name it recognizes even in battle. The desperate plea follows the recognition, a final, raw sound echoing amidst the violent splatters of conflict. That intense battle concluded with him collecting his spoils, a triumphant, almost casual display of power. The cheers faded as a moment of stunned silence followed that decisive strike. Now, a single thought of pure confusion registered on his face. The massive Yeti lunges with savage fury, roaring its disbelief as the target addresses him by name. The sheer, sudden shock of being directly addressed silences the beast's roar into frozen disbelief. He reacts instantly, scrambling back as if burned, the Yeti's focused gaze now directed solely at him. The ground shatters beneath the brute force of the immediate, heavy impact following the sudden retreat. The desperate lunge connects, driving the massive creature back with shocking, accelerated force. The beast roars in sudden pain as the blow lands, yet the man's intense, focused gaze shows the fight has only just begun. The sheer force of the Yeti's counterattack sends a visible shockwave outward, forcing the fighter to duck low. The blinding aura momentarily confuses the raging beast, creating a desperate opening. The final, decisive blow connects, slamming the Yeti down in a spray of black ichor. The dust settles around the defeated beast, but the man stands ready, weapon raised against any lingering threat. Even as the first beast fell, an entire wave of aggressive Yetis closed in, their massive forms filling the horizon. The brutal impact echoed as the beast's thick hide finally gave way under the force of the attack. The fight was won, leaving him standing amidst the aftermath, finally exhaling the tension. But as the dust settled, the foe's vicious claw swept out, striking with surprising speed. The blinding flash of the skill subsides, revealing the successful conclusion of the harrowing battle. A wide-eyed shout of triumph meets the stunned reactions of the others emerging from the now open portals. The relief and triumph following the battle caused an immediate, joyous explosion around the victorious members. The moment of victory breaks the tension, unleashing an unrestrained, cheerful expression from the woman. Despite the momentary success and the celebratory grin, a fresh trickle of blood betrayed the true cost of that high-level attack. Ignoring the lingering cheers, a friend joyfully clung to the exhausted man as he visibly trembled from the strain. The swirling gateway materialized, marking the sudden, urgent departure from the battle's aftermath. The tension of the immediate farewell was shattered as a sudden, intense closeness forced a shared moment. The sheer terror of the massive Yeti descended, crushing the confidence he had just shown. The monster's gaze, intense and cold, locks onto the hero, pronouncing a single, ominous word. The powerful challenger arrives, interrupting the tense standoff with his own unnerving presence. The sudden acknowledgement of his own embarrassing display left the man flushed and stammering before the emperor. Ignoring the other's reactions, the protagonist charged straight into the swirling purple barrier toward the Yeti. As the mysterious aura surged around him, she reached out with unadulterated, excited faith. The sheer enthusiasm in her invitation seemed to confuse the man, causing a slight pause and a moment of visible uncertainty. But the earnestness of the declaration broke through his reservations, eliciting a sudden, overwhelming burst of sheer joy. The sheer confidence of his target only fueled his mocking laughter, tickling his own cheek in sheer amusement. The moment before the blinding light, the attacker lunged forward, a grin splitting his face with reckless anticipation. His aura exploded outward in a blinding, violent crimson, fueling the powerful spear technique he had chosen. That blinding surge of aura was the catalyst for the precise attack aimed directly at the monster's vulnerable eyes. The immediate shock of the light left the creature momentarily stunned, but its ally looked on with mounting concern. The blinding strike was momentary, yet the warrior immediately dropped to one knee, the crimson aura receding. Even as the powerful attack faded, This comrade was clearly overwhelmed, physically trembling before the enemy. His earlier terror was only the beginning. Now, the sheer shock of the situation contorted his face into a silent scream. Their mocking laughter, full of cruel glee, was suddenly cut short by a horrified gasp. The villain's cry of triumph choked as the supposed victim suddenly launched himself into the air, eyes wide with panicked realization. The sheer force of the attack struck the surprised group, overwhelming their senses. Sigh. I'll leave after checking my rewards, ignoring their surprised chatter. The system confirmed the drop, and with a simple gesture, the rewards were claimed. The system confirms the loot. Average rewards for an average difficulty clearance. With the system settled, he announced his departure, already preparing to leave this area. But even as he turned, an otherworldly crimson glow pulsed, seizing his attention completely. Ignoring the thug's growing hostility, he displayed an almost casual confidence while surrounded by his spoils. A sudden, violent burst of cold energy erupted, shattering the fragile calm built by the hunter's taunts. The heat of the roaring fire was instantly overpowered by the raw, swirling magical projection. Beneath the shadow of his eyes, a triumphant, predatory grin spread across his face. The trial was about to begin, and with the required number of people gathered, the portal materialized before him. As the final participant joined them, the suspicious group settled around the newly kindled fire, ready to spring their trap. The lead conspirator, Kuttner, offered a chillingly sincere smile as he pressed his false assumptions upon the newcomer. His friend's apparent camaraderie was only a facade before the inevitable betrayal. The man burst into cruel laughter, utterly delighted by the scheme he and his cohort were about to enact. The hunter dramatically reveals his true name, Kim Jeju, sealing the fake camaraderie with a firm handshake. That declaration of strength only hardened the resolve of the true threat lurking in the snow. Before the first blow landed, the true culprit of the chaos moved in close. Ignoring their panicked shouts, the man offered a relaxed, knowing smile before the final confrontation. He assessed the fraudulent group with cold, piercing eyes, already formulating his countermove. The clan members, their faces glowing with wicked intent, finally revealed their true, monstrous nature. The laughing ruffian closed the distance, seizing his intended victim in a suffocating grip. The previous thought about their violent intentions was interrupted by the sudden, aggressive contact. The apparent knight leaned in close, his false sincerity chillingly evident in his direct, intense gaze. That knight's mocking question was met with a chilling, predatory grin, signaling the true nature of the confrontation. The newcomer, now fully illuminated, stood powerfully against the surprised figures gathered around the fire. The scoundrels scrambled back as the unexpected threat materialized right before them. The cultists grinned, feigning camaraderie, while already planning the trap for the two newcomers. Their false display of amusement immediately shattered as the true threat revealed itself. The bald man's expression twisted from mock laughter into sheer, panicked shock. The stunned knight recoiled as the ecstatic scammer closed the distance, delighting in the sudden chaos. The man, momentarily stunned by the ambush, could only gasp as the true battle erupted around him. The chaotic brawl abruptly cuts short as a chilling realization settles in the air. The bald man grinned wickedly, completely unconcerned by the sudden shift in battle. His accomplice, however, looked visibly shaken by whatever was unfolding off-panel. The thug's forced bravado cracked as he suddenly questioned his own role amidst the chaos. His question hung unanswered as the overwhelming blizzard of incoming strikes finally registered. The promised chaos erupted, shattering the frozen calm as the horrifying beasts descended upon them. The initial wave of venomous hounds was instantly met with a thick, sickening deluge of corrosive fluid. The aggressor registered the intervention, his momentary annoyance quickly hardening into predatory focus. The venomous hound lunged, its demonic red eyes burning with immediate, toxic intent. The swift strike met the beast, forcing the venomous hound violently onto the icy ground. The group of opportunistic schemers stared down, momentarily stunned by the protagonist's decisive action against the creature. The protagonist slowly rose, an unnerving smirk replacing his previous focus as the immediate threat fell. The swindlers looked on in disbelief as the supposed prey stood ready for the real fight. The warning cries from his allies were swallowed as the beast lunged, teeth snapping down in a flash of crimson and shadow. The initial, panicked attack resulted in a devastating, blood-soaked strike against the unsuspecting enemy. The unexpected counterattack leaves the aggressor stunned, their bravado instantly replaced by cold shock. The surprised grin of the attacker falters as he realizes his target views him as nothing more than an easily dismissed object. This sudden change in demeanor signals that the scam artists are now recognizing a true threat among them. The shadowy hounds abruptly appeared, forcing the protagonist to pause his internal assessment of the situation. The protagonist faced the advancing threat, having dispatched several dark creatures with shocking speed. The bravado of the supposed leader suddenly cracked as the true extent of the threat became undeniably clear. The taunt ceased as a terrifying, shadowy hound with burning red eyes materialized before them. The creature paused, its focus intense, as one of the con artists hesitantly questioned the newcomer's identity. The man's wide, glowing eyes locked onto the target, his weapon thrust forward with sudden, deadly intent. The thugs recoiled, suddenly realizing the gravity of insulting the powerful newcomer. The villain's moment of smug certainty dissolved as his target stepped forward into the snow. The hunter stands ready, facing the snarling, unnatural beast now closing in on the cold battlefield. His rage boiled over, the man unleashing a guttural roar as the pressure intensified around him. The sudden exertion caused his grip to tighten violently around the makeshift weapon. The man, his expression a mask of sudden rage, suddenly lunged forward, breaking through their line of sight. Ignoring his terrified cohort, the confident hunter steps forward, ready to assert his dominance. The hunter's confident advance is met with a terrifying, zealous glare, his weapon held menacingly close. The raw, bestial rage radiating from him finally culminated in a choked, guttural sound. The sudden, overwhelming eruption of power left the remaining thugs utterly frozen in terror. The hunter slowly retrieved the weapon, still oozing black liquid, leaving the culprit speechless. His comrade, momentarily stunned by the shocking display, finally snapped out of his disbelief. The criminal hunter flashed a confident, unsettling grin, ready to impose his newly established rules. The revelation of heroic-grade equipment finally broke the facade of fear among his stunned foes. The defeated criminals found their belongings suddenly seized, their false bravado instantly shattered. With a soft thud, the captor places his bag down, shifting the atmosphere to one of quiet dread. Is he? That's it. The sudden, chilling tension of the confrontation snaps as the hunter makes a slight, almost unseen movement. The supposed Lotonto glove flashes with blinding light, beginning its transformation before their very eyes. His confident smirk confirms his ultimate deception. They were all wrong about him. The victory is celebrated with a triumphant bounty as his successful charade rains down glittering reward. The overwhelming power, proven by the rare heroic grade gear, crackled to life on his armored hand. The sudden shift in power dynamics left the would-be captor sweating and utterly dismayed. The beasts lunged forward with savage intent, their crimson eyes glowing with murderous aggression. The monstrous canine snarled, hot breath steaming in the cold as the terrifying assault continued. The raw power he channeled erupted, shattering the darkness surrounding him in a blinding burst. The shocking violence of the confrontation painted the room in stark, crimson evidence. The threat was not human. A ferocious, monstrous shadow lunged up from the darkness below. The hunter's eyes glowed with cold resolve, preparing to meet the unexpected monstrosity head-on. The raw, terrifying power of the protagonist's counterattack left the foe speechless and completely undone. The sudden, explosive power caused the pursuing hunter to recoil in stark disbelief. The recoil from his attack only seemed to summon more of these menacing, dark hounds forward. His eyes, now shining with intense blue energy, betray a focus honed by the danger closing in around him. The energy gathers, manifesting as a bright, almost mechanical glow across his specialized glove, confirming his capabilities. The raw, blinding output of his ultimate technique ripped through the air, overcoming their fragile defenses instantly. The shockwave violently fractured the very ground beneath the stunned criminals, displaying overwhelming, barely contained power. The raw power he wielded was less destructive than before, yet it settled with a noticeable, focused stability. His feet planted firmly on the snowy ground, signaling an unyielding decision before they spoke again. The chilling sound of drawn steel breaks the tense silence as the shadowed figure prepares a swift, decisive strike. The impact of the unseen attack resonates, a sharp disruption against the suffocating darkness overhead. The threat solidified into a terrifyingly real weapon, descending with blinding, crimson energy. The blinding strike landed, immediately evidenced by the sickening spray of dark blood splattering against the stark, oppressive background. The immediate aftermath showed the sheer, raw power that followed the punch. The unexpected impact of the blow sent the man reeling backward, utterly unprepared for the sudden, violent counterattack. The violent shockwave of the impact registered sharply, confirming the sheer force of the preceding strike. The massive magical energy he unleashed enveloped his form as he grounded himself with terrifying impact. The sheer power of the display left the criminals frozen, their earlier confidence shattered by pure terror. The threat of overwhelming force was met with an utterly ecstatic, almost manic acceptance from him. Despite laying down the rules, the captured thugs could only react with stunned, wide-eyed terror as the confrontation peaked. The overwhelming power radiating from him finally broke through their bravado, eliciting a sound of stunned realization. The hunter's glowing, determined gaze locked onto his opponents, his words clearly cutting through the tense silence. His smile was predatory, showing the criminals exactly how little leverage they now held over him. The weight of the spoils was suddenly real, confirming his impending victory over the Black Scorpions. The sudden realization of their dire situation silenced the would-be aggressors. Despite the sudden fear, the villain attempts a breezy, disarming gesture, believing the upper hand is still his. His bravado quickly fades as the hunter calmly dismisses their pathetic attempt to add an excuse. The hunter's focused glare cuts through the shadows, recognizing the criminal's sudden, desperate evasion. The young man recoils, startled by the sudden, unseen shift in momentum closing in on him. His attempt to silence the victim fails as the terrifying reality of the situation crushes him. The hunter's menacing scythe sweeps down, effortlessly knocking the armed criminal flat onto the icy ground. The captured man finally realizes the sheer, terrifying gravity of the situation unfolding before him. Having established the first rule, the man coldly moves to dictate the second item on his list. The air shatters as an invisible force connects with devastating impact, silencing any further defiance. The sheer power unleashed manifests, an oppressive shadow with burning blue eyes towering over the horrified survivors. The cold smile of the speaker contrasts sharply with the terror gripping the group. The sudden, aggressive movement shattered the illusion of control, striking fear deep into the men's hearts. The shock of being revealed as nothing more than scum instantly translated into raw, panicked screams. The sudden, violent terror that gripped the others now infects this man as he realizes everyone is staring. That suffocating black energy swirls closer, forcing a choked, desperate response from the cornered man. The air itself recoils as an invisible force slams down, met only by a final, tortured scream. The calculated demolition of the opposition explodes in a violent spray of dark matter and broken hope. A cold energy flares around him as the facade of control shatters into terrifying reality. The shadowy manifestation of his power begins to spread, signaling a descent into true malice. The final, utterly broken plea for mercy was met only with overwhelming, triumphant power. The masked figure stood triumphant, his promise of return now revealed as a fatal deceit. The devastating realization of betrayal causes one man to collapse into shock while his comrade desperately tries to comfort the broken spirit. The emperor, having secured everything, now turns his cold gaze toward the final, exposed piece of evidence. Despite his earlier bluster, The man's face instantly crumpled under the weight of the inescapable truth. A sickeningly cheerful grin spreads across his face as he offers a confident thumbs up, twisting the knife. The former leader finally realizes the gravity of the situation, utterly speechless before this bizarre interaction. A sudden, terrifying realization hits the knight as the final gambit is revealed. That ominous revelation immediately precedes a jarring system prompt, a friend request from Kim Jeju. The Emperor explains that Cut Head is an alias known from old videos. As the explanation concluded, a chilling, unseen force reacted violently to the revelation. The intense, consuming fire burned against the stark, frozen backdrop, marking a final, brutal cleansing. His victory secured, the cold man simply confirmed the enemy's admission of guilt. He revels in the finality, pointing toward their doomed future on the higher floors. The final terms laid out, the authorities hand gestures forward, demanding total compliance. The master reiterates the second rule with a sharp, final command echoing in the tense silence. The stark, empty speech bubble hangs in the heavy atmosphere, awaiting the next brutal revelation. The exchange of currency, sealed with a handshake, represented the completion of the extortion. The victim's desperate denial shattered the silence, met only by the cold, unyielding facade of the Emperor. The desperate cry against the demand to surrender everything was met with a cold, final demand for his name. His terrified, shattered face splits into a desperate, open-mouthed plea, trying to bargain with the absolute authority presented before him. The figure simply confirms his demand, leaving no room for negotiation or debate. With the coin exchange agreed, the glowing magic stone stands as the last item of contention. His cold gaze held them steady as the immediate transaction of assets was concluded. The supposed relief of paying the ransom was instantly shattered by a fresh, startling notification. The man stared, his hope replaced by the stark, horrifying realization of what leftover coins truly implied. He quietly reviews the remaining data, while below, one of the victims recoils in utter, visceral shock. With a crisp sound, the promised item was finally handed over as a token of their truce. The man's triumphant smile and closed eyes showed utter contentment, refusing any further obligation after securing his terms. That shared moment of victory faded as the large, perfectly wrapped reward box was finally presented before him. The expected grand prize materialized, landing with a soft thud before the lone adventurer. Just as the lone adventurer was settling in, an unexpected hand violently snatched at him. The bald man recoiled in horror as the other's sudden movement implied they were facing imminent death. A primal curse erupted as a figure was violently pulled into the blinding magical vortex. The chaos faded, leaving only the sharp, cold air and the protagonist's sudden, surprised awareness. The promised reward materialized, but his initial excitement instantly faded at the meager results. The newly materialized pouch began to dissipate, the meager reward being absorbed into his palm. The shimmering reward vanished, leaving the man suddenly chilled by a faint, unsettling tremor in the air. Having made his final decision to proceed alone, the man stepped resolutely into the brilliant, swirling gateway. The system flashed before him, confirming the completion of the trial and showering the victorious man with a cascade of golden coins. The screen materialized, announcing the start of the new trial. Welcome to the labyrinth of mischief. A faint, ethereal glow emerged behind the young man as he steeled his expression, ready to face the labyrinth alone. Despite their earlier concern, the group now seemed strangely relaxed, exchanging satisfied looks after securing their path forward. With their plan set, one of the knights immediately beckoned Jeju toward the warp gate. Robert's man, seemingly relieved Jeju agreed to go alone, then asked the defining question. The moment of realization hit the man like a physical blow, his shock erupting into a loud, involuntary cry. The generous party, still smiling, extended their hands in a gesture of open trust, completely unaware of the danger they just avoided. His momentary pause suggests that the generosity he just witnessed is truly astounding. The shock of that sound registered instantly, freezing the man's attempt to process the danger. The conversation halted as the party explained how Fordman's injured friend had left for the 10th floor to recover. The relief of the explained situation was suddenly broken by a hearty, almost too loud laugh from the bearded man. The jovial man's genuine, charming smile contrasts sharply with the previous party's grim predicament. That amused, relaxed demeanor suggested a new strategy was about to unfold. The imposing knight, having listened to the outsider's proposal, finally seemed ready to speak. The opposing party leader confirmed his inexperience, but his relaxed smile suggested confidence to the cautious group. His calm assurance, visible in that slight smile, preceded a sudden, emphatic declaration aimed at the panicked fighters. As the leader directs their attention, a close-up reveals the subtle indicator points on the ethereal platform. The designated starting point pulsed with a warm, inviting light as the finger reached out to make the crucial selection. The knight, seeing their chance, confidently declared the path they intended to take. The leader shared crucial information, detailing how one starting location offered a significant advantage in the coming trial. He immediately seized on the allowance, testing the limits of cooperation. The man flinched, his initial relief swiftly giving way to grim resignation over their predicament. He recalls the reason he needs his specialized equipment. If he must use the glove, the others could be disadvantaged. Having established his need to proceed alone, Jeju projected an unshakable confidence to the hesitant party members. Despite their deep reservations, the moral man slammed his fist down in an impassioned refusal to take advantage. The knight, enraged by the sheer audacity of the perceived slight, lunged forward, voice booming. That sudden, unexpected aggression made the man's expression freeze into one of pure alarm. His shocked realization curdled into a desperate protest against accepting the lone path. His confident decision met with a moment of quiet contemplation before the sound of the beast finally broke the stillness. The pressure of the moment hung heavy as the man stood firm, demanding a resolution now. His demand for rules was met with a strange, glowing confidence that left the other party speechless. Accepting the gift, the confident young man eagerly reached out with a bright, almost manic smile. The group, now settled on a strategy after their discussion, began assigning their starting positions within the labyrinth. The sudden, blinding light engulfed the area as the chosen participant was abruptly transported. After they conceded, the confident protagonist prepared to face the unknown depths of the labyrinth alone. As the party began their journey, a surge of energy seemed to emanate from the void. The ominous sky above offered no comfort as they stood at the precipice of the unknown maze. The monster let out a high-pitched shriek as it was abruptly cleaved apart by an unseen force. The relief on the knight's face vanished as he reflexively raised his cracked sword against the next unseen threat. Her momentary shock gave way to defensive action as she gripped her staff tightly. The knight grimly adjusted his damaged shield, bracing for the onslaught that the newly arrived beast signaled. The heavily armored man stood firm, his shield now a visible point of contact against the unseen threat. The initial shock of the bloodsucker's attack gave way to a grim realization among the battered party. The knight, having reflexively blocked the acid, recoiled as the horrifying truth of their predicament sank in. The massive corrosive beast struck their shield, causing immediate, terrifying damage to the frontline defense. The knight's horrified gasp punctuated the immediate reality of their corroded weapon. The crushing realization of their predicament settled heavily upon the man's face. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the tense atmosphere, demanding immediate attention from the worried party members. Startled by the noise, one of the men instinctively shields his eyes while letting out a soft, questioning murmur. Suddenly, a visceral shockwave exploded outwards, instantly silencing all doubt and conversation. The immediate, blinding impact resulted in utter shock, leaving the knight momentarily stunned by the unexpected force. The knight's world shattered as an overwhelming force materialized before them, striking sudden, paralyzing fear. The shock of the unexpected attack gives way to a bizarre, manic grin aimed directly at the stunned group. Now that the immediate danger and farewells were done, the next objective became clear. Head north toward the next challenge. He paused, his figure enveloped in the luminous, digitized descent toward the next stage. The dazzling descent suddenly halted as a strange, sharp awareness snapped his focus in two directions. The brief moment of transition gave way to an explosion of pure, unadulterated excitement from the small creature. The creature, apparently pleased with their success, made its small, happy noise against his back. The man grinned, affectionately squeezing the little white creature, whose excitement seemed perfectly matched to his own. The intense hug released. The little creature tumbled lightly onto the grass, breathing heavily from the affection. The newly freed Popal tumbled onto the grass, looking utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in attention. The small creature, now unconstrained, lets out a massive, terrifying roar that shakes the very foundations of the space. The shockwave of the blast hangs in the air as the protagonist confronts the newly revealed, monstrous form of Popal. The white form violently erupts, teeth bared as it crunches down on whatever stood in its path. The shocking escape of the Popal from the confines of the bag causes an immediate reaction. The tiny creature, bursting with energy, springs out, while its companions tumble free onto the grassy ground. The newly liberated creatures immediately begin seeking nourishment, eagerly grabbing available stones. The little creature, suddenly free, wobbles excitedly near the powerful figure's feet. The creature's initial shock quickly melts into pure, wide-eyed adoration upon seeing its companion again. The relief of finding sustenance was immediate, even as the strange companions began to share their find. Having bypassed the barrier, the immediate focus shifts to confirming the nature of this newly acquired substance. He held the glowing energy in his palm, confirming its potent magic, while an uncertain notification flickered before him. The brief moment of contemplation ended as the luminous, fluffy beings eagerly bounced toward him, demanding attention. The relieved party watched as the small creatures joyfully swarmed their savior, finally showing their affections. With the trial cleared, the man secures Popal before moving on to the next unknown challenge. The successful completion of the trial triggered a flash of light, confirming his mastery and rewarding him handsomely. The world dissolved around him, depositing the victor right where the next stage lay. With the immediate threat past, confidence settles upon Jeju as he is urged toward the next step. The center of the labyrinth looms, marked by a blinding pillar of light beckoning the trial's completion. The weight of the little creatures was suddenly acknowledged as he paused, questioning the next move. The creature's surprise quickly twisted into a monstrous, toothy snarl as raw energy erupted around it. The monstrous energy abruptly resolved, revealing Baron hurtling forward, leaving the man stunned by the sheer speed. The sudden jolt as the creature landed on his head snapped the man out of his shocked realization. The devastating impact shatters the ground, sending debris flying as one ally cries out in alarm. The momentum of the impact causes one companion to gasp, realizing the true nature of the obstruction before them. The colossal barrier shatters under the impact, confirming the absurdity of their situation. Having just witnessed the wall crumble, the man is suddenly overwhelmed by a flurry of clingy, energetic Popals. He gently secures the precious creatures before stepping out of the rubble toward the waiting, stunned adventurers. Robert's initial shock dissolves into profound surprise at the sheer audacity of their sudden arrival. The overwhelming feeling of relief or perhaps sheer exhaustion caused the man to release a breathless, disbelieving laugh. The tension momentarily broke as the younger man offered an awkward, relieved grin amidst their close call. His relieved smile was genuine, carrying the weight of their successful, if chaotic, clearing of the trial. The relieved man's jaw dropped as the unexpected newcomer burst through the crumbled stone wall. The returning adventurer, recovering from his shock, finally spoke to the unbelievable sight before him. The knight's companions stared wide-eyed, still processing the sheer audacity of their unorthodox arrival. The exhausted companions finally caught up, prompting a faint, almost questioning acknowledgement from the young man. The young man beams confidently, appearing entirely unfazed by the intense situation that just transpired. The wall crumbled under the relentless assault, making the impossible seem trivial. The solid structure yields to a blinding light, signaling the path forward while the popples chirp in delighted confusion. Just as the light fully manifests, an urgent realization stops the celebratory advance. The trial cleared. He quickly ushered the little ones into the cosmic backpack for safekeeping. The moment the trial ended, a blinding golden light enveloped him as he pushed back against any lingering threat. The massive surge of power confirmed the trial's successful completion, utterly obliterating the space around the pillar. The sudden clearing of the trial leaves Robert and his comrades stunned by the sheer residual force. The summoned party materializes just as the system interface activates with a distinct chime. The dazzling light fades as the summoned members finally appear, standing before the main character. Suddenly, a deep realization struck the man as the implications of the vision registered. The gravity of the situation settled as a determined foot forcefully struck the grassy terrain. Despite the sudden, crushing embrace, the relieved comrade offered a loud, earnest thank you. The younger man offered a slightly strained, grateful smile back to his friend. He had successfully delivered his party safely through the trial. The relieved comrade, seeing the trial cleared, beams with unrestrained, joyous relief. They happily confirmed the successful completion, everything turning out for the best after the intense trial. The successful adventurers smiled back, relieved, as the night warmly welcomed their unexpected arrival. The warrior, whose strength was acknowledged by all, gently held his straw hat as a soft glow enveloped him. The overwhelming sensation of transition suddenly fades as he stands alone on soft, green grass beneath the wide, bright sky. The previous certainty is instantly shattered by a chilling realization echoing in the void. That chilling warning about potential interference now solidifies into a tangible concern in his mind. The lingering doubt about the administrator's interference manifests in a sudden, sharp shock. The terrifying vision overwhelms him, a gaping maw of teeth echoing the past warning. Then, the world shattered around the recipient of the horrifying glimpse. Ignoring the demands of his impatient audience, he finally engaged with the system interface. The world seemed to distort and rush past as the transition completed, signaling a sharp change in atmosphere. With a decisive touch, he accepted the system prompt, immediately triggering the reward drop. The promised prize materialized, and Jeju immediately secured the dark box despite his prior distaste for the reward type. The stream of digital loot materialized, showing a sword, coins, and a mana stone. The final notifications faded as he finished reviewing his spoils, confirming preparations were complete for the next stage. The digital shower of coins rained down, prompting a genuinely grateful acknowledgement from the adventurer. His preparations complete, Jeju stepped forward, intent on reaching the 15th floor, marked by swirling portals of power. The expected bright arrival dissolved into an eerie crimson glow as the hero materialized outside the intended nexus point. Despite the ominous arrival, the man permitted himself a tight, challenging smile in the face of the unexpected danger. The world dissolved around him in a rush of crackling blue energy, signaling the abrupt reality shift. The transfer complete, he flashed a confident grin as rewards and system notifications flooded his vision. The digital rain settled, confirming Jeju had successfully returned to the Traveler Management Center on the 10th floor. The attendant regarded his elegant, yet mysterious attire, clearly noting his unusual presence in the center. Having shaken off his previous thoughts, the traveler presented a subtle, knowing smile to the attendant. The traveler pulled down his hood, revealing a confident, slightly smug expression after completing the necessary paperwork. The attendant confirmed his name, registering Jeju's wry amusement at the repeated formality. The attendant confirmed his identity, the mechanical efficiency of the system registering his inquiry. The attendant accepted the required paperwork, seemingly unfazed by the traveler's oddity. With all preparations complete and his resolve hardened, the protagonist declared his immediate intent. He briefly pulled back his hood, revealing a confident smirk as he presented the required paperwork to the desk attendant. The attendant confirmed the bizarre name, yet the traveler simply moved on with his task. He secured the directions, his intent clear despite the strange formalities of the Imperial Channel. The attendant confirmed his identity, forcing Jeju to acknowledge the unsettling truth of fragmented realities. He stepped into the desolate alleyway, the gloomy atmosphere perfectly matching his dark destination. The gloomy alleyway led directly to this imposing, isolated structure, confirming his destination. Halaham's initial, crushing blow slammed forward, yet Jeju somehow twisted just enough to avoid full impact. Despite barely evading the devastating strike, the crowd's commentary suggested the attack was already launched. His initial successful evasion was immediately overshadowed by the grim reality of his arrival point. Having successfully retrieved his necessary gear, a confident smile broke through his hood's shadow. As Popoy was unleashed, the little creature erupted in an excited, toothy shriek, ready to hunt. The small, glowing monostone immediately drew the excited attention of Popoy, eager to begin the search. The little creature enthusiastically began sniffing the ground, seeking out the hidden monostones he had been promised. The little creature cheered, its search for the hidden treasure now energized and full of glee. That fierce impact shattered the ground beneath the giant's step. The little creature instantly located the glowing prize, letting out an excited chirp. He showed off his successful retrieval, a confident, almost predatory smile forming beneath his hood. Now prepared, he was ready for the next challenge. With his preparations now complete, the man eagerly poured the freshly acquired mana stones into his bag. He secured the glowing blue stones, pleased with the successful acquisition from the cache. The newly acquired mana stones immediately attracted Popoy's energetic attention, all expressing their delight. Having completed his preparations, Jeju activated the gateway, stepping toward the next challenge. Arriving at the new floor, the traveler gave a slight, confident smile while checking his system interface. The system chimed its confirmation of the successful preparations and newly acquired wealth. With everything in place, the decision was made. It was time for the next level. Having completed his preparations, the traveler offered a confident smile before stepping into the unknown. He materialized onto the 15th floor, yet the expected city center was replaced by this unnerving, desolate expanse. The traveler, cloaked and guarded, paused amidst the murmuring crowd, his intent focused on the task ahead. The viewers reacted instantly to his stated intention, stunned by the sudden shift to martial studies. The expected burst of light confirmed his arrival, yet Jeju materialized outside the familiar nexus. The unexpected, desolate surroundings instantly stole his breath away upon arrival. The expected city center was gone, replaced by this silent, icy expanse, immediately signaling a major deviation. The chilling realization hit the traveler. Something was profoundly wrong with this landing zone. From the architectural style, he immediately recognized this desolate, wintry setting as the Northern District. Despite his preparations, the sudden, biting chill of the environment immediately took hold, forcing a sharp intake of breath. Fighting the sudden assault of the cold, he instinctively pulled the hood tighter around his face. The icy air seemed to halt his movement as he hurried toward the massive stone entrance, completely out of sync with the expected entry point. The cold atmosphere immediately surrounded him as he stepped through the portal, landing outside the expected arrival point. The frigid air hit him instantly, snapping Jeju out of his focused preparation with a jolt of stark reality. The towering warrior's imposing figure immediately radiated intense, shocking power, forcing Jeju to recoil in surprise. Despite the shock of the colossal blow, a grim smile played on his lips as he recovered. The giant, Palaham, watched with an unnerving, knowing grin as Jeju regained his footing. The sheer shock of the encounter melted into a strained, awkward smile as the protagonist attempted to regain composure. The colossal figure's grip tightened impossibly, wrenching a sharp gasp of pain from the protagonist. The towering warrior questioned him sharply about leaving the designated meeting point. His terrifying visage glowed with malevolent red energy as he issued a clear challenge. Despite bracing for the incoming attack, the sheer force of the blow drove a painful grunt from the traveler. That massive warrior, Palaham, flashed an unnerving grin, seemingly enjoying the traveler's stunned reaction. Despite the shock of the sudden confrontation, the man braced himself, his posture tense and defensive against the imposing figure. The monstrous warrior chief, Pelaham, loomed over the retreating traveler, his expression unsettlingly calm. The giant's terrifying grin widened, his eyes glowing with ominous, predatory intent. My initial shock at the mission choice instantly curdled into dread as the familiar predatory gleam returned to his eyes. That look was the same one he gave when assigning the impossible 20 Yeti hunt. That look was the same one he gave when assigning the impossible 20 Yeti hunt. His manic grin confirmed that this new task would be equally perilous. That terrifying look of manic excitement returned, making Jeju's nerves instantly tighten with dread. The warrior chief's sheer intensity made the traveler flinch, completely unnerved by the sudden shift in mood. That terrifying expression immediately dissolved as the warrior chief's true plan began to surface. The immense gravity of his memories fueled Palaham's surging power, momentarily silencing all pretense. The warrior's face contorts, his wide, pale eyes reflecting the horrifying visions of unending destruction. This tragic vision of loss, of his son dying again, is the source of Palaham's undying hatred. The warrior chief finally paused his grim recitation, stepping out from the crushing weight of his memories. The sudden, sharp visual burst reflects the sheer shock Jeju felt at that daunting task. That same terrifying look, the same one that preceded the challenge of 20 Yetis, suddenly reappeared before him. The warrior chief's smug smirk confirmed that his answer to Jeju's hopeful question was a definitive rejection. The warrior chief let out a sharp, dismissive sound, finding Jeju's earnest plea amusing yet irritating. The dismissive sound shifted instantly into a terrifying, predatory grin as Palaham leaned in, radiating oppressive force. His shadowed gaze pinned the newcomer as a demanding finger jabbed forward, pressing the issue of the bizarre request. The warrior's imposing demand left the traveler momentarily stunned, registering the sheer absurdity of the situation. The chief's booming voice and immediate action shattered the brief pause, forcing a sharp, visceral reaction. The system confirms the successful acquisition of the powerful Code of the Lothanto family heir, showering the scene in glittering rewards. The sheer sonic assault of Palaham's command nearly shattered the traveler's composure. The warrior chief beamed, pleased with his startling display, while the traveler recoiled from the painful volume. Palaham's satisfaction instantly turned to sharp suspicion when Jeju didn't parrot the phrase back as commanded. The warrior chief crosses his arms, the casual threat in his eyes hardening into guarded curiosity now. His initial hostility seemed to soften as Jeju finally stated his true purpose to the formidable warrior. The chief finally offered a slight, almost dismissive wave, turning away as if the matter was settled. His imposing figure, draped in white fur, slowly turned and began ascending the cold stone steps away. The chief paused, turning back with a look of guarded curiosity at my sudden request. His warriors stood flanking him, their glowing eyes reflecting the burning intensity of their chief's resolve. That terrifying resolve was suddenly broken as the mission was accepted, focusing the intensity entirely on the newly named skill. The chief moved toward the enormous weapon with grim determination, ready to demonstrate its destructive power. Palaham's hand landed with casual force, a mere tap that still carried the weight of his immense power. A sudden shift in his demeanor reveals a genuine, if rough, acceptance in the warrior chief's eyes. The raw, brutal power of the mana cannon detonated in a blinding flash of light and shattering cold. He finally revealed the weapon, a colossal mana cannon, a testament to Tarua's destructive capability. Palaham immediately shifted from recounting history to pointing out the mission's dark objective in the snowy expanse. The terrifying, throbbing energy emanated from the ominous, closing flower bud. The warrior chief presented a luminous blue crystal, his satisfied grin contradicting the gravity of his recent monologue. The crystal pulsed with cold energy, a tangible piece of Tarua's strength now held firmly in hand. The weight of the warrior chief's expectations settled heavily, leaving the traveler utterly speechless. His shock quickly turned to terror as Palaham unleashed the charged weapon without preamble. The colossal mana cannon discharged a brilliant, concentrated blast of destructive, icy blue energy. The terrifying energy coalesced and erupted, manifesting the raw, devastating power Palaham harnessed. The massive cannon roared to life, channeling ancient, raw power toward the distant, snow-capped peaks. His sharp, knowing smile dissolved into a stern, almost weary expression as he repeated the crucial, unsettling truth. The weight of his past trials pressed upon the warrior chief, momentarily softening his aggressive demeanor. The horrifying reality of the endless cycle of destruction began to manifest before him. The sheer, overwhelming power resonated as Palaham unleashed his might upon the world. Palaham roared with unrestrained, booming laughter, completely eclipsing Jeju's stunned silence. The warrior chief's satisfied smile confirmed he was enjoying this strange power dynamic immensely. Palaham's satisfied smile confirmed he was enjoying this strange power dynamic immensely. But the younger man still showed visible shock. The chief's expression shifted from menacing to almost jovial, clearly pleased that his traveler was finally showing some deference. His approval was swift and absolute, giving a solid, encouraging nod to the newly accepted task. Despite the sudden, intense mission, his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty about the frightening name. A moment of palpable tension hung between them as the warrior chief assessed the young traveler's sudden resolve. The imposing figure of Palaham stared back, his violet eyes locking onto Jeju's own unwavering gaze. Unexpectedly, the warrior chief breaks into a booming, hearty laugh, patting the newcomer's head with surprising warmth. The overwhelming feeling of Palaham's massive presence washes over me, fueled by raw, dangerous power. Despite my internal turmoil, I needed to seize this chance for guidance from the warrior chief. A moment of contemplation washed over Palaham, perhaps acknowledging the strange request that had just been made. A chilling agreement surfaces as Palaham grants the request with a sinister, knowing smile. Palaham's eyes snap wide, the shock of the requested mission instantly overriding his calculated composure. Palaham's composure instantly broke, revealing a challenging, almost maniacal grin at this unexpected turn. His eyes gleam with renewed amusement, signaling one final instruction before testing the traveler's resolve. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. The grim truth of their continuous catastrophe rings out. Taruha's very existence depends on this crucial, timed action. The sudden influx of information from the system panel left him stunned and recoiling in shock. The shock of the required mission prompt immediately overwhelmed him as reality seemed to warp. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. 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 The failure of the previous attempts melted away as a system notification confirmed his new, powerful acquisition. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. Despite Palaham's looming pressure, Jeju's excitement over his newfound ability only grows. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. Ignoring the sudden shift in topic, the warrior's intense purple eyes registered the challenge ahead. Unknown API error after 3 attempts. 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 The revelation of the adventurer's happiness immediately struck him like a physical blow, causing a moment of intense, disbelieving agony. The surprising decision to seek out the adventurer jolted the deputy, momentarily staggering him as he offered the drink. The gravity of the deputy's sudden resolve visibly unsettled the man holding the mug. The deputy's unexpected seriousness caused a quick, sharp intake of breath from the centurion. The sudden, forceful declaration shattered the tense silence that followed the previous realization. The man, having committed to the dangerous reconnaissance, quickly prepared, pulling on his heavy boots. The heavy tread signals his immediate departure, while the other man watches with surprising cheerfulness. That unsettling smile confirms he is fully committed to following the adventurer into danger. The demand for a spar was immediately accepted, yet the warrior commander seemed readying himself for the journey ahead. His imposing boot slams down with crushing force, utterly dwarfing the small figure watching him. The centurion's unexpected inclusion clearly flusters his companion, who can only stare in disbelief at the bold proposal. The commander, however, beams with utter delight at the prospect of an immediate match. The commander's enthusiastic invitation was met with immediate, vehement refusal. That fierce rejection was instantly overwhelmed by a triumphant surge of power and sheer exhilaration. The blinding, pristine winter light illuminates the high mountain pass as the heavy snow begins to fall around them. The warrior's grin vanished as the impact of the challenge struck home, the sound of metal against wood reverberating violently. The aggressive warrior immediately accepts the adventurer's challenge with a wide, almost predatory smile. The warrior's shock is palpable as he realizes the gravity of the challenge just thrown down. The chilling realization of the opponent's strength erupts above him, scattering snow and shaking the air itself. The shock of the preceding clash causes both men to freeze, their expressions mirroring sudden alarm. The sudden agreement to spar unleashed raw, unbridled force, sending them rocketing upward with explosive impact. The initial force connects, a shocking, direct blow shattering the tension in an instant. The adventurer grunts in pain, trapped in an agonizing hold that tests his absolute limit. The warrior's brutal assault connects, driving the adventurer down toward the wooden scaffolding. The centurion's demand hangs heavy, his determined expression challenging Jeju to meet his terms. The centurion's request for a spar is met with a sharp intake of breath, a mix of exertion and sudden opportunity. The shock of the demand momentarily eclipses all other thoughts in that charged air. The challenger's twisted grin confirms his acceptance as he unleashes a brutal, swift strike. The sheer force of the blow lands, catching the surprised adventurer squarely in the torso. His aggressive demand for a duel had barely left his lips before he recoiled, utterly shocked. The warrior's shock rapidly twisted into immediate, defensive outrage at the brazen request. The centurion, despite the tense situation, dismissively agreed to the challenger's terms. The journey continued into the stark, snow-dusted forest as their destination was finally spoken aloud. The adrenaline faded quickly. The rough landing left the warrior stunned and utterly defeated. The abrupt collision knocked the warrior back, leaving him sprawled across the cold ground in defeat. Despite being physically thrown, the man's immediate reaction was a frantic search for the source of the insult. The sudden, overwhelming sensory effect signaled a shift, perhaps even a brief moment of dizzying disorientation from the unexpected impact. The intense glare of the warrior contrasts sharply with Karun's utterly delighted, almost theatrical self-declaration. The sudden demand for a spar left the warrior commander slightly winded from the shock. But as the warrior started to leave, the cheerful adventurer called out, insisting he couldn't be ignored. The tension of the standoff dissolved instantly as the adventurer grinned, surrounded by his surprisingly cheerful companions. The warrior commander, surprisingly jovial, seemed ready to embrace the challenge laid down by the adventurer. His request for a spar, though bold, was met with a startling, eager agreement. As the adventurer approached, the small, fluffy creature reacted with pure, unadulterated shock. The commander, surprised by the adventurer's presence, immediately voiced his demands for a proper sparring match. The warrior commander, clearly thrown off balance, questions if this unprecedented meeting signifies his own descent into madness. Ignoring the commander's incredulity, the adventurer simply offers a relaxed, confident smile while his companions perch atop his shoulders. The warrior commander could only stare, utterly perplexed by the audacity and casual demeanor of the adventurer. The warrior commander stared, but the adventurer offered a surprisingly measured, almost mocking greeting. But the Taruha warrior's aggressive grin betrayed his immediate fury at the adventurer's audacity. Startled by the sudden surge of hostility, one man instinctively threw up his hands in a desperate plea for calm. The initial shock quickly melted away, replaced by an eager, almost manic acceptance of the challenge. The warrior commander's startling request was met with an immediate, fluffy, and overwhelming surge of agreement. The small, white creature let out a questioning sound, mirroring the unexpected excitement. The conditional request hangs in the air, immediately snapping the mood to a sharp, tense halt. The centurion's eager, sharp smile confirms his desire for a test of skill against the adventurer. The warrior commander's condition hung heavy in the air, clearly setting up a confrontation. The icy landscape stretched before them, confirming the stark destination of this agreed-upon trial. The air hung heavy and cold, a stark canvas awaiting the inevitable clash of wills. The grinning man clearly relishes the mounting tension, while the commander remains sharply focused on the developing situation. The commander's declaration of acceptance is met with stunned disbelief from his subordinate. With an assured grip, the warrior seized his weapon, ready to enforce the conditions of the unexpected duel. The warrior commander's intense focus locks onto the adventurer as the challenge is issued.